much time just waiting to show ya. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go, you're a man of silver and gold. Don't just go, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the goal. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick our aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Soy parte de S11 Game, una organización argentina que se creó hace muy poco tiempo, menos de un año, que bueno, tiene grandes objetivos en el competitivo y bueno, muchas ganas de trazar historia.
La atmósfera actual es... hay buen humor, a veces tenemos complicaciones, pero fuera de todo logramos resolverlo en un tiempo corto, a diferencia de algo que antes no manejaban muy bien. Y con el tiempo ya fuimos resolviéndolo.
Y cuando tuve la oportunidad de conseguirlo, sabía que tenía que hacerlo, tanto por mí, por el grupo y por el chico que alguna vez fui que arrancó todo esto.
Medio año, y en ese medio año nos hemos adaptado muy bien a todos, hemos tenido peleas, pero al fin de cuentas todos nos llevamos súper bien y hemos sabido conllevar el equipo y mejorar también.
Pienso que somos el equipo número 1 de Latinoamérica y nos respaldamos en nuestros logros conseguidos durante el año, con nuestros empeños y nuestro trabajo en equipo, aparte de que salimos campeones casi invictos de la Superliga.
Esto es Full Nexo, Argentina, y la casa, el mate, el asadito, y esto se llama
Con el juego más satisfecho o impresionante con el que estuve desde S11 fue el haber ganado a Malvinas en la Upper Bracket de la MLSL, porque con eso a victoria nosotros nos garantizamos llegar al Mundial y poder cumplir el objetivo, que es algo por lo cual venimos trabajando todo el año. Y nos sirvió mucho como grupo, me sirvió a mí también personalmente porque te hace ver de otra manera el tema del juego, nos ayudó como grupo para estar más unidos, más confiados y fue una victoria muy importante también.
Personalmente la expectativa, yo voy más siendo optimista, con la mente en blanco, de dar lo mejor de mí e intentar ganar todos los juegos, pero también teniendo los pies sobre la tierra, sabiendo que es un mundial y que no hay que subestimar a ningún equipo porque ningún país va a perder y son los mejores de cada región.
Para el equipo, no solo para mí, el simple hecho ya de estar compitiendo contra los mejores del mundo es un orgullo tremendo para nosotros, nuestra familia, nuestro país, para el continente en general, que somos los que estamos representando. Y ser los campeones del mundo, la verdad que no... Cualquier cosa que me imagine sé que va a superar mis expectativas, así que no podría decirte lo que sería ahora mismo, porque estoy seguro que va a superar mis expectativas completamente.
Para mi equipo ganar la M4 sería un logro muy importante en nuestras vidas, es algo que venimos buscando desde el principio de años y creemos que tenemos la capacidad para llegar. Nos vamos a mantener en número 1 todo el tiempo que no nos propongamos, siempre y cuando estemos unidos para trabajar.
Bueno, nada, creo que todos sentiríamos satisfacción, el sentimiento de haber logrado algo que no todos. Al fin y al cabo, muchos equipos compiten en el Mundial y solo uno es el que sale campeón. Ya el hecho de clasificar al Mundial es un gran logro, pero bueno, todo el mundo quiere ganarlo, todos soñamos con ganarlos y nos daría satisfacción, algo de que enorgullecernos, además de lo que ya conseguimos.
One stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause rest the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
As the first M-Series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best-of-7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends, become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand Esports and the Burmese Ghouls was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand Esports.
Grand Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BTK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane. But the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Soy parte de S11 Gaming, una organización argentina que se creó hace muy poco tiempo, menos de un año, que bueno, tiene grandes objetivos en el competitivo y bueno, muchas ganas de trazar historia.
La atmósfera actual es... hay buen humor, a veces tenemos complicaciones, pero fuera de todo logramos resolverlo en un tiempo corto, a diferencia de algo que antes no manejaban muy bien, y que en el tiempo ya fuimos resolviéndolo.
Y cuando tuve la oportunidad de conseguirlo, sabía que tenía que hacerlo, tanto por mí, por el grupo y por el chico que alguna vez fui que arrancó todo esto.
Medio año, y en ese medio año nos hemos adaptado muy bien a todos, hemos tenido peleas, pero al fin de cuentas todos nos llevamos súper bien y hemos sabido conllevar el equipo y mejorar también.
Pienso que somos el equipo número 1 de Latinoamérica y nos respaldamos en nuestros logros conseguidos durante el año, con nuestros empeños y nuestro trabajo en equipo, aparte de que salimos campeones casi invictos de la Superliga.
Esto es Full Nexo, Argentina y Nakasa, el mate, el asadito, y esto se llama
Con el juego más satisfecho o impresionante con el que estuve de S11 fue el haber ganado a Malvinas en la Upper Bracket de la MLSL, porque con eso a victoria nosotros nos garantizamos llegar al Mundial y poder cumplir el objetivo, que es algo por lo cual venimos trabajando todo el año y nos sirvió mucho como grupo, me sirvió a mí también personalmente porque te hace ver de otra manera el tema del juego, nos ayudó como grupo para estar más unidos, más confiados y fue una victoria muy importante también.
Personalmente la expectativa, yo voy más siendo optimista, con la mente en blanco, de dar lo mejor de mí, intentar ganar todos los juegos, pero también teniendo los pies sobre la tierra, sabiendo que es un mundial y que no hay que subestimar a ningún equipo porque ningún país va a perder y son los mejores de cada región.
Para el equipo, no solo para mí, el simple hecho de ya estar compitiendo contra los mejores del mundo es un orgullo tremendo para nosotros, nuestra familia, nuestro país, para el continente en general, que somos los que estamos representando. Y ser los campeones del mundo, la verdad que no... Cualquier cosa que me imagine sé que va a superar mis expectativas, así que no podría decirte lo que sería para mí, porque estoy seguro que va a superar mis expectativas completamente.
Para mi equipo ganar la M4 sería un logro muy importante en nuestras vidas, es algo que venimos buscando desde el principio de años y creemos que tenemos la capacidad para llegar. Nos vamos a mantener el número 1 todo el tiempo que nos propongamos, siempre y cuando estemos unidos para trabajar.
Bueno, nada, creo que todos sentiríamos satisfacción, el sentimiento de haber logrado algo que no todos, al fin y al cabo muchos equipos compiten en el mundial y solo uno es el que sale campeón. Ya el hecho de clasificar al mundial es un gran logro, pero bueno, todo el mundo quiere ganarlo, todos soñamos con ganarlos y nos daría satisfacción, algo de que enorgullecernos, además de lo que ya conseguimos.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my vision. victory. And something that's gotta give, cause greatness is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. In the game, take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up the way I
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
As the first M-Series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best-of-7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends, become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand Esports and the Burmese Cools was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand Esports.
Grand Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and VCK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane, but the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time.
Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we're gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as Onic Esports and Todak take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kairi, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. While Todak cruised through the group stage with 4 mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a 3-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon Esports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of M4 Group Stage. Dare to be great. It's been 3 days of jam-packed action, upsets, dominating performances, and a whole lot of greatness for the group stages. Today, we find out who's going where from Group C and D. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here with the boys, of course, Mirko and Arashi. How we feeling?
We're feeling good, man. After yesterday, action-packed, order and chaos. Really like that bit. It is, again, Group C and D right now. Who's going to go at it? And there is a chance of the tiebreakers happening again here today for both of the groups. So I'm excited, man.
I know you are, but before we even hear from Arashi, the violent bang bang that they call you here on the desk, M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and esports charts, our analytical partner, Genk, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Now, there's also a carnival going on here, Arashi. Do you want to tell them about it?
It's the TikTok Live Carnival, so cheer up for M4, watch the M4 matches on TikTok, participate, and of course, cheer for all the M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using the M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts as well.
Sheesh.
And there's more, Mirko.
There is more,
What?
right? Special shout out to the chairs you see right here that we're sitting on the caster desk. The official gaming chair partner of M4, Secret Lab. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine. All right, an incredible magnetic memory foam right here with the head pillows and brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Tiny Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everybody seated in incredible comfort for a long, long time, like us here on the desk.
I like it. And also, I love the new suit, by the way. Speaking of style, never go out of style when you wear and game with Genk, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer and is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.genk.asia today. Once again, thank you to our lovely sponsors. M4 would not be possible without your support. So, with all that being said, we have today, right? This is the last day of the group stages. We are going to be taking a look at the format, just in case you haven't caught up with us up to this point. It's day 4. You might be wondering at home, how exactly is the format of M4? Well, let's take a look at this clip here to explain just how that goes, and also so they have an idea on the knockouts as well, coming up just a couple of days away.
Well, let's take a look.
This is your moment. Mara and I will count to 3. You lift the trophy as high as you are.
Best 16 teams in MLBB M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
And with that being said, let's take a look at today's schedule. Again, this is the last day of the group stage, the last 6 best of ones. Mirko, how are we looking today?
RRQ Brazil or RRQ Akira taking on S11 Gaming from Argentina first. Then we obviously have Occupy Thrones facing off against Echo PH. S11 Gaming then going up against the Malaysian champions in Team Hawk.
And after that, even though we won't be on the desk, there'll be Echo going up against RSG Singapore, The Valley, the very hyped up The Valley against Team Hawk, and of course RRQ Hoshi against RSG again.
Arashi Hoshi?
RRQ Hoshi.
RRQ Hoshi. Okay.
Well, either way, right? Today is just filled with more action-packed games ahead of us, and I gotta say, I think us here on the desk can collectively agree that group stages was way more interesting than maybe a lot of people expected. Interesting?
I mean, a lot of people said Group A was going to be predictable.
Yeah.
That was
what happened to Group A?
They were so wrong. It's incredible, man. I mean, yesterday, I think me and Mirko specifically were still feeling the after effects of that crazy match. It's
crazy.
It's so mind-blowing.
I think it sets shockwaves throughout the MLBB world. I think the teams here, they want to capture that spirit, right? The passion that especially Falcon was able to show on stage. They were full of emotions, man. Again, after such lows, losing their first game up against Incendio, and then coming back into that group, getting the top spot against the defending champions.
I love it. And before we get more into today's matches, the M4 Pass is available now. You can complete all the active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free, of course. So log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting for you. Don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and the last one, hashtag Dare to Be Great. I mean, we've had plenty of times to go ahead and grab that. Hope you're level 75, Arashi.
Ooh, I think there's just so much going on here. I haven't been able to actually get all the way up there. You know, it is what it is. This is what we do over here on the caster desk. We do it for you guys.
It's tough.
I mean, it is tough, but we are going to be taking now a look at the team lineup for RRQ Akira here. We've seen them play up to this point. They're very exciting and a very just well put together team, right? Here it is. We're going to look at it again. Saigon in the mid lane, Takashi the XP lane, Gusta Lagusta in the gold lane, King in the jungle, and Luis the roamer.
I mean, funny enough, I think a lot of us casters have the single member that we actually see stand out. We hear a lot of people talk about Takashi. We hear a lot about Gusta Lagusta as well.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from Brazil, 33 consecutive wins, RRQ Akira!
Woo. Man, these guys, again, you don't know who to pick out from this lineup, right? They're all just massive players for their team across the board here. And especially, I mean, if you think about the importance of roamers, like we've seen a lot of those highlights from Luis and just as a team. But now taking a look here at S11 Gaming, Arashi.
Chan in the mid lane, Papadog in the EXP lane, Kai in the gold lane, Jotun in the jungle, and Erwin as that roamer. And this is a squad that has shown a lot of potential, and they are coming up against RRQ today.
RRQ topping their group for now, but S11 right now as they walk up on stage, we're gonna welcome the Argentinians, S11 Gaming!
And these guys are ready to play as well. I mean, they're still out there to prove and maybe possibly be the team here to stop that win streak like you mentioned, Mirko. I mean, RRQ Akira has been on fire, to say the least here. We all are going to be taking a look at the talent predictions as well. I'm sure this one's going to be interesting because, again, RRQ Akira, I feel like, has won hearts, but you can't count out S11 Argentina Gaming as well. Taking a look at it across the board, though, that's a lot of RRQ Akira.
That's 5, right? RRQ Akira is only one S11 gaming vote, and it comes from Lucky from Latam. So it's just some support back again to S11. But honestly, looking at RRQ Akira's performance so far at M4 and looking at S11 Gaming's performance, yeah, you can understand, right? You can understand why RRQ Akira are the heavy favorites coming into this matchup. And you can also see why me and Santi have gone for RRQ Akira.
Only one vote towards S11, so they're definitely the underdogs in this particular match. But of course, you can't count them out just yet. We have seen that in this group stage, the moment you think it's obvious, it's a no-brainer, that is where you just get completely caught off guard.
I mean, you know that the support is there. The other day, too, both RRQ squads had the marching band, which is, you know, I had to ask here at the desk. I was like, is this a normal thing for the RRQ fans? I mean,
absolutely.
It's a great morale boost. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the knockout stage because I feel like you guys are going to have multiple drums or bands going on.
For sure, man. You know, the RRQ Kingdom, the most passionate fans in MLBB that I've ever seen, ever witnessed, and every single time RRQ Hoshi plays in ID, the atmosphere is just different. And right now, RRQ Akira, they're getting the same support with the keys to victory. Arashi, let's take a look at it.
Capitalize on Luis playmaking to complete the hat trick in Group B. This man has been so active around the map. He has a lot of highlights, but we can see if S11 can deal with him today. Kakashi to take off and control the EXP lane like he usually does, and beware of that mid-rotation in the early to mid-game because they need that domination in the side lanes. Of course, after that, they have to set up that stage for King as well in order to make sure that in the jungle, in the objective game, they have a lead as well.
Yeah, I mean, King, that's what I was saying from when we saw them play early on in the group stage, King of the Jungle, right? That's what he's going to be looking to assert, his dominance there. But for S11 Gaming, their keys to victory, Chan must step up and dominate the mid lane. I think that's always a crucial point for any of these teams competing here because a lot of that rotation comes from that mid lane. The way you interact and set things up with your roamer could really work out well for them. Anticipate RRQ Akira's spicy backline dives. This is another trend that we're seeing here in M4, the group stages. Those initiators going straight for the gold lane or even possibly that mid lane character.
They're really aggressive, right? RRQ Akira and S11 Gaming, they need to try to utilize that aggression and turn it around towards them. So usually when we see a dive comp, you want to go for something front to back. But honestly, looking at S11 and looking at how they really enjoyed playing MLBB, they like going for aggression too. Why not just go at it straight from the get-go? Pick a better composition to dominate the early stage and leave RRQ Akira hanging.
On that point though, the third win condition, give meal a value meal. I mean, it's a great wordplay, but it also has such truth to it because the gold lane is in such a vulnerable position. But taking a look at the audience prediction right here, RRQ Akira has a very solid lead.
Again, I think if you just typically you look at the performance, but even before their performance so far in the group stages, a lot of people had their eyes on what would RRQ Akira be? They knew that RRQ Akira had spent some time in Indonesia. I mean, a lot of teams did, but specifically working closely with RRQ Hoshi, how has that performed? And so far, I mean, the results speak for themselves here, right? And I feel like that is why you see a lot of that audience prediction rallying behind this team. And also, I mean, just personality-wise, too, you see them pretty much everywhere. So we are going to be loading up into the draft here. As we get loaded, game number 1 upon us in the first best of the one for this final day of the group stages. Already the band's coming out here. It's going to be S11 Gaming taking out that Valentina, who we see constantly either banned or picked out. The Glue, which we know a lot of people, they have special feelings about. And on the other side, we've got the Fanny and the Wanwan band.
It's still just standard bans, right? These are the prio heroes currently. The only unique ban is, surprisingly enough, the Valentina, because right now we're seeing a lot of Valentina get left open, and it's still seeing mixed results. Not super successful, but not bad at all. Glue, however, has been banned a lot, has been played sometimes too, has never been let go in the draft at all, but he's actually sitting at a negative win rate, which is interesting, right? Because we all said that Glue's broken, Glue's broken, Glue's broken, but because it's really good, a lot of teams maybe overestimate it, force pick it,
Yeah.
and we've seen that results haven't really been too good.
Or maybe they use it and try to overcompensate for a bit of a disadvantage in their drafting phase. Right now, Yves as well as Carry, two very solid heroes, has been banned out as well. S11 with a very quick pick onto that Joy, very mobile, very dangerous with good clear in the lane, an all-around very solid hero, but it depends on which lane, which position does this Joy go to. In the XP lane, with the Vengeance, I think it's just so much better.
I was just going to ask you that, Rashi. You know, this has been, I feel like, a debate here on the caster desk so far up to day 4. Where does Joy fit? Where does she shine the most? And it's still, I feel like it is still up to debate up to this point. But on the flip side, we have RRQ Akira locking in another pretty well-picked hero, Kaja, because of just the Divine Judgment pick-off potential. And then, of course, we're going to see Fredrin here. The biggest thing, though, is Fredrin still allowing that flexibility. You still don't know. Is he going in the side lane? Is he going in the jungle? Same thing that you can say, again, about Joy here.
Technically, the Kaja is also still flex, right? We still don't know, right?
Jungle Kaja.
Roam jungle could still work. XP not so much, but yeah, the Fredrin and the Kaja, two solid picks. Not just in their lanes, but even just the flexible potential of these two heroes. On the other side though, Joy hasn't found a lot of success too. It's been prio, it's been banned out and picked every single time, but the results have been really bad for the Joy. S11 Gaming though, they're doubling down on that early aggression that we mentioned, picking up a Cho and the Kadita mid-control. That's the name of the game for the Argentinians.
I thought that RRQ Akira was going to go very aggressive with the crowd control, right, from Fredrin and Kaja, but S11, they want to contest that with a Kadita pick, and usually we have seen that the Kadita can be flexed out, but for the most part, it's always in the roam position. So we'll see if S11 can surprise us and maybe use this Cho as a bit more of a wild card as well.
I would love if RRQ Akira locks in another flexible pick, because still, for both teams in the first phase of the
big
draft.
Question mark?
Yeah, it's literally a huge question mark. Where are these people going, aside maybe from the Kadita, like you said, right? Because Cho has also been in the jungle. Joy has been in the jungle, right? So there leaves that, just again, that huge question mark on the table. The next pick, though, this one we know where it's going, right into the gold lane. The Beatrix is locked in.
You think? No, okay, yeah.
Jungle
Beatrix.
You're calling a mid lane Beatrix?
Well, we did see that before, right? Before it got nerfed, before all the changes towards Beatrix, but now I think we have to agree, right? There's no way that this gets flexed. The Beatrix doesn't really do well in the mid lane, especially up against these two monsters in Kadita and Cho. But a question for you too, Arashi. Beatrix, same thing. Win rate, not good at all. It's abysmal win rate. What do you think?
I think a lot of teams have been playing the very mobile, very fast movement compositions, and Beatrix right now relies so much on the abilities landing, which makes it very, very difficult. So you need a very particular setup to ensure that the bulk of the damage does reach the members of your opponents. And on that note as well, it's going to be a bit difficult in the laning phase, considering how much all these teams just roam around and make sure that their gold laner has an advantage. So RRQ, they want to go aggressive, and they're looking like they have a bit of a combo going on, but the Beatrix has always been struggling, especially against so much pick-up potential from the side of S11.
Yeah, I feel like we're in a weird place, right? Where you're still seeing Beatrix picked up a lot, but the win rate just isn't there. But you know, obviously these teams spent a lot of time practicing. We saw a lot of Beatrix 1-1 previously, right, throughout the year and everything. So we'll see again how you utilize that gold lane, because honestly, it's not always about the gold lane in these matchups, which we're seeing here. And I also love that Benedetta ban coming out from S11 because of just the massive game that we saw Takashi have, and even in that versus, you saw the signature pick was actually the Terizla there, right? Do we possibly see a ban towards that? Is it possible that that comes out here, or is he actually going to be playing the Fredrin? I mean, that's the biggest question, where exactly Takashi's going.
See, that's why the flex picks are just so good in the first phase, right? It really makes the opponents think, and S11, they're going to have to go for a ban towards the XP. Not the Terizla, but it's the hero with the initial T. It's the Tamiz in the XP that's going to be banned out, right? We haven't seen a lot of Tamiz.
I think it's just White Chicken, man.
It's just White, right?
It's just White.
Yeah, that was a very impressive game from White Chicken, though.
Yeah.
Maybe S11, that is what they want to avoid, right? They want to go for pickoffs, but if they're up against a very solid EXP laner that can go up against multiple members at the same time, then that will actually throw a wrench into their macro setups. So I think it's a smart move, but RRQ Akira, they have a lot more options here still. They can go for that Lolita that's still available, and that is a hero that Luis has shown to be playing so well.
Mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get our answer in
Veramis,
just a couple
Lunox?
seconds.
Lunox.
Okay, Lunox, right? Who we've seen pop up 3 times up to this point, has had a pretty good performance.
Really good, yeah.
Really good.
Really good.
But mostly in the gold lane.
Mostly in the gold lane, right? But so that's not happening here. So
Unless.
Unless. But I think it's highly doubtful here with the Matrix. But S11 Gaming, I mean, what do they want to take into the gold lane here specifically? And then still, in just a couple seconds, we will find out, is this Joy still going in that jungle? Could it be the Cho here? Now, having the Kadita locked in with that burst potential, you do have a great option to burst someone down from RRQ Akira, but you got to utilize it, and that is the Irithyll locked in for the gold lane.
Oh man, Irithyll just hasn't been too solid here in M4, the meta currently, but I do like the Grok pick, right? It really stops the momentum that RRQ Akira has, stops them from engaging, and hey, it's also a solid initiation tool.
Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Weapon Master Grok or High and Dry Grok?
It depends if he's a roamer or the XP now, right? Because
Exactly.
Cho can still go to
Cho
XP.
can still, yeah.
I think the Grok's going to go to roam position. Looking at the games that, well, yesterday's games, High and Dry, Weapon Mastery, I am biased towards Weapon Mastery,
Yeah.
right? The damage that Alien was doing was unreal, and you scale to the later stage of the game. So I think it'll definitely help him up against this kind of composition, which is quite squishy. If you want to look for that one shot, sure, just go for the Weapon Mastery, wait for those items, and then go. But the smartest pick is another, just such a solid choice for RRQ Akira up against so much CC. It's going to cancel out everything.
Yeah, I like it. We've seen now both team compositions here. Arashi, any final thoughts on the team composition you like the most?
I feel like both teams are just so aggressive, but I feel like for RRQ Akira, they have a bit more tools to work around with, a bit more crowd control immunity that will allow them to be a lot more dominant in the vision contesting. So I believe they have a bit of an edge here, but as you mentioned, both teams, they just seem very intent on just diving towards each other.
Well, I gotta say, you know, with RRQ Akira here, they definitely have the tools they need. But I think the biggest thing, again, is that Marches pick, right? How do you utilize that? You're going to be able to dodge a lot of CC here. And then can you also utilize the Kaja pick? Because we've seen games where that struggled as well. But that's going to be it for the draft as we load up into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the last day of the group stages. RRQ Akira versus S11 Gaming.
Oh, you can already see the group up from both of the teams, right? They're just swapping sides right now as both teams, again, are just looking to just help their junglers get the buffs normally. Both junglers opting to go for the purple buff here.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting path they're going to take. There's one thing that's very interesting, though, yeah. Papa Dog.
Is that it? Is that what I was going to point it out to you, man?
Weapon Mastery, right? He didn't go for it. He went for High and Dry here, which is interesting. What do you think about this?
It means that he is going for a lot of 1v1 damage coming in, but of course, on the side of RRQ Akira, they also actually went for the Martis in the EXP lane instead. So both teams, again, going to be very aggressive, but I do think that as far as wave clear goes, RRQ Akira has a bit of a lead with the Beatrix, with the Lunox, as well as the Martis. So I think in the early game, that kind of speed and how you can rotate will be critical in deciding who arrives to the fights first.
See, this is why it's so interesting with drafts, because both teams super flex, right? We didn't initially we were like, where's Joy going? She goes in the jungle, okay. Then you have the Kadita in the mid lane not roaming. You have the Cho on the roam, and on the other side, same thing. You actually have the Fredrin in the jungle, right, doing that. And then it was the Martis, who we have seen in the jungle as well often, but he's in the hands of Takashi here. And that matchup alone, Takashi versus Papa Dog, I feel like it's going to be tough for Takashi to get a kill here, whereas Papa Dog could possibly get an early one if he is able to utilize that High and Dry emblem. And you can see the team focusing on the bottom side.
Already, right early on, Takashi, though, on the Martis. That's why they actually opted to put the Martis in the XP lane instead of the jungle. And instead, they went for Fredrin in the jungle, which is, again, a weird style, because usually we do see the Fredrin get placed into the XP. But now King is already rotating towards that turtle side. going up against Papa Dog, Jotun, and Erwin. As Erwin jumps in with Way of the Dragon, able to actually bring King all the way back. Let's see, Kashi looks for a steal. The Divine Judgment comes in onto Jotun, but it's still going to be S11 who takes the turtle. Both teams disengaging, and S11 walk out with the favorable trade.
No one gets taken out, but that is a very quick maneuver from S11, and I thought that RRQ Akira were the ones that were going to put a trigger, because if you look at the composition, they have a lot more burst damage they can play around with, whereas for S11, they have a lot more outplay potential, but it seems like they are the ones that will be picking up first blood.
First blood by S11 and Chan. This is what we said in the keys to victory. He needs to start popping off.
Yeah.
Picks the Kadita, flashy hero, does it. Erwin, with the way the Dragon and the Jeet-Kune-Do, brings King back, and that might just be a kill. King can't dash away. Sagan tries to look for some compensation, but it is not enough just yet.
S11 off to a great start here. And yes, like you mentioned, right, Kadita, if you can get these early kills, you've got that last worship here. You also have the Petrify, which again has been debated. You know, do you run with the Flicker? Do you have the Petrify? Obviously, a lot of more people would opt for the Petrify for that combination to get out one member from RRQ Akira. But already, is there anything that sticks out to your eye here, Arashi, for the emblems?
Of course, we talked about the high-end dry already, but we can see actually in the mid lane though, a play happens to interrupt the analysis yet again. This is gonna be a spicy one, boys.
They just don't like you, Arashi. They don't want you to talk, bro.
I understand.
Okay, you understand, right? But Erwin has just been massive here.
I mean, I feel like at this point, most Cho games that we've seen have been very valuable, right? Whichever team decides to go with this hero. And it works so well in the roam because, again, you're able to just allow Jotun to go ahead and farm up, right? You don't really have to worry about too much, and then you come and contest those objectives. The next turtle coming up here in just a couple seconds. He's going to be in the right situation, but Papa Dog.
Ooh, almost getting solo killed by Takashi. And again, the smartest in the XP lane in the matchup up against the Grok is working really well, as Louise is going to be able to find a Divine Judgment. That's the Bandit's Rage coming in as well, as Erwin is able to find the way the Dragon onto Louise. Who gets the turtle? It's Chan, who takes it and secures it for his team. Both roamers falling, but again, S11 walk out with the better trade.
That's a collateral turtle take from Chan with the rough waves. And S11, they're just doing so much better at abusing the fact that RRQ wants to group together and go for that dive in, because then they group up for that big combo, and later on Papa Dog will be in the mix as well. So RRQ, they need to try and spread out a bit, because in the early game at least, they don't really match that burst damage from the Kadita, so they have to wait for some items to come in for that Bandit's Rage like earlier to actually decimate the HP bars of S11.
Man, right now, Chan is just, the value on this pick is massive for S11 here. And now the focus on the top side. They're actually going to back off, though. The whole team, both squads here, but Erwin.
Almost. Just looking for it, right? Doesn't have the flicker just yet, so he actually stops right there. I do want to talk a little bit about the stakes of the game. If Akira wins this game, guaranteed upper brackets, #1 in the group. But if they lose, there is a chance of a three-way tie once again in this group.
Are you ready for it?
I'm ready. Erwin's ready too, as he flickers under the turret. Not going to be able to find the Jeet-Kune-Do though, as Erwin's going to fall under that turret, gets caught. But Sagan falls too. Chan, right now, is popping off. He's doing what the keys to victory tells him to do.
Sagan
he listens, bro.
Almost instantly gets deleted. I thought he was going to survive, but he got clipped by the rough waves, and that instantly bursted him down. So Chen is so massive right now, but in the bottom side.
The wild charge just stops Takashi, unless he's able to do something here. Nope, nothing magical there. He's just going to get taken down, and RRQ Akira are able to find a trade on a turret for kill.
I mean, given the situation that S11 has, RRQ Akira has been finding ways to keep it as close as possible in terms of economy, right? That's best case scenario for them, because they're going to have to claw back into this game. Right now, the pace obviously being set by S11. Next turtle's up. You can see even Papa Dog finding the positioning he needs to. And Luis doesn't have Divine Judgment, right? So this is most likely going to be another turtle going in the hands of S11, furthering their lead here objectively, and they'll be able to play around this as pretty much all of their members getting very comfortable in terms of itemization at this point in the game.
This is why it's so difficult when you go for so many late game picks. We saw a similar story from Blacklist, but they are forced to concede so many objectives in the early game. But fortunately for them, they're still able to match these structure takes and even have a bit of a lead. taking a look at the items right here, Hunter Strike for Takashi means that he can be a lot more aggressive, but Gusta Lagusta with the Blade of Despair will start doing a lot more damage, especially to the Squishier members. But of course, once the Lightning Punching from Chen is completed, the already insane burst will get even worse for the side of RRQ Akira.
Takashi was looking for a steal there, but will be caught on the wild charges. Erwin comes in to rotate, but Jotun's just going to be able to slay him down. The Divine Judgment comes onto Erwin right now as King is able to find a taunt. Sagan picks up the kill, a 1-for-1 right now. Ooh, Chen still able to get out. Jotun, once again, jumping back and forth, trying to get that last proc, but will just decide to disengage as Sagan comes in, just dealing some damage.
And that whole time, Gusta Lagusta almost got taken out on the bottom side by Kai. So, I mean, that's just showing how much of a sort of vacation mode Kai has had. There might be focusing here on the bottom side, but Jotun not even going to let King and Luis get close enough. Still, though, Luis doesn't have the Divine Judgment. This is what RRQ Akira has to do. They have to play around Luis, and that's kind of been the trend for them throughout the group stage, is Luis finding those sets, whether he was playing the Lolita, whether it's the Kaja here. And still, if Gusta Lagusta can continue to grab a couple kills here and there, he's got weapon mastery himself, he will be a threat as the game goes on here.
Luis, we have seen that he really does do a lot more flashy things when he has AoE crowd control that can set up his whole team for a big fight. But whoa, King!
Erwin is able to find that right now, but everybody just collapses. The Petrify is massive by Chan. He finds the Lunox. Sagan's gonna fall, and Luis as well to Kai, who picks up a double. Gusta Lagusta rotates back into the mid lane, but it's a bit late. Takashi is gonna be caught there. Jumps in onto the bush, and S11, they've timed that perfectly for the neutral objective to spawn, and that's the Lord.
I wonder if RRQ Akira can be considered doing good or bad right now, because they've been losing a lot of fights, but at the same time, they've been able to minimize the gold difference, the structure difference as well. But now with S11 taking that Lord, if they play the macro game properly and manage all three waves at the same time, they have a chance here to, at one fell swoop, just break down multiple turrets from the side of RRQ Akira.
Man, Erwin... still, just finding these little moments here. We're going to take a look at the replay in just a second, presented by TikTok here. Look at that, right? This is what we call the TikTok play in the Philippines. Comes in with that combination and doesn't die. Like, he's able to survive as well. And then the double there from Kai. That is a massive value here for S11.
What? What happened? Chan just got caught, and Jotun's looking for that ambush. Luis is going to be taken low. He doesn't have the Divine Judgment, and Jotun's just going to be able to walk him down. Takashi on the back, forced to flicker out very low. Jotun gets traded back as Gusta Lagusta picks up a mega kill. But man, it's just action everywhere, and they don't stop.
They're still going.
Sagan comes in with Wild Charge, will cancel that damage out. Erwin jumps in, now bringing him back with Wader's Dragon. As Kai is going to be able to actually deal the damage back onto him. But Gusta and King traded back once again, and it's a shutdown over to Gusta.
Man.
This is a tough situation here because multiple shutdowns were picked up by Gusta Lagusta in that fight. Look at the damage right now.
Okay.
Out of nowhere, he is 6-0.
Okay. The Beatrix does damage. What was wrong with all the other Beatrixes at M4?
What's with the win rate?
Yeah.
Well,
he's 6-0.
It's Gusta Lagusta, man. He's 6-0. He has the weapon mastery. And just a couple minutes ago, we were like, at one point, Gusta Lagusta, if he can continue to farm up, he is going to be a threat. And this is now. Now we're here, right? This is exactly what we're seeing. They get some more space on the map that they need. They even out the turret situation. But still, S11 is not out of this, right? They still do have quite a bit of control. They've got setups here. But Erwin, at this point, has to be much more careful in the way that he approaches these. And the same thing, Luis, now that he has Divine Judgment, he's feeling a little bit more confident, especially with Gusta Lagusta popping off at this point. He could find a setup that he wants, and then that's an immediate -1 for S11.
It's going to be way harder for S11 to pull off their composition in the later stage of the game, right? They need to use their burst really efficiently towards that back line, and it's Sagan and Gusta. Thing is, Sagan can go invulnerable, and Gusta, the longer the game goes, will have some defensive items, will be a bit harder to catch. Meanwhile, for S11, most of them are open, and most of them can't really, take the prolonged fights here. It's just Kai, but just as I say it, again, Gusta Lagusta, he's dealing a lot towards Papadog on that high and dry.
See, that's the thing. As we just said, Luis will pull those into Gusta Lagusta, find a kill, but Chan, though...
Chan still has the rough waves. Is going to be able to get out of that one. A good snipe over just to poke Erwin down. But RRQ are doing good right now. They've gotten the turrets down, and they can actually just wait it out. Play the long game, unless everyone gets caught here, and that's just a legendary picked up by Gusta.
That's insane,
What
man.
is Gusta? What? This man's insane!
It's such a tough situation right now because Gusta is relatively survivable. Wow, that's a lot of damage, but he has a Has clause as well, so he is sustaining a lot in these fights, and later on, Luis can transition from being an engage tool to a peel tool to ensure that Chan or Jotun, anyone who just dies in the back line, can get instantly shut down and destroyed by the damage coming in from the 8-0 right now, Gusta Lagusa.
Oh, look at Chan.
Oh,
He's
I
looking
am.
for a setup here on Gusta if he can find it.
Oh my god, Sagan actually reads it out. Chan's still able to dish out the damage, but again, that's where the Lunox comes in handy. I thought I was gonna hit, and then he's gonna go for
Luis
ult,
on the
and then he
hunt,
goes
though.
for the hit. But yeah, Luis is on the hunt. Not really gonna be able to commit just yet, though. So both teams just disengage unless Papadog gets caught with Wild Charge. He is gonna be able to turn it back around onto RRQ Akira. Luis is gonna be sprayed down right there as Gusta still dealing a lot of damage in the back. Flickering out to safety as he's gonna be able to kite for a bit, but King will fall to the hands of Kai, who's still running wild on RRQ Akira. And there's a triple kill, and in the mid lane, it's a 1v1 where Chan's gonna be able to actually deal out the damage to shut Gusta down. Takashi coming back at it, getting the decimate and getting a trade back in. It's a 4-for-1.
Out of nowhere. That's a 4-for-1 after securing the Lord. Both these teams right now, after taking a Lord, has gotten taken out very decisively. What is going on? RRQ Akira, they stood there with 2 members in that late game in a Lord push situation.
I mean, now we've been talking about Gusta Lagusta, and Kai has heard it, and he's like, what about me, right? He's 7-1-3, just had a massive play there. So either way, this game can be anybody's game. S11 still in a good position, and a lot of it still. It's the same thing mirrored across these two team compositions. Who gets that pick off? Who finds a person out of their team? I mean, if it's Papadog, great, right? If he can get someone from RRQ Akira out of here, and that target is most likely probably going to be Takashi as we see him try to focus on these side lane pushes a little bit. But still, as we're about a little over a minute away from that next Lord, it is going to be a crucial to who has the numbers advantage leading up to that objective. But taking a look at the items, how are things going here, Arashi?
A Cursed Helmet and an Oracle for Jotun in the jungle. This is a bit of a hybrid build. He wants to do some damage. He needs to have enough to threaten the backline, but still be tanky enough to survive these big crazy fights. As I'm analyzing, the fight breaks open again, Mirko.
That Divine Judgment was massive, finds the member, but Chan's gonna be able to trade it back onto Sagan, onto Gusta. Kai is still dashing away. Kai is the way of the dragon, brings King back, locks him down for Jotun to deal the damage back in. Erwin with the Jikundo knocks him up. It's an upset in the making once again, as it's another 4-for-1.
Can they actually push into the base here? It's only Luis. There's more than 20 seconds. They're going in.
Erwin with the Flicker combo and the Jeep Kundo. The mini waves needs to be cleared out. Luis is trying his best to actually buy some time. 5 seconds onto the Lunox right now. That's going to be Luis jumping in again. And that's S11 Gaming pulling another stop to upset the odds. RRQ Akira is down. Their 33 consecutive wins have been shut down by S11.
That is such a crazy situation here. The fight is so dynamic, they don't really know what's going on. But S11, with the superior burst, with the more dangerous pick of potential going towards Gusta Lagusta, they're able to make it work. This is an upset, and I think we saw the stats earlier. Everyone is wrong. Ankarakai.
I mean, I gotta say, we painted the picture early on. Group stages has been a surprise for everybody, and it's not done yet, right? This is only the first match of the day, and already, you saw the audience prediction, you saw the caster talent prediction. It was pretty much all RRQ Akira. Well, now, here's S11 Gaming. You can't count them out just yet.
3-way tie. Now it's possible. RRQ Akira 2-1. And S11 1-1. They need one more victory to actually get the same score. And then, dude, honestly, this is crazy. It's possible.
10 games later?
10 games.
Maybe.
10 games
are we
later.
ready? We might have to call back.
Well, can we get confirmation, right? But man, what a performance there from S11. It's actually very similar to Falcon, right? Again, everybody were writing them off after the first game against Valley, and then they just popped off. They showed why they're meant to be here. They've proven. And that one Latomcaster, who predicted S11. He's probably just
He's jumping in his seat right now, man.
never doubted.
Never doubted them.
I
Full
mean,
support.
full support, but this is why I just think, you know, out of the M series and everything else, this is one of the most hype, interesting, leading into knockout stage. I mean, we've seen the likes of even Blacklist International have a setback, right? I mean, that's true, and a lot of these teams are out to prove a point here. And I gotta say, we were talking about Gusta Lagusta. He had a massive game himself, but I feel like at one point, you just had a hard time at really trying to escape all those initiations, those tools that S11 Gaming had. And even Kai, right? Kai was popping off as well. And that's when I was like, hold on, we gotta quit talking about Gusta Lagusta. Let's talk about Kai here.
So
I would
you're
talk
saying,
about Kai, but
despite Gusta performing that well, the B-Trick is still not successful, right?
unreal.
This is not-
Exactly.
It's B-Trick's curse.
I mean,
Beatrice curse.
I was gonna talk about Kai, but there was just no time. Action just kept piling on. I'm about to say that in the late game, with more quote-unquote assassins on the side of S11, they have a lot more chances to pick off Gusta Lagusta, especially with this build. He has the Wind of Nature, but that's about it. At any moment, Chan and Jotun can both jump at him, and he has no defenses against them except for sustain. And on the flip side, if RRQ Akira wants to try and dive towards Kai, he is on an Irithel. He has the sprint as well, so he is a lot more maneuverable in these situations. And as we talked about the burst potential, I guess there's some coming in from Sagan. He has the core items, the Clock of Destiny, the Lightning Truncheon, and the Genius Wand, but the damage does not come out as quickly as a Kadita or a Joy. So composition-wise, S11 have a unfair advantage when it comes to those surprising moments.
I mean, one of the big question marks here for me was that Martiz, right? How would you utilize that? And I feel like Takashi really struggled in this game. He got caught out sometimes as well. And you can also accredit that to Papa Dog. He really did find those wild charges where he needed to. He found the angles that he needed to. But Chan, man, I mean, even early game, we talk about Kai and everything else, Erwin with the setups, but even Chan early on, I think he was, 3-0 at one point, 4-0, just bursting people down, massively throughout the game, and it just worked out well for them, right? We are going to be taking a look at the post-game stats as well, and get a better picture of how this all happened for this best of one.
What's really impressive for me for S11 Gaming from them is the shift, right? The transitional shift for them in who carries the game.
Yeah.
Early on, it was Chan. Then you saw Papa Dog was just helping Chan out with those setups with Erwin. But then later on, they were like, yeah, Kai, you got it, bro. We just open up some space. We dive in to create a front to back for you. It's a dive comp, but that dive is just to provide for Kai in the later stages.
You know, I thought that RRQ Akira would have a bit more advantage in the pickoff game due to the wave clear, because usually B-Trix, right, will be clearing so fast with those abilities. But looking later, just now, in the mid game, S11 has so much more to work with. I mean, even in the mid lane, the reason why Chan was able to be so dynamic, so active, was the fact that he is on a Kadita, but he is also backed up by a Cho, so that wave clear in the mid lane is just so good. And this duo, Cho and Kadita, is just very, very dangerous, and RRQ don't really have a solution.
Yeah, I mean, the combination alone is the solution, or is it Arashi, right? But actually, let's hold the solution here. The solution was the MVP of the game, and it's going to be none other than Kai. As we said, amazing performance on this Irithil. He had a pretty much vacation mode early on, and then he just was allowed to pop off, right? And this really worked out well for him, able to maneuver the way he needed to, especially the way that just Irithil works, where you don't really have to stop and shoot, right? That's one of the best advantages here, but a great MVP performance.
Definitely. Right? I mean, you could see that, again, Irithil has just not been performing well here, Arashi, in M4. But Kai, he made it work, just like Gusta was almost able to make the B-Trix work.
I think it's all about situational context, right? Because in the game like this, we talk about the win condition for RRQ Akira. It's about diving in the back line. So if you're on a gold laner that can just be so mobile, bring a sprint as well, RRQ is going to struggle to find you. Take a look at some of the highlights here and see some of the moves coming in from Kai. But early on, it's just a huge slugfest coming in. And in a way, it just seems very coin-flippy from both teams. But, you know, if the results speak for themselves, there's no issue with it. But you can see that the crowd control is mainly what becomes a big problem here. There is damage in the hands of RRQ Akira, but when they are caught off position, when they are threatened constantly by the possibility of just being locked down, it it makes it very difficult for them to actually be active. Look at Gusta here, completely zoned away before any spells are even used, and even then, in the end, he is still taken out by Chan. And in contrast to that, you can see that Kai, yes, he is kiting very well, he's maneuvering around all the danger, but at the same time, the only real way that anyone can get to him is Takashi just running at him. Look at King, trying his best to catch up, it's just not enough.
I mean, that moment right there that we just saw in the highlights is a frustrating part because Kai's like one hit away and you can't catch him. Grandma. Right? So what happened? But it's a great thing that happened because now, again, this makes things even more interesting for the day.
Yeah.
Whether you want to look at it as, more games ahead of us as the night goes on, it's not just going to be 6 best of ones. It could be more. But I think there still has to be some other things falling into place here.
Everything needs to come together, right? And for Group D right now, I mean, personally, I've been saying this for a long time, ever since the group was formed in the group draw. I feel like this is the most competitive group right now. I feel like all the teams are at the same skill level, and we're seeing it happen here. S11 beating Akira, Akira beating Hawk and Valley, but losing to S11. It's rock, paper, scissors.
I mean, at this point, I gotta say, guess coins, predictions, they're pretty much like just take them and throw them out because they're destroyed. But we do have to focus on the next match, right? The next match, the second match of the day, is right here. Occupy Thrones versus Echo from the Philippines. It's
It's a banger.
If
gonna leave it there.
Occupy Thrones wins against Echo, then there's a possibility of Group C ending in a tiebreaker too. So we might have 2 groups going to 3-way ties, and we are all wearing ties.
We are.
It's a sign. It's a sign, bro.
We jinxed it.
I don't think you can come on the desk without a time.
Yeah, exactly.
Take this up.
So
do we want ties? Like in the groups, I mean? No, that's reality.
I was going to say, we'll leave it at that, right? But Arashi, I know you're excited. I know you're not Ghani here, but I know you're excited for this, especially after the first match, right? Violence. But we're going to be taking a short break here, so sit tight. We'll be back after this for match number 2.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause rest the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here Now's your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the coast. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
someday you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back. We are live at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship in Indonesia. It's me again, Naisu. Alongside me is Mirko and Arashi. And for those at home watching, we are ready to bring you more MLBB action in the last day of the group stages. Mirko, how are we feeling, especially after what just happened in the last series?
I'm feeling great because we are set up for greatness, right? Dare to be great, the tagline for M4, it's real. It's real for every single team. And right now, it can happen for both Group C and D, right? The tiebreaker is still possible. So we'll just have to witness the greatness.
Well, before we witness more greatness, we would, of course, like to thank our sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and esports charts, our analytical partner. Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And Arashi, any thoughts from the last series and what are you looking forward to for the next one?
Well, this sounds repetitive, but I keep saying violence. But I fully,
He's just full of violence, bro.
I fully expect that this next game is going to be a slugfest as well, because we've seen it again and again. When you are the one making the first move, you have a bit of an advantage. You catch your opponents just slightly off guard, and that is all you need to actually make a decisive moment happen in such a high level.
Well, we're going to take a look at the rest of today's schedule. Again, this is only the second match upon us of 6 best-of-1s here, for now. For now. So it's going to be Occupy Thrones versus Echo next, and then we're going to actually see S11 Gaming play again against Team Hawk, and that is also going to be a very crucial matchup here halfway through the day.
All right, so if this were to happen, if the two-way tiebreaker or the two-group tiebreaker were to happen, Echo needs to win this game, and then RSG needs to beat Echo later. And for S11 in Group D, they need to be able to beat Hawk for that to happen.
Yeah,
I mean, sounds like so much ifs.
So much ifs.
There's all if, ands, and buts, basically. But let's also take a look at the buts. B-U-T.
Okay.
But let's look at today's group standing for Group C here, Arashi.
Echo in a 1-0, followed by RSG in the same situation. Unfortunately for the home country here, Araki Hoshi is 1-1, but Occupy Thrones, they are definitely the underdogs, and we've been hearing that they are attempting to occupy the thrones.
It's a tongue twister,
It's a tongue twister. The double THs, man.
You want to do it again?
Try it again.
There you go.
Occupy the thrones.
I like it.
So we have to see if they can succeed in doing so today, because what we heard is from a medium bird that there's something very spicy in store for us.
They're ready to shock the world, right? Yeah. Occupy Thrones right now. Again, a very similar story to a lot of these just dark horses here. Incendio Supremacy came out just playing insane at such a high level yesterday in Group A. And right now, Occupy Thrones, with a few days of breaks for them to really learn and to really just refine their craft, I believe it. I believe Occupy Thrones will show the best version of their team here today.
Yeah, I mean, they had plenty of time to prepare here, but before we get into that, I want you guys to take a sneak peek at all the M4 events and about all the rewards you can get. The M4 Pass is already available for purchase. The exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine, and more await you. Man, your tongue twisterness has rubbed off on you. But the M4 support chest is also available in the game for you to open for loads of M4 Pass XP on the day of M4 Finals. That's January 15. Expect to get an avatar border for free. Who wouldn't want that? And for free. We love free things, right? And in the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. That, yet again, is free.
Oh my god. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to be Great. Moonton's daring to be great with the M4 Pass too, because it's available right now and you guys can all just play and complete the tasks, and you guys will be able to reach level 75 at ease, alright? G the Ico is somewhere here. He's already level 150.
Is that true?
Unreal. Yeah, he's got the figurine, or well, not yet, but he's already gone all the way to level 150, so he secured it for himself. But obviously, he also got all the other exclusive rewards, like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the figurine that we were talking about. So you guys, if you want a chance to get that, do it. Play right now. Complete the task. Don't miss it like I missed the Roger fee.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
I'm sorry,
because
man.
I missed it too, man. You know, we are busy as well,
We
right?
are.
So
Very busy.
That's there. But we are going to be taking a look here at the lineups for this match. Again, it's Occupy Thrones and Echo ahead of us. But taking a look first, we're going to look at the lineup for Occupy Thrones specifically. And here we go. Arashi, who do we got here?
Fury 77 in the mid lane, Hulk in the XP lane, Gato in the gold lane, Leo, the man himself, in the jungle,
The caster?
Maro. Maro is the highlighted player here, the prodigy. But yes, the caster Leo is with us in spirit as well, Mirko.
Well, it's their last chance. So welcome all the way from Mina, Occupy Thrones.
Cool. And as you said, Mirko, I mean, this is a very dire situation for them. Again, they're not out of the tournament, right? No one's going out of the tournament here, but they will be fighting. And again, Arashi, you mentioned it. Who knows what will happen here? Who knows what we'll see ahead of us? But if anything is to speak about itself, the last series tells us a lot. And now on the screen, we've got Echo Philippines. We've got Sanji in the mid lane, Sanford in the XP lane, Benny Cutie in the gold lane, Carl Teasy in the jungle, and JP once again in the roam position.
Still no Yaoi here on stage at M4. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Orcas, Echo Philippines!
Definitely making a strong appearance here. And JP, all those dynamic engages, very, very scary. So this is once again a bit of a showdown in the roam position. Who can be the more dominant, the more aggressive and successful engager for his team?
Well, I mean, there's a lot to question here, right? But already we've seen Echo especially play, and it was a very dominant game for them. But we're also going to be taking a look at the talent predictions here across the board.
Whoa.
That's a lot of Orcas. That's a lot of Echo.
It's a whole pod.
6, right? Here. What did you guys vote for? We'll see it later. Okay, you know what? Let's look at it, right? I wonder what Naisu predicted.
Oh.
Why are you asking me?
Because, you know, you have some stakes in it.
Yeah.
Technically.
Let's see. Naisu.
Take a look.
All right.
Wow.
Oh, 6. Oh, 12. All 12
Wait,
talents
what?
predicted Echo. Not a single person in the talent prediction here went for Occupy, even from Mina, Alcubi.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my boy Burrito, by the way, one of the latest additions from the caster search in the Philippines. And yeah, I guess this is to pretty much put it in plainly, is a lot of people are supporting Echo. Also, there was already a massive fan base because of Carl Teasius there, right? And we all know about Carl Teasy. We all know the prodigy that he once was, and now he's this veteran, right? He's this veteran player here. He's there to support the team. But that's not to say that Occupy Thrones can't give them a game here. The keys to victory, Arashi.
Utilize the pick of heroes well in the hands of Maro. Draft a better combo around it as well to capitalize on the situation, avoid the massive errors, control the aggression, and have a bit more patience. That comes with experience, but they have been experiencing a lot in the past few days. Expect a new hero composition coming in from Echo, just in case. And of course, once that's over, own the throne and let it be known, right? That they are here to rumble.
They need to show what they got right now. 0-2, currently in the standings, right? Not looking too good. On the other side, Echo, they're looking really good. They're looking like, again, they're contenders.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the keys to victory here, surprise Occupy Thrones with Daddy.
Daddy,
JP's
Daddy,
unknown
I like that,
hero.
I like that.
I like that. Whoever wrote that, great job. Maintain the momentum. Give Benny Cutie space to farm. Don't give Maro and Leo their comfort heroes. Maro is a standout for Occupy Thrones.
I agree.
I think that is a crucial key to victory for Echo here, especially if he gets his hands on the Franco. That's going to be devastating. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's either taken or banned out here from Echo, right? Because Maro is definitely a threat to be reckoned with, but Echo, the keys to victory there. And also, if you're Occupy Thrones, try your best to control Carl Teasy, right? Don't allow him to excel in that jungler. And looking at the audience prediction as well, it's quite the slide, right, for Echo here. But this is actually very interesting.
Vietnam.
Yeah. They're rooting for Occupy Thrones.
66% of them, you know? All right, we'll see it. We'll see if Occupy Thrones are ready to go up against Echo, one of the tournament favorites, one of the teams that's just been hyped up for M4. I put them as the only other double S tier team with Onyx.
Here's the scary part though, right? The caster curse has been absolutely real.
There you go. There you
in
go.
the caster predictions,
There was
it's
12.
full gang orca. It's a full pod of orcas, of 12 orcas. And that is just a scary situation to deal with, man.
That is a great point, Arashi. Let's see if that comes to fruition here. But we're jumping into the draft for this game. It's going to be Echo on the blue side, Occupy Thrones on the red. Some of the bands already coming out here. That's the Kai, the Faramis is taken out by Echo. Occupy Thrones so far with a 1-1. Next band going to come out, it's the Carry. So they're focusing on that gold lane option here for Benny Cutie specifically.
They just hate Benny. They don't want Benny to play these marksmen. But hey, you're seeing Echo right now. Their bands are like, hey, Maro, we saw what you did up against Araki Hoshi. It was pretty impressive. So we'll respect it now with the Franco band. The Akai and the Faramis is also respect, right? Especially the Akai, because we've seen that Leo really likes to play the Akai. He's played it 2 times, I believe, in 2 of their games, so 100%.
And he's been playing very well, especially in that Retribution department, particularly against Araki Hoshi. He was able to win the vast majority, if not all, of the Retribution battles, because even when the Lord or neutral objective was secured by Araki Hoshi, it wasn't on Albert. So it's a very interesting situation, but of course, if they want to go for something more aggressive, having a tank in the jungle can work. A more aggressive tank, though, will be preferable.
I feel like this could be an Eve first pick if they want to go that route. We've seen, the performance so far, and pretty much everybody playing Eve, how well it's been. There it is, right? We've seen Sanji,
Very good.
the outplay potential, and look at that win rate. That was 70% win rate so far for this Eve.
Sanji's probably feeling confident, man. I mean, do you remember the last time he played Yves?
Yeah.
Solo killed Lemon in the mid lane. Why not? Just pick it up again. But from Occupy Thrones, they pick up the Kaja and the Fredrin. Very fast drafts, however. Echo instantly respond to the draft with the Yu Zhong pick, which is going to be really good because it basically says, hey, Occupy Thrones. Now, you can pick whatever you want in the back line. We'll have 2 members that can constantly dive towards that back line, and one can even kick you back to the team.
And keep in mind the wave clear available right here. Yves, Cho, and Yu Zhong. That's a lot of dominant laning, and that's a lot of lane pressure that Occupy Thrones need to deal with before they can even attempt to go for a pickoff. The final pick will be a Valentina, but given the circumstances here, I'm not sure how well this will do.
This is reminiscent of Echo's draft when they played RRQ, right? I mean, I know you're nodding over here too. You saw it happening, so I'm wondering if those last 2 picks are something similar here. It would be great if Occupy Thrones can maybe focus on those bands and not let that happen to be the same draft. But already looking at this matchup here as well, between the 2 gold laners, we've got Carry for Benny Cutie, and we've got the Leslie pick here. Now, I feel like, this is, the stats are there, but still, Leslie is a force to be reckoned with if she is allowed to get to the point where she is popping off of that true damage, able to get to the late game here. But one crucial thing is Occupy Thrones need to be able to get there, right? If they can get to the late game, and they're rolling, I don't know if they're going to pick the Leslie here, right? But if they want to roll with that, then that is a great option. But like you said, Arashi, Valentina still a highly picked hero, but still, we saw the same thing, right? The struggle of Lemon when he was playing against Sanji, trying to get the right ultimates, and then even when he couldn't, Echo did such a good job at holding those ultimates off, right? Staying so far away that it was so difficult to utilize the IMU ultimate for Valentina. And I feel like that is going to be a similar case here for this matchup.
On top of that, right, Sanji's also just a very oppressive mid laner. On this Yves, constantly just poking, clearing, and rotating. Super fast rotations coming in. And sometimes he even splits with JP. JP goes to one lane, and Sanji rotates to the other. There's no weak side of the map in a lot of Echo games because of that dynamic. And now, we're seeing the last bans come through from both Occupy and Echo. It's the Hayabusa and the Joy. Still respecting towards Carl TZ, but you're already seeing right now a Lapu pick, which basically means that the Fredrin will go to the jungle for Occupy Thrones and for Echo. Now, what do they want to go for? Is it still an assassin that they want to go for Carl TZ? Or now that you mentioned he's a veteran, he's been playing a lot more utility junglers.
If he goes for utility, it has benefit here, considering that they have a very significant backline. But exactly, if they want to be a threat for the backline of Occupy Thrones in those later stages of the game as well, they need something that can dive in. Because for now, it does look very solid. So many melee our short-range heroes on the side of Occupy Thrones, and they have to walk through all the crowd control on the side of Echo. It's not looking very promising.
Lancelot. Man.
almost.
Man. Yeah. Naisu was just saying to me.
Yeah, I was wondering what's going on there.
He said Lancelot, but he did not. Yeah, you just.
I meant Ling.
Yeah.
You
my
misread.
bad. My bad.
Linksalot.
Linksalot.
Linksalot. That works
Linksalot
too.
and Herod. Man, all right. So looking at it, honestly, in terms of damage, they've gone it down, right? It's a multi-dimensional draft in that department. They are going to be dealing physical and magical damage, and there's a lot of that. So it's going to be hard for Occupy Thrones to really, build defensively, respecting that kind of damage coming in. Final pick, Beatrix.
This is the thing, though. We've seen this before, right? If they give up that real-world manipulation to the Valentina here from Occupy Thrones, hey, we've got the Hereth. We'll Zaman Force in and fight in the box of death. I think that's pretty much what they're going for here. So it also kind of counterplays around having that ultimate available to you.
And on a Beatrix, it's a tough situation when you're dealing with a Yu Zhong, man. You need some protection, but as it stands, there's only 1 or 2 members that can use their crowd control to try and save Gado, but that's going to be a costly expenditure, especially because with a Yve, right, and with a Hereth available, you need to lock them down to ensure that your team does not get decimated.
Yeah, I mean, these are all great points here. We've seen the lineups for both of these teams. We've got the crowd being hyped up as well. We can hear them behind us, and that is from Occupy Thrones corner, and they're getting ready to go in this second match of the day. Again, crucial match here for Occupy Thrones and Echo ahead of them, but we're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 2, Echo Philippines and Occupy Thrones.
Ooh. Again, I don't know, man. Now that you mention it, Arashi, the caster curse, right? The talent prediction curse right now. Yeah, there's been a lot of jinxing the last 2 days, man. So we'll see if Echo can break that curse or if Occupy Thrones just gets that momentum, that buff from the curse.
Right, to be fair, on a Ling right here, there's still a lot of crowd control available to just shut him down completely. Divine Judgment, the taunts coming in from Leo, the Terrify coming in from Fury as well. There are options to play around with, but I really feel that there is no... It's a certain case that Gado will have a very difficult time.
Maro, though, already forced to flicker early on here. Fury 77 rotates, again, helping his roamer out, but without that flicker early on, there's not much that he loses. Maro's looking for a cheeky steal. He doesn't get it, but he does get level 2.
Playing with danger there, but Maro, he's going to stick around. He doesn't have the flicker, but early enough that it shouldn't really be too bad of a situation. Now that first turtle that does come up, you'll probably see Echo make a beeline for it and then force probably Occupy Thrones to try to contest that, or they just give it away and stay a little bit safer, right? Early game, try not to let that snowball get out of hand here from Echo, which we've seen them do before, and just allow yourself to build up here for Occupy Thrones. Look at the focus on the bottom side, though. They're going to be looking here for Benny Cutie, looking for a moment. Leo's going to go down.
Yeah, he tries his best to just look for just a CC there, but again, it's not really going to hit for now. Benny's actually going to be able to win out in that trade against Gado, too. So that rotation towards the bottom lane, not really achieving anything at all. It's actually going to be Echo who utilizes that and punishes Occupy Thrones for revealing themselves in the bottom lane without getting anything. And Echo are controlling the turtle side now with the turtle spawning.
Occupy Thrones, I mean, it's not a bad move to try and go for the other side of the map, because let's be real, in the early game, trying to contest Echo with all this crowd control, all these AoE abilities, it's gonna be a bit foolish of an attempt unless they can get some crazy pick-off. So they go for the play on the gold lane. As you said, Mirko, it's unfortunate they were unable to get anything, not even the turret gold. So for Echo, that's a small victory, one of many, most likely for this game. And I think now it's level 4, ultimately will be used to actually engage fights.
Maro's going to be caught, has the flicker, gets out again, and someone else used the flicker here. It's Gado in the gold lane.
Yeah, I was just wondering, about this matchup here in the gold lane specifically. Gado, they have the news, right? There's no flicker available here. Gado's got to be careful. That's why we see Maro making his way too. But he should be careful.
Walks up, gets knocked up, and that's first blood over to Benny QT.
He had the information, right? You called it as well, Mirko. Flicker was down. They played around that, and now They also gave that kill to Benny Cutie, right? He's running that Hereth in the gold lane, has the mystery shop here. So the scaling there is going to be in his favor. It's going to make it really hard for Gato.
Way the Dragon and Divine Judgment locking KarlTzy down, and it's Maru who picks up a kill. But look who's here, all the way for the XP lane. Sanford with the Petrify, getting Leo petrified as well to pick up a double kill as Hulk rotates over to the mid lane with a Brave Fire. He's angry. Sanji's going to be caught. Stunned up. Hulk picks up a kill and trades it back. But somewhere, it's still Echo who has the better trade.
Hulk Smash.
Hulk Smash coming in. That's a lot of damage that they can't ignore. And at least until later on, when they have some more items to deal with, this is what that Lapu Lapu can do. The Yuzong is a dangerous threat to the backline, but so is the Lapu Lapu. And in a way, a lot more dynamic as well.
Way the Dragon by Fury77, stealing it away. Just canceling out the engage or the pick potential that JP was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you have to constantly be worried if you are Echo about the Divine Judgment pickoffs, which we've seen Maro do, right? He's going to constantly press that situation in favor for Occupied Thrones. That's the tool they have. They're doing it here.
Maro with Divine Judgment, the Flicker. JP does the same, and he brings Gato back. The Spawn Force was popped in, and the Muse Passion is not enough to take Benny down. It wasn't even enough to take him low. Echo get the turtle too, and it is a disaster for Occupied Thrones. Echo right now controlling the game, 2.3k gold lead.
It's a 2v3 outplay on the back of JP, just really identifying who he needs to kick under the turret, and I think that would just benefit them so much. Benny Cutie now 2-0. He has the mystery shop as well, so he'll be scaling a lot quicker than I think Occupied Thrones might expect. And on Hereth, that's going to be very difficult because, again, we've mentioned it already, the lack of crowd control from the side of Occupied Thrones will be an issue in that mid game.
JP, again, just so lethal on this Cho. Gets the Way the Dragon down onto Leo. JP's going to be caught low, but that's going to be called TZ, who jumps in with the Tempest of Blades. Also has the follow-up from the Spawn Force from Benny. Fury77 forced to flicker out, and Echo, it's just Echo everywhere.
Maro, though, he's still holding on to the Divine Judgment, but they give it the recall here. That's the thing, right? I mean, I feel like if you're Occupied Thrones, you've already tried a lot here in the bottom side. Gato, unfortunately, is 0-3. He is falling behind in terms of farm and everything else and itemization, so it makes it even harder for him. And that's why you see Echo, right? They know this weak point here, and they're going to keep pressing it until at least they get that tier 1. And that's what we see even JP doing here. But let's take a look at the items on how this is all resulted out for Rashi.
Right, I mean, it's such a high-paced game. Benny Cutie at this point has a Feather Heaven and the Divine Glaive, so a lot of damage and a lot of DPS, not just burst damage, but actually he's going to be walking into a bit of a trap, but JP turns it around yet again.
With the Way the Dragon, but it's going to be Maro who finds the Divine Judgment onto Benny, who's able to actually pop that Spawn Force, looking for a trade. It's just JP who gets taken down in the mid lane. Sanji flickers forward. Hulk's going to be taken down with a basic attack. The fade away from Sanji.
I like to call that the athletic flicker, right? Because so we've seen Sanji do that how many times now? He flickers in, gets someone really low, and then it's literally one auto attack for the kill.
It's down to the wire with these players, man. It's unfortunate for Occupied Thrones. They get a small victory, but now, without the mid lane turret, Echo can extend their pressure into the jungle, and now it thought that Gato was having a difficult time. Leo will start feeling that pressure as well, but look at the play.
JP, again, finding Maro. That's going to be the real world inflation popped in. JP going to be chunked there as Leo jumps in, looking for that red tree. Does not get it. It's still JP. Wow!
JP doing everything here, and that is the zoning potential that Echo has. We talk a lot about the range differential. Having a real-world manipulation means that they can do things like this.
That's the Tempest of Blades, knocking Maro up. KarlTzy styling here in the game. 9-3 for Echo as Benny actually moves forward. Fury's gonna be taken low, taken down to the mega kill. Sanford jumps in, the Way the Dragon is there too, and that's the passive. It's all just fadeaways and pure style from Echo.
On the shoulders of Daddy JP,
Daddy
we're seeing Echo just make play after play here. It's 6.5k now, almost 8 minutes into the game. And this is tough, right? If you're Occupied Thrones, like I was saying, Gato, that gold lane, who you hope that you have available to come online for the late game, is not going to be there anytime soon. BOD just being picked up here 8 minutes in.
And keep in mind, KarlTzy He is doing something we've seen before, the killing spree on that Ling. So he is out for blood. And Benny Cutie, already a Holy Crystal at 8 minutes? What? That is a lot of damage. And as we mentioned already, Gado will not be having a good time at all. So much damage, so much range from Sanji, but also all the dive coming in from the rest of the 4 players from Echo Philippines.
Right now, focus on the top side. They're going to get that tier 2. All in the meantime, waiting 30 seconds for that next Lord to come up here. Again, at this point, this is a massive lead for Echo Philippines. Occupy Throne's going to be forced to find any pick they could potentially get here. But now you're going to see even the pressure for that purple buff. If it comes up, Conceal Play going to come out. Nothing committed just yet. But Occupy Throne's trying to turtle up here on the tier 2. Meanwhile, Echo just trying to buy time for that next Lord, for the first Lord of the game to come up.
Again, right? Echo, they got the lead. They're not really going to go for these crazy engages because they don't need to. It's unnecessary, right? They already have control over most of the map right now. They can just constantly be playing around with the Lord, forcing Occupy Thrones to walk out of the base. And when they do so, that 7.4k gold lead speaks for itself.
And you can still abuse the fact that Carl Tizzy is just so mobile. He is still getting resources right now, but JP turns it around.
Where the Dragon, but Divine Judgment comes in. That's going to be JP taken down, but the backline's going to be targeted down by Sanford and Benny QT with his Mon Force. 1-for-1, Roamer for gold. It's Echo who takes the better trade once again. Leo going to be able to taunt Sanji up. Maro's going to be taken low. Carl TZ jumping in. Maro flickering out of the real world equation. The Appraiser's Wrath was so close to getting Sanji, but he's still here. He calculated that one. Flickers out to safety. Occupy Thrones have lost their jungler.
Echo is on a mission right now, and they understand that Gado is part of their win condition. We saw that Sanford was able to actually get on top of multiple members earlier in that fight, but he ignores everyone and heads straight for Gado. That is dedication. That is a man of focus, determination, and sheer will.
JP is a man of violence. Oh, but there's another kick. Sanford, they're going to be targeted by Hawk as he smashes towards the back line, but Gado just gets melted down by Carl TZ. What is he supposed to do? You just can't, withstand that damage anymore, man.
I mean, 10,000k at this point, right? 10 minutes in.
10,000k, that's a lot of gold.
10,000k, that is a lot of gold. And they're marching, right? I mean, you got to handle this Lord, Occupy Thrones. That's the question. Can they even hold on this long enough?
They have so much high ground damage as well coming in from Echo Philippines, and I can't help but feel like Occupy need to play a bit more defensively, but Echo won't let it happen.
JP again with an engage, but will be caught, but Sanford finds the Petrify onto 3, the Furious Dive onto 2, and a kill on Gado. Mid lane base are going to be taken down now by Echo as they're looking to end the game. Benny just styling with his Mon Force under the base, under everything. Leo is still not able to find a kill. It's a legendary by Benny, and it's Echo who are still undefeated in groups.
They just stomp down, march through the base, understanding that they have all the tools available, and they are rationing their utility so well. They don't waste any spells. There's not a single moment in this high-action, high-paced game where we thought, wow, that was a bit overkill. Everything is rationed to perfection, and Occupy Thrones, man, they just got outclassed.
It was 12,000k.
12,000.
But jokes aside, Echo disciplined, calm and collected, honestly, like throughout the entirety of the game. And I feel you feel for Gado because the man didn't get to play. He was just, every time that he was up, he was ganked.
Assassinated.
Yeah. And
JP. He got daddied.
He got daddied.
He got daddied. And it's tough because again, when you have, and maybe this doesn't help the situation with the win rate for Beatrix. Man.
Oh yeah,
not at all.
Beatrix,
yikes.
With the skin, I thought, right? Beatrix's win rate would be good, would be meta. Right now, it's meta.
The figurine, though.
No, the figurine is still dope, though.
We'll have to wait, man. But it's so sad. It's not his fault. What can he do there? There was really no option. Even if he went for a defensive item, there's multiple sources, right?
Exactly.
There's magical, there's physical, some are assassins. The mage, the real manipulation from far away as well. There's just no option at all for him to play that game.
That's why it's tough when you're against a team like Echo. And there's other teams that do this too, right? You focus like 2-3 bands on the marksman, and then they go with like Lunox Gold, Harith Gold. They have these mage kind of niche picks that work out really well. So you end up focusing on those marksman picks, and then you just have a hell of a time anyway because you're going against a mage in the gold lane, and it's just tough, right? And even with Maro, like when he got those divine judgments, unfortunately he was pulling someone to kill the teammate. Like that's the point of how disparity the gold here and the itemization was. But let's take a closer look at the items here, Arashi.
Taking a look right, the items, Gato, it's so sad. He only has a Blade of Despair. He wasn't allowed to play that game. He has the second lowest amount of gold in the game. Maro is the one in that position, but he has a Radiant Armor to try and mitigate the poke damage because, of course, Sanji is just so proactive.
You're proactive.
Hey, thanks, man. I mean, I try my best, but Sanji was trying even harder. He has the Enchanted Talisman, he has all the cooldowns, and he went for the Ice Queen wand first. Usually, when you see multiple fighters, you want to go for a glowing one early on, just to ensure that the max HP, the beefier HP bars, can be abused by the percentage HP damage. But he went for the Ice Queen's wand, knowing that he doesn't need to be the primary damage dealer. Everyone else on his team is geared for damage. Yuzong, Ling, as well as the Harith.
Even JP.
There's so much damage already.
Violence.
So he was playing almost pure utility all the way until the late game.
I mean, it was a game for the entire squad here of Echo. But, I mean, Mirko pointed it out, right? They didn't really have to do anything flashy. It was just kind of the fundamentals, and things just fell into place for them, and they continued on. And they never gave Occupy Thrones really an opportunity to come back. I mean, there was moments here for Occupy Thrones, especially like with Hulk, with that Lapu Lapu. But still, I gotta say, you know, the Valentina, a lot of teams are like, man, maybe it's like the glue, right? Let's force pick the Valentina. And then more often than not, so far, it's been very difficult to actually execute in game and find those ultimates that you want here.
In this game, the Valentina, I mean, it was a good pick, the Valentina. There's a lot of good ultimates to take, right? I mean, the Black Dragon form, the way the dragon that was used many times to actually just get a pick, and obviously the real world inflation. Thing is, they were just way too behind, and they were picked off everywhere, not just the mid lane. Fury 77 was doing all right in mid lane. He didn't really get solo killed there, but here, you could just see, man, everything. Sanji with the carry, Forgotten One, Carl Tizzy as the rich guy, but the damage dealt, the damage to turrets, man, it was just fully controlled objectively by Echo.
0 damage to turret, despite the fact that early on at least, Occupy Thrones were the one proactively rotating. As you mentioned, it all began in that early game, and Echo has just such solid fundamentals, and they were able to position so well and avoid the bulk of that aggression. And Occupy Thrones were the ones paying the price.
And, you know, we're going to be taking a look here at the MVP of the game, but I would be surprised if it's not Sanji here.
Benny?
Another amazing game.
Should be Sanji.
See. Could be Benny Cutie, but it's going to be neither. Right. It's going to be Sanford, the Yuzong.
The man with a mission.
Oh, man. You know, those petrifies, every time it comes out of nowhere, right?
That last one.
The last one, even the first one, remember?
Yeah.
In the mid lane, it was like, oh, Occupy got the dub in this trade. Nope, a dragon comes out of nowhere, and it's Sanford. He's 16 years old, right?
Yeah. This is why, like people say, the San duo is real, man. You know, like Sanford, Sanji, they both. And even that rotation, that was like, you couldn't have timed it better, right? That's just how good Echo is at rotating around the map. Not just Sanford, but again, the performance that he had on this Yuzong speaks for itself. An amazing game here for the MVP of match number 2. We'll get to see more about it in the highlights too in just a moment here, but Arashi, what sticks out to you the most, I mean, with Sanford's MVP performance?
I think it's just the fact that he understood the assignment, right? I say this a lot with a lot of these top tier players because it is common, but Sanford, during the course of the whole game, it really seems like he really knows what he wants to do. Temptations, possibilities were still flashing before his eyes. Maybe he can go for something more aggressive, but he knows that, as you mentioned, he doesn't have to do anything too flashy, right? He does the bare minimum, he does the fundamentals, and that alone is just so impressive because he was able to do the right things at the right time. Unfortunately here, Sanji does fall, but he was exerting pressure. He was matching Hulk in the side lane, and he's able to constantly just deny the backline from having any impact at all in these fights. Look here, above 4 people. He could have gone for the combo, but no, he just goes straight for Gato, knowing that that is exactly what
he hates Gato. Everyone on Echo hates Gato. Look at that, Carl TZ too. He took it personally, man.
This is the.
Oh, this one was.
This is the one.
This was nasty.
This was.
Boom.
Oh man.
That's what XP laners live for.
Yeah.
Moments like that. You see it too on Benedetta, right? I mean,
yes.
Very similar situation here, but again, congratulations to Zanford for getting the game MVP in a very, again, dominant game. Very similar to what we've seen from them so far. I mean, I think they play one more time later today. Echo
RSGSG.
RSGSG. And, you know, any team going against Echo has to think, how do we play around this? How do we deal, especially with the draft, man? I feel like Echo is one of those teams that is difficult to draft against because of that deep hero pool. And it was even there in the Keys to Victory. JP, being the veteran that he is, not just the daddy that he is, but the fact that he's been around for so long, that hero pool is deep.
It is. And you could see it, right? Because they've been flexing with his hero picks, right? Right now, I don't think he's picked the same hero twice just yet. And Echo actually have a chance to go undefeated in groups. They're the only team who has a chance to go undefeated right now, right? Because Akira just lost.
They broke the curse too, though.
They broke the caster curse. Well, for now. Some teams have broken that before, but again, we'll see up against RSGSG, right? But we'll also see our next match of the day, which is going to be S11 Gaming taking on Team Hawk. Woo. Okay, so right now, the scenarios for the tiebreakers, it's still on, bro.
It's still spicy.
It's still on, right? Because if RSG beat Echo, there's a chance of a 2-1 across the board for RRQ, RSG, and Echo. And here, if Team Hawk loses to S11, it's 2-1 across the board. Valley, Akira, RRQ Akira, and S11. So
what are the odds, man? Come on.
I mean, Mirko sounds like he wants 10 games, Arashi. I don't know about you, but
let's do it. You guys want 10 games too, right?
You want to extend the group stages? Well, we're going to have to find out for the next match ahead of us, but we're going to be taking a short break. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Mirko and Arashi. We'll see you after the break.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our hearts, we will be
Soy parte de S11 Gaming, una organización argentina que se creó hace muy poco tiempo, menos de un año, que bueno, tiene grandes objetivos en el competitivo y bueno, muchas ganas de trazar historia.
La atmósfera actual es... hay buen humor, a veces tenemos complicaciones, pero fuera de todo logramos resolverlo en un tiempo corto, a diferencia de algo que antes no manejaban muy bien, y que en el tiempo ya fuimos resolviéndolo.
Y cuando tuve la oportunidad de conseguirlo, sabía que tenía que hacerlo, tanto por mí, por el grupo y por el chico que alguna vez fui que arrancó todo esto.
Medio año, y en ese medio año nos hemos adaptado muy bien a todos, hemos tenido peleas, pero al fin de cuentas todos nos llevamos súper bien y hemos sabido conllevar el equipo y mejorar también.
Pienso que somos el equipo número 1 de Latinoamérica y nos respaldamos en nuestros logros conseguidos durante el año, con nuestros empeños y nuestro trabajo en equipo, aparte de que salimos campeones casi invictos de la Superliga.
Esto es Full Nexo, Argentina y Nakasa, el mate, el asadito, y esto se llama
Con el juego más satisfecho o impresionante con el que estuve de S11 fue el haber ganado a Malvinas en la Upper Bracket de la MLSL, porque con eso a victoria nosotros nos garantizamos llegar al Mundial y poder cumplir el objetivo, que es algo por lo cual venimos trabajando todo el año, y nos sirvió mucho como grupo, me sirvió a mí también personalmente porque te hace ver de otra manera el tema del juego, nos ayudó como grupo para estar más unidos, más confiados, y fue una victoria muy importante también.
Personalmente la expectativa, yo voy más siendo optimista, con la mente en blanco, de dar lo mejor de mí, intentar ganar todos los juegos, pero también teniendo los pies sobre la tierra, sabiendo que es un mundial y que no hay que subestimar a ningún equipo porque ningún país va a perder y son los mejores de cada región.
Para el equipo, no solo para mí, el simple hecho ya de estar compitiendo contra los mejores del mundo es un orgullo tremendo para nosotros, nuestra familia, nuestro país, para el continente en general, que somos los que estamos representando. Y ser los campeones del mundo, la verdad que no... Cualquier cosa que me imagine sé que va a superar mis expectativas, así que no podría decirte lo que sería para mí, porque estoy seguro que va a superar mis expectativas completamente.
Para mi equipo ganar la M4 sería un logro muy importante en nuestras vidas, es algo que venimos buscando desde el principio de años y creemos que tenemos la capacidad para llegar. Nos vamos a mantener el número 1 todo el tiempo que no nos propongamos, siempre y cuando estemos unidos para trabajar.
Bueno, nada, creo que todos sentiríamos satisfacción, el sentimiento de haber logrado algo que no todos, al fin y al cabo muchos equipos compiten en el mundial y solo uno es el que sale campeón. Ya el hecho de clasificar al mundial es un gran logro, pero bueno, todo el mundo quiere ganarlo, todos soñamos con ganarlos y nos daría satisfacción, algo de que enorgullecernos, además de lo que ya conseguimos.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my vision. victory. And something that's gotta give, cause greatness is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will
Is this the comeback of the Rising Champions against a firing squad that is S11? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the group stage here for M4. It's the last day. Again, my name is Naisu, and I'm here on the desk with Mirko and Arashi. How we feeling?
Feeling good, man. And
Feeling
we
manly.
are feeling
Manly.
manly. Why are we feeling manly, Arashi? Explain.
Because we have Mirko M, A Arashi, and Naisu N. We are the man lineup serving you today.
We've got you covered, ladies and gentlemen, for S11 versus Team Hawk, which is going to be kind of one of the,
it's a dire match.
It's a scenario. There's
Yeah.
a scenario for a tiebreaker right now. And if S11 actually beats Hawk and Hawk loses against Valley later on the day, we'll have a three-way tie in this group. So that's what needs to happen exactly. Hawk's definitely not going to want that, though.
I mean, maybe the people at home want that, right? They still want to watch these group stages unfold. But before we get started, we would like to thank our official sponsors once again. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and eSports Charts, our analytical partner. Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, we are grateful to all you sponsors. This amazing event would not be possible without all of you. So, with that being said, we also are going to take a look at today's schedule in just a bit. But, I mean, this is the halfway point, right? I mean, match 3 is ahead of us. We started the day off on I feel like a high note, but also a surprise note, right?
Right.
And it started with S11, right? So we're going to be taking a look at the schedule for today for how the rest of the day can unfold. And like you said, there's a lot of scenarios here, Mirko, at play.
Well, let's take a look at it right now. Again, if you guys missed match 1 and 2, here are the results. S11 upset the world again by beating RRQ Akira. Echo, PH, still one of the title contenders here, beating Occupy Thrones. And now we're here. Match 3, S11 Gaming versus Team Hawk. Again, if the tiebreaker were to happen in Group D, S11 has to win this, and then later on, the Valley will have to win against Team Hawk.
So a lot of ifs for sure, but later on, of course, Echo against RSG and RRQ against RSG as well. So plenty of exciting matches. We're only halfway through, so don't miss out. And now we take a look at the standing.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the standings here just so everybody knows what's going on. Again, not everyone gets to watch the entire tournament, and with it being the last day of group stages, a lot here is still on the line, right? Group D, as you can see, RRQ Akira has 2 points, followed by the Valley. They're at 1 point. They still have that game later on. S11, they're at also 1 point. Again, this next matchup is crucial for them, and they're going against Team Hawk here, who has yet to score a point.
Ooh, Team Hawk not really doing so well right here in this group, but of course, they're not a team that you can just ignore. They are
Definitely
a very
not.
competent team as well. So this is what becomes concerning, right? A lot of people are asking, some of these teams have seemed to just improve so much overnight. Have they just been holding back?
Well, you know, again, Team Hawk, they're the Malaysian champions. They're not just any random team.
Exactly.
They are a champion. Coming into this, we saw them in the grand finals of MPL Malaysia. The way they were able to draft and play around the meta was what really made them shine. And so far in the M4 meta, I think that's what's making them struggle, right? They haven't really found that sweet spot in the meta just yet to draft and to play around.
Well, I know everybody at home, if you want to focus more on playing here, the M4 Pass is available for you guys now in-game. All you have to do is complete all the active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now, exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine that we've been talking about a lot
Non-stop.
here. It's waiting for you guys. So the hashtags, don't forget them. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and the last one, hashtag Dare to Be Great.
Oof, man. Daring to be great is something that, again, every single team has been doing at M4. And right now, you guys can participate in the M4 guess, all right? We know it's unpredictable, but that just adds to the fun of it, all right? Join the guess from December 26th to the 15th of January to get up to 10,000 Pass XP, right? You need to win, okay? It's very tough, but because of the odds being so crazy and because of the crazy matches that are unpredictable, you guys can upgrade the pass by 10 levels. So don't miss out and go and guess right now before the match starts. S11 Team Hawk. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to be Great.
I still think, a lot of people's guess coins, including my own, are in shambles, and that's okay because you still have the knockout stages ahead of us, right? There's still plenty of matchups here. We are going to be taking a look here at the lineup again for S11 Gaming, and just how you gotta. The thing is, all of them stand out in their previous series, right? We're in the first one of the day, and we're taking a look at them now. S11 Gaming, it's Chan in the mid lane, Papa Dog in the XP lane, Kai in the gold lane, Jotun in the jungler, and Erwin as the roamer.
Well, this team has just been so aggressive and so dynamic. And as we mentioned, they are surprising us with just how aggressive they can be and how flexible, especially Chan in that mid lane.
Once again, welcome them to the stage, S11 Gaming!
And like I said, the first series, we saw all of them shine. Kai specifically, too, on that year. They've got the pose down, too.
I like it. I like the style.
These guys are on fire.
They are on fire.
They've got that swag going on. They seem very, very confident. And who can blame them? They just pulled off a great upset, and they're looking to try and, quote-unquote, upset again.
Another champion.
Yes.
Well, speaking of, let's take a look at the roster here. Arashi.
Man in the mid lane, Lola in the EXP lane, Panda the gold lane, Gary as the jungler, and Min as their roamer. That duo, man and Min, right? We're the man lineup here. There's man in Team Hawk as well, and they are making an entrance.
The Malaysian champions! Give it up for Team Hawk!
There they are, looking ready to go too. And something that you mentioned, Mirko, is the way that they've been playing. The specific thing from both these teams from Malaysia is actually that some people call it cheese strategies. Some people call it, it's an ace up the sleeve, if you will. And I'm talking about the lane swaps, right? That's something that obviously S11 also needs to take note of, and I'm sure they have. They've had plenty of time to prepare for that. But let's also take a look at the talent prediction here and see where this time everybody votes. And it looks like so far for this first batch, it's still a lot of Team Hawk here, but there are some S11s as well.
2 S11s so far. And I think, me personally, right, I really want to see that crazy kind of playstyle. I mean, I crave violence, but chaos is the mother of all opportunity.
Rashi, violence, bang bang.
When things get unpredictable, that's where the violence happens. So you already know I'm slightly biased towards the unpredictable.
Well, look at you. There you are, right there.
There you go.
That was a long disclaimer.
Yeah, that was a long disclaimer to try to explain your prediction before it's even shown, right? But here, Topmo is the only talent in the second slide to go for S11 Gaming. I think if you're S11 Gaming right now, you should be pretty happy because that's exactly what happened the first time around. Everyone was rooting for RRQ.
I feel like, previous matchup where everybody voted for Echo here, this is something that's going to be happening here for these teams like S11 where they have these great performances and they have these surprise matchups, and then you're going to slowly convert some of these fans, right? Being like, oh, actually, let's cheer for this team. We now know these names, and also we can support them here for this matchup. Let's take a look at the keys to victory, specifically for S11. Expect and respect Gary's assassin hero pool from the jungle. Jotun must raise his retribution game. He's got to be able to compete on those objectives. Keep Panda domesticated with constant pressure. So keep a hand on that Panda there, right? Be cool, stay clean, play with discipline. I think that is also very crucial because you are going against a team, like Arashi said, that loves to play violent, a little chaotic, right? And be that calm, collected team to handle that ahead of you.
Well, to add to that, the information that we have is that Team Hawk, they are very good at adapting and seeing what you have to bring to the table and just countering completely. The keys to victory for them right here is to force S11 Gaming to make mistakes with early rotations. Min and Man to recalibrate their twin connection. That is something that they have been using so much to gain so much success. Prepare against front-to-back compositions, have enough dive if they require to shut down perhaps the gold lane or the mid lane, and don't overthink it with the battle spells, right? Just do it.
And there's a fun fact when you're looking at Team Hawk. They got a special analyst, man. That's Valens. a player that used to play with Gary, Min, and Man back in Orange Esports, right? So he's going to be helping Hawk now as an analyst, and he's a brilliant line man. This is the man who actually was able to almost outplay Omega, I believe. Remember at MSC. But now let's take a look at audience prediction right here.
Wow.
And it's pretty even. Yeah, it's very, very even, where a lot of people are going for S11 Gaming too. I'm looking at it. I think it's for the second slide, especially. It's more towards S11, but it's very close.
Mix, and I mean, that's going back to the point I said. Like, when you see more of these teams play, specifically S11 here, you're going to slowly convert some of these fans out there in the world watching, right? And being like, wow, actually, yeah, we are rooting for these guys. And I mean, Team Hawk, these players, some of them very well known, right? They have accomplished a lot as a team. But S11 clearly making a statement from the first series that they had. And now as we jump into the draft here, for this third match of the day, already you can see it is going to be S11 on the blue side. We've got Team Hawk on the red. Bans coming out here, Eve and Fanny are going to be taken out. And I think that's great, right? You take out the Fanny here, you don't allow Gary to unleash on that. But I'm surprised too, Team Hawk decides to take out the Valentina.
You know, I was about to say, right when we were talking about S11 being popular, a lot of players, a lot of fans are now rooting for them. Have you seen the players vote in-game in MLBB? They're like the second highest, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, RQ's number one.
RQ's number one.
RQ and S11's like not really close because RQ just got so much more votes, but S11's second, dude. Argentina, probably because of the World Cup.
I was going to say, very passionate just fans. I mean, like not just esports, but even sports in general. So not surprised, right? You're gonna see this rally effect for S11, especially as they go into the knockout stage.
For sure. Well, for Team Hawk right now, they understand that they have to contend with a lot of crowd control if they allow the Kaja as well as the Valentina to fall into the hands of S11. So considering they want to be reactive, they want to make sure that S11 does not have too many playmaking tools as well, just in case it overwhelms them. S11 though, they understand that if there's kite back, there's going to be a 1-1, so they ban that option out of the game.
I'm wondering if one of these teams grabs the Kadita early on, right? I mean, we've seen them both play it, and especially with the performance that Chan had, where he started that early game very quickly, stacking, 2-3 kills on that Kadita. I would be surprised if it's either let through this draft or not even banned out, because both teams do like to play around with that. So still too, with this last ban coming up here from Team Hawk, they've already focused on, the Valentina, the Kaja pick.
Glue.
Do they go for Glue? Actually, it's going to be the Joy, who we've seen more often than I feel like now in the jungle. I think we can say we've seen Joy more in the jungle picked up here. So interesting, right? First phase, bans done. What is the first pick here going to be for S11, Arashi?
I think it's going to be something with a bit more utility for sure, because Glue, you see that their Glue makes a lot of sense for sure. Of course, the flex potential is still also a big factor here. It does seem like they do not want to be denied, right? That Yi pick is just so annoying. So I think they want something that can just go in the back line. We saw that the Yusong was so devastating, but I'm not sure if they're going to pick it at least like first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's way too expensive to let go of Glue, right? You mentioned the Yi, but they've already banned it here. So again, Team Hawk, they can respond. We've seen teams respond to the Glue pick with a Faramis because of the additional damage you do towards a split. But even then, Glue's still super annoying, right? It's all about how you use the Slam, and honestly, it's how you space out in the team fights. That's how you differentiate the good Glue players from the average ones, right? And I believe right now, from looking at how Papadog usually plays on his sustainable heroes, this is his style of hero, right? Picking up the Glue, super strong, already basically guarantees a strong side XP laner for their team.
I mean, not only that, but we saw how he played, the high and dry Grok, right? So I feel like Glue works better for him here, but already the response from Team Hawk is going to be the Cho pick and the carry. We've seen carry quite devastating in a lot of matches. The damage can be unreal, especially when you get that attack speed built up and the itemization and everything. And then, of course, Cho, someone that we see utilize the Way of Dragon there's so many ways you can use it. Disengage, engage, you can pull the flashy plays, you don't have to. The peel is there too, which obviously is something that you really need for the carry to shine, because you can only rely so much on the dash and also the Wind of Nature, right? But if you have what you're seeing similarly, the great Cho players, they know how to peel, they know how to disengage, and they know when to engage. So still, I think there's something that needs to be drafted for Team Hawk to complement this Cho pick. But on the other side, S11 going to take out the Leslie again. 0% win rate, but it is still a devastating hero late game.
You're up against some true damage on carry. Hey, someone else has true damage, and that's Leslie, right? They pick it up, they want to play for the late game, and they also picked up a Lolita that can stop these projectiles from going towards that back line, right? So they're basically trying to give more space towards their own back line here. The big question for me is right now, S11 Gaming in the mid lane, they're going to be severely, like, the hero pool is going to be hit in the second phase of the draft by Team Hawk, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very important lane, but of course S11 has a lot of options to play around with. If they want to be a bit more proactive, as Nice mentioned, a Kadira might make sense. If they want to go for range,
There you go.
the Farsa is available, but we talked about this Yuzong and how oppressive it can be. Now you're on a Leslie against a Yuzong. That's a very difficult situation to be in. But on that point, on the gold laners though, the carry and the Leslie matchup in the late game, it's a bit dangerous because pure DPS wise, carry will outdamage. But if you miss position, right, Leslie functions as an assassin as well, and you can get one shot before you can even pop the Wind of Nature.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Arashi, there's a lot of options available for you if you're S11. And specifically in the mid lane too, you know, you got to be careful on how you approach it. You do have, I mean, again, contesting the Kadita would be great, but also that you still have available Xavier. Never mind, it is banned out. So that's going to be taken out. I was going to say Xavier because specifically, same situation, right? You have a great peel mechanic available to you with the Mystic Field. You also have that low cooldown Dawning Light as the game goes on, able to chunk down members here from Team Hawk. So,
Leslie.
yeah, I mean, Leslie as well. But it's the same thing. You have to protect this Leslie because you have Lolita, which is great, but still you want to have a multi-dimensional kind of option for you to use.
You know how they can do that here? If I was S11 Gaming, honestly, look at this composition, right? We've seen this before too. S11 banned out the Farsa, and so far it's going exactly as I'm thinking, but they might want to go for the Lunox here, right? If there's anyone who can really peel for the Leslie in the back line, it's someone that does damage, that can melt the backline presence or the backline threat to them, which is the Yuzong, right? That's the only way to peel from a Yuzong. Yeah, I mean, technically you can go for a Diggy, but they already have a Lolita, right? So the real answer for me right now for S11 is picking up something like a Lunox that can really melt down the Yuzong, so it just stops him from going towards Leslie.
A secondary damage source in case they want to tunnel vision. It's a bit of how we saw earlier, right? When you have two very solid sources of damage, you have no idea which one to focus down. If you focus one, the other just goes out of control. And if there's only one tool available in the side of Team Hawk to shut down a single hero on the back line, if you have two from S11, it might be quite difficult. So now, the question is again, for Team Hawk, do they want to try and zone away the Leslie using long range, or do they want to go for an assassin? They can just back up the dive coming in from the whole team.
You know what? I really like how Team Hawk is like, you know what? It's fine. We'll also ban the mid laners despite not having a mid laner themselves.
Yeah.
Because Mon is such a dynamic player, has a lot of heroes in his arsenal, right? We've seen him play the Eudora in the grand finals in MPL Malaysia. So at this point, I'm just waiting for him to pull off something like even the Diggy mid again.
I was going to say, when you mentioned Diggy earlier, I was like, well, you know, possibly we could potentially see Diggy mid. It has worked before.
Yep.
And again, Kadita still on the table if they want to take it with that burst damage. It gives you another option here for Team Hawk to focus on the backside. But so far, they're going to hold off on that mid lane pick. They do lock in the jungler here. We're going to see Ling again, but right away, S11 going to lock in Karina here. So this is another unique hero coming out, and I mean, how is this going to work out, Arashi? Is this a solid choice for them?
Well, in the early, the Karina will have a bit more of an advantage. I mean, he can block the basic attacks as well coming in from the carry, so that is a factor for sure. But looking at the comp right now, I fear for the safety of the Leslie, man, with a Ling and a Yuzong on the field, but I hope you guys at home can hear.
You get thrown off here.
We have chants and drums coming into the studio.
Yep,
I
the morale.
believe, I believe they were yelling Team Hawk.
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so again, Team Hawk. all the way from Malaysia, right here in Indonesia, and the Bali United studio. They are ready, man, with the support coming in for their team. Let's see, it's the Harith pickup that's going to be in the mid lane, I believe.
Yeah,
for
mid.
S11.
Yeah.
So again, it's not going to be that Lunox that we mentioned, but it is a magic damage dealer here.
Still great. Still a great option. Yeah.
I agree. It's still great, but again, there's a lot of lockdown, right? There's that Way the Dragon, single target, lockdown. I think Chan might have to go for that Purify.
But technically, think about that overlap scenario, right? The Zombie Force, then you have the Numenon Blast. Like, you have a lot of options there to play around it. You called it. You're an analyst now.
I'm an analyst now.
All right. You stood up for that. I know. I
I
share your excitement here, Mirko.
There's
Eudora.
All right, I mean, we talk about reacting, we talk about crowd control. Well, Eudora provides that, and in that mid lane, we talked about how important the control, the threat can be in allowing rotation. So with a Eudora that can just one-shot squishy heroes later on in the mid-game, Team Hawk has a chance to just take control over the game outright.
Man, one thing I love about Eudora is just the amount of burst potential, right? You also have a great stun option, a CC, which still is paired up really well with the Cho, like we were saying, have that option available to you. And just take them to the Thunderdome if you want to, right? It's something that can really work out here. But S11 as well, across the board, they've got that Cryo glue pick that we've seen either work or it doesn't, and still, I mean, they have a lot of options to work around with, but I think it ultimately is going to start also in the jungle, but the band is going, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third match here. Can S11 do it again versus Team Hawk?
Man, that Eudora pick. Oh, I love it here, man. The Eudora is going to have so much value, right? You want to lock down Chan, you want to lock down Kai, and especially Jotun, who's now going to really struggle when he jumps in. He might have to go for like a magical defense item early, but I have to take a look at his... Oh, he went for the Mystery Shop. That's not going to be a tank Karina. It's a full damage Karina. At least it should be.
It's an assassin Karina attempting to burst down the squishier members like Panda, like Gary, but of course before he can even get there, Lola needs to be dealt with first, and this EXP lane matchup, whoever comes out on top will determine the dynamic of the rotations, right? Because at any point, if during the course of a fight, a Yuzong shows up with the full combo, with the Petrify, that is just dangerous. And Glue can also wreak havoc, so that is a huge factor in deciding who has the upper hand. For now.
Yeah, I think right now, Team Hawk gives the Lith Wanderer away. They don't want to really chance it because early on, without, the Way of the Dragon, without the ultimate even from Man here, it's tough, right? Flicker in, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you are concealed on Leslie, that second ability, the stun from Man, won't come out. So he actually kind of miscalculated. He should have used the first ability to just reveal him first. Was out of range by the time he realized. So, again, a bit of a misplay. That's a flicker burn, but Chan's going to be taken low, taken down even here.
What a rotation.
Use the Purify, but hey, that's the damage, just melting him down.
You can't purify damage, my guy. That is the best crowd control, right? Death.
You can't.
That is the best crowd control. So, it seems like Team Hawk, despite the reputation for being more adaptive, they have taken matters into their own hands, but S11 still has control in that turtle pit.
Slick movement by Kai, man.
I mean, at this point, that little early first blood from Team Hawk should set themselves up for a decent turtle take here. As S11 is going to start it up, though.
Black Dragon formed by Lola, zoning Jotun away. Has the Petrify, is going to be stunned up. Here's Jotun, jumps into the back line onto Min right now, and that's going to be the damage coming in. The burst was able to take Jotun down. Min's going to be taken low, has the flicker to get out as Man is jumping in. Gary finds retribution as he pops the top of the blaze. Man picking up a double kill as Gary just slides across the place, picking up his swords and getting out.
That looks so messy, but the crowd control yet again prevails. Min was caught out of position. He has the Way of the Dragon, but he wasn't sure when and where to use it, so he was moving around, but because there's so many other tools available, because Lola was able to just push everyone away and wrestle control from S11 in the beginning, he was still able to get a very impactful presence in that fight. Team Hawk right now, they have the tools available. Can they push the tempo hard enough though? That is the main question. Because S11, they are still having a lot of crowd control, especially later on in the mid game with all the AoE.
Well, you're asking if they can press the situation even further here. Again, Man on this Eudora pick, having those 2 kills, the last worship as well. The burst damage is already there, and it's going to be there even harder at this early point in the game. Now, you can see already the focus too. S11 knows they got to focus on Panda. This is the key to victory here. So if they can pick up a kill here, kind of put pressure on gold lane constantly, that is one of the best case scenarios for them. Again, they want to allow Kai to do what he did in the first match, where he just unleashes mid to late game.
Oh my god, Erwin got the stun on the wrong target. He hit the minion, and now it's the collapse over to punish them. Erwin mistapped on the minion, and it's going to be Man who picks up a killing spree too, bursting Jotun down.
What a disaster for S11. It looked so good. They were about to domesticate the Panda, but it did not work out. The backup comes in, the knockups comes in. That is the power of crowd control. And we talked about that burst coming in from Man. This Eudora is deadly right now. And not to mention, if you focus too much onto Panda, Gary can still be a big factor, but whoa!
Everyone's gonna get kicked back. He wanted to go for something here, has him on blast, but doesn't have the flicker, and it's gonna be Erwin who gets taken down. Gary picks up the kill, and it's another kill over to the Malaysian champions who are now in full control.
Full control, 3.4k, 5k gold lead here. This turtle should be theirs as well, and questionably, Erwin, I mean, he was trying to just maybe buy time for that turret, but better to let it go, because now this is one objective after the other going to the hands of Team Hawk here. S11's going to have their work cut out for them early on through this game into the mid game. And still, what is the answer here for Man? Man having a massive game already. This is like what Chan had in their match in match 1, right? So this is a flippy-floppy situation, but also somewhat expected from Team Hawk. They're going to put pressure where they know they need to be. Min, though,
it's going to be stunned up. That's about it, right? There's no real threat right now from S11 in terms of damage. Chan still needs to scale. Kai as well, but who doesn't need to scale? It's Man on the Eudora. That's an early game mage for a reason. Erwin just got melted.
That is a terrifying amount of damage onto the roamer. If your roamer can be one-shot like that, that allows Team Hawk to just deny any kind of inquisitive maneuvers coming in from Erwin. He cannot find vision, and with that control, with those threats, they're able to get the turret, but Man here is the main target for S11.
There you go, everything used, and still it's Mon surviving, but Chan jumps in with his Mon Force, picking up a shutdown and putting some gold in his pockets, collecting it. Lola still with the Black Dragon form, now going to be out of there, going to be immobilized down, but he's still able to get out with a Furious Dive. Meanwhile, in the back line is going to be actually Jotun, who gets kicked back to the team, has the maneuverability to get out for a bit before Panda finds the kill. Gary now still trying to look for more damage, but it's S11 who decides to back off, and it's an equal trade in the end.
That could have been way worse, right? I mean, for either team there was a lot going on, but still, it was pretty much an even trade so far, and that's the thing. The thing about Team Hawk is the pressure from having a Eudora, the pressure from having a Cho is showing for S11. S11 has to work around this, right? But again, time could be in their favor if they can get to the point where mid-late game, they've got some farm. Kai hasn't died yet. This is very reminiscent, like I said, to previous game where we were kind of counting out Kai, but then he flipped the tables for S11 in the previous matchup. So this could still happen for them.
True.
And Chan as well. Chan, he needs to continue to build up. You saw the Zaman Force. If Team Hawk gets out of place, Zaman Force works so well to find the kills that you need with this Harith, or even set up the rest of the team here. But already another turtle being worked on Team Hawk. They should be able to just secure this with a breeze.
S11 going for a trade, it seems, but with only 2 members down here, it's still very vulnerable, and Team Hawk might just make a play here. No, they go for the turret, and that's about it. They're playing it patient and disciplined, keeping it clean, because later on, they can still have so many more options, man. They can use Gary to split push as well. We've seen that happen, and now here is the squad, right? Looking for a play, but Lola might be the one starting it off.
Uh-oh, there you go. Yeah, Lola just dishing out a bit of damage to act as poke, but with this, the way they're trading on the map, right, S11 sure are buying a bit more time. Erwin jumps in onto Lola. They're trying to actually collapse onto him with his Zaman Force too. Lola's taking very little bit away. The Dragon connects onto Jotun. His Chan still able to actually get out. Look at him now. Blast connecting onto 2 members. Mon still able to flicker out. Papadao gonna be knocked up. Chan still gonna be able to survive, but it's scary. Slicing and dicing with the help of Panda to get the damage done and to take Erwin and Chan down. Team Hawk now looking to capitalize as they are going to be able to take the mid lane tier 1.
The snipe won't be enough, and that is what discipline gets you. S11, they saw Lola, they figured, let's go for that pickoff because they are in such desperate situations. But of course, they are able to secure the kill, but at what cost? Team Hawk has so many more dangerous members available. And look at the items right here. Panda, already with the Corrosion Sight and the Golden Staff. That is a lot of attack speed and a lot of utility that can be brought into the team. And Gary on this lane with the Berserker's Fury and the Windtalker. That's a lot of hits and by default, a lot of crits as well. So they can't really let these members go around without getting crowd control, without threatening them with everything.
Yeah, again, you know, with Kai not dying yet, that's a great situation to be in. But what we're seeing from Team Hawk is that backline dive is so strong. You have Gary, you have Lola to do that. And man, if he decides to flicker in and just throw out that full combination for Eudora, then Kai could be easily taken out here. So still, S11 buying time. They might be better off just giving up this first Lord, because if they actually contest it or try to fight it, they're most likely going to lose the fight here. So Team Hawk starts up the first Lord of the game.
That's a very great point, because if there's a big messy fight, Man can output the bulk of his role in the fight instantly. Whereas for the other side, if Chan wants to mimic the same kind of success, he needs to stay alive, he needs to take a lot more risks. So Man has the quote-unquote easier hero, but that also means that as long as he's tactical and smart about his decisions in those big fights, who he targets, it's just a more clear-cut solution.
S11 are still waiting for that power spike to hit, right?
Yeah.
They are banking on Chan and Kai. These two members are the two members that need the items to actually carry the game right now. Jotun, I think right now he just needs to act as an assassin, right? He comes in late, but if Team Hawk keep on just suffocating them this way, S11 have no way to actually get gold. Like, look at this, the orange buff is actually stolen away by Lola.
Yeah, oh, they're going in.
What is going on here?
Mid lane.
And even in top lane, it's 2 kills on the board. Chance jumping back and forth, but he doesn't find a trade. It's still Team Hawk who just wins it out 2-0.
Okay, we missed that for a second there, but 2 did go down for S11. And Lord now on the bottom side, they're going to have to be careful here how they approach this Black Dragon form.
Papa Dog, nowhere to go here. Pops the split, trying to buy some time, but the damage comes through to really just melt him down. Chan, now with his Mon4s, actually jumping onto the Furious Dive. Luckily, he did not get knocked up. He is going to be able to clear the Lord out. 10 minutes in, base turret down in the bottom lane.
Team Hawk, I think they could have pressured a bit more there, but as we mentioned, keeping it clean, keeping it disciplined, knowing that they have the lead, but they also have a lot more early game options, so there's no point in taking unnecessary risks and letting S11 perhaps have an opportunity for a comeback. Look at the players' gold right here, Gary and Panda, all the way up there. And despite the fact that Kai has been left relatively untouched, he is still not as wealthy as Jotun, which is not ideal, right? At this point, the Karina is not the main carry that you can rely on to actually decide the fate of the game.
The items, right? That's what I really want to see for Kai right now. Does he have at least just the...
I think he's got
honestly,
2. I think he's
two?
got Berserker's Fury and maybe Endless Battle. Not sure if he was building towards that yet, but I mean, you saw the damage dealt. He's the highest there, but you saw how the discrepancy between the gold from him and even someone like Panda, right? I think it was around 2,000 gold difference. And so maybe in another 3-4 minutes, we'll see Kai pop off. Now we can take a look at the items. There it is. It is going to be that Berserker's Fury with the Endless Battle here, working on the next. So if he's going, is he going BOD here, Arashi? For the third?
I think BOD makes sense, especially with how you want to be playing, right? Just burst damage, assassinations, quote unquote. But Team Hawk right now is just zoning everyone. I mean, Kai has the steel leg plates, but it's so dangerous for him to be roaming around right here because Gary and Lola can very easily take him out. The steel leg plates alone will not be enough to secure, I don't know, his life in the big fights. And look at how Team Hawk is positioning, right? They're just looking for opportunities, moments where perhaps S11 will overextend just a bit, and they have the tools to just punish that. But now that the Lord is up, it's a completely different story.
I think you still just give this Lord away. You defend in your base.
Yeah.
You know, it's your 8K behind here in gold, and you don't have much movement around the map. No much space to move around in. So this is the thing, though. Even if you turtle up here for S11 and you try to protect Kai the best you can, Man is still the issue, right? He could flicker in at any point and just lock down Kai. There's the Divine Glaive. That's even more big damn at this point. It's tough. It's tough here for S11, but they're going to have to defend against this Lord as soon as it spawns, and the Onslaught Siege from Team Hawk at 9K ahead from S11.
Now the question is, can they defend, right? With the amount of damage output and pick potential and even siege from Team Hawk, Are S11 Gaming going to be able to withstand this? Arashi?
It's going to be very tough, man. I mean, if their core members don't get caught up in the initial assault, I think there's a chance, right? You can see the damage is starting to come through, but of course, with so much crowd control available, Team Hawk can just even zone and not even commit to a fight, and that will allow them to take down multiple structures or even end the game with good lane manipulation.
No conceal already. It's popped in by Min. That's going to be a resource valuable towards S11 as Papa Dog tries his best to zone the other members away. Erwin with an not blast, but it's going to be Min who kicks him away. Still, base turret is up. Gary jumps in for the time of the blade. Chance to be caught. He's going to be taken down. Unstoppable picked up by Panda already. That's the mid laner gone. One of the high ground defense members is no longer alive for S11. Man flickering forward, trying to get Kai right now. Sky's still able to actually get out. Lola getting out of harm's way right now. Man's going to be able to dish out the damage, but he's going to be taken down in the end by Kai. He's still in the back line, dealing a lot, dealing that true damage. As that's going to be Min caught. Double kill over to Kai, who's still trying to dish out the damage. And now you can see that he is starting to hurt. He is going to be able to dish out more as he's hunting for Panda. Panda picks up a godlike, flickers out, and Team Hawk have taken all 3 base turrets.
They've taken all 3 base turrets, but they gave several kills in the process. Of course, it's not a defeat. They have so much macro pressure right now, but S11, they need that influx of gold, and it comes into the right hands kind of, so they have a chance right here. But of course, with 10k gold difference, it's going to be very difficult for them to get a victory in the big team fight unless something crazy happens. A pickoff, unless they do something crazy that Team Hawk can just not see coming.
I mean, even looking at the player head-to-head here, we already know Kai is going to be the saving grace here for S11 if they can turn this around. He picked up the BOD about 4 minutes ago. I was like, you know, they need to buy 4 minutes. They've done that, right? They did have a successful defense in their base. That's step number 1 here. If they want to go ahead and either find a pick-off of their own before that next Lord comes up, that's probably what they're going to try to do, get in position here. That will be crucial for S11 to turn this game around. They've just got to be careful because the base is fully exposed. They've got no inhibitor turrets left. That's why you have Papa Dog parking up here on the top side. Knows that Gary will be splitting around the map here, but in just a couple seconds, Lord now going to be up, and they've got to be careful on how they approach it.
That fight that S11 technically won was without Chan. Mindo looking for that position, goes on to Erwin. That's going to be Lola jumping in. Chance to be able to pop that Zaman Force. Topped up, and that's the unstoppable by Gary. Jotun tries to look for a kill, but will fall instead. Gary's going to be taken low, but the damage coming from Kai's. That's going to be Erwin melted down by Panda. Still Kai in the back, but will be petrified, knocked up, and taken down by Panda and Lola. It's a double kill by the Black Dragon, and now it's time for Team Hawk to march slowly up against one member from S11. Papa Dog all alone. The miracle play will not happen as Team Hawk will be able to secure their first win at M4, silencing S11.
What a performance, man. Everything just came in so well. They understood the macro decisions. They knew that S11 will be inquiring to see where they were. Are they going to be on the Lord? And they just go for the blockage. They went in behind them and completely zoned them away from their base. They did a great job defending when their backs were against the base, but the moment they ventured out, Team Hawk were waiting for the opportunity. They used the Lord strategically to bait out the members from S11, and they completely take them out.
I mean, a clean game, right, from Team Hawk. This is kind of what we expected too. I love the Adora pick. I love these unique heroes that are coming out, right?
Yes, it's so good.
We all had our ideas about the meta coming into M4, and I feel like there, you know, some heroes were on the point, on the head, and then now we have these kind of spicy picks coming out, and I want to hopefully see more of that today and then into the knockout stage. But Eudora pick was so snowbally, and the burst was there, so congratulations just to Team Hawk and a well-played performance. Now, even for S11, it was, if for some reason the early game didn't go the way that it would, I feel like S11 could have possibly contested this match here. But unfortunately for them, I mean, by the time, 16-minute mark, you know, Kai had picked up the items he needed, but still, at that point, it was too late.
This is why it's just so difficult, right? It only takes one. You think that a dominant game just requires so much setup, a big fight? Sometimes it's one single moment, right? We talked so much earlier about that almost like a misclick from the Lolita, right?
And
also they fell behind too much early on.
Exactly, because of these small moments, they fell behind just slightly, and Team Hawk, they are not a team that will allow you to make those kind of mistakes and not punish it. They grab onto it and ensure that you will pay the price for making a mistake against them.
Man.
So much.
Man,
yeah.
man.
We gotta mention man. Us here on the desk, man, and man in the game, because that Eudora pick, I still just wanna shout it out, right?
Shout it out.
Shout it out. Man on the Eudora. There you go. But oh man, again. This was the pick that, you know, got them the game against Todak in the grand finals in MPL Malaysia Season 10. And I'm glad we're seeing it here on the world stage, right? Team Hawk are finally finding their comfort on stage, and it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, let's break it down because you called it in the draft, Mirko. Arashi, how did this all come out for Team Hawk?
I think they have the right idea, right? Control the mid game, especially the mid lane as well. And we were talking about the synergy between Min and Man, and yes, the Cho and the Eudora being the main engage crowd control tools works very, very well. And I think that overall, the idea that they have so much burst damage just allows Panda, who at this point has so much damage right here. He has 3 damage items, but that's enough, right? The kit coming in from carry is what makes it so versatile, so flexible. He has 2 defensive items, and yet he was still able to melt down anyone who just spends long enough in front of his face. So it just makes it so difficult for S11 because they can't out-damage, out-burst Team Hawk, but at the same time, they can't really out-DPS them either. So they're caught in a difficult situation. They require some kind of surprise factor, but they don't even have the right crowd control tools because even okay, they can run Erwin, maybe with a Flicker, Numeron Blast, but aside from that, Papadog was the only one that can just make an engage happen, but it's too telegraphed. The glue can't do that.
That's why I'm wondering, like, what if Jotun decided to build the Karina differently, right? Instead of pure damage, because at that point, you didn't really even get the opportunity to be that assassin Karina, right? Now, we have gone through stages where we've seen Karina built a different way, more so a tanky type where you're kind of a distraction here. Maybe that could have worked for them, but let's take a look here on the stats for the game.
Well, Gary is still the rich guy. The carry, though, is gonna be Panda. He was free hitting a lot. There's a lot of beefy members just trying to tank damage on the set of S11, so that worked in his favor. Papadog, unfortunately, cannot tank enough because of the drafting, right? This all came down to the initial draft. They had just so many more tools, and whatever obstacle that S11 has prepared for Team Hawk, they have a solution, right? If it's the engage, they have crowd control. If it's that long-range marksman like that Leslie, they have the dive to deal with it. The tankier members like Papadog, they have the carry, and of course, we saw in that last fight, the Numeron Blast got cancelled by Min. So we talked about Team Hawk being reactive, and actually, they quite delivered in this game.
I think I mentioned it during the draft, right? If S11 really wanted to play with Kai or around Kai, they need that Lunox. Yeah. I think they were looking for that kind of the same strat with the Harith, but Harith just doesn't have that damage. Even in later on against a Yuzong who's so sustainable, you won't be able to melt him down. But this is your MVP for the match, 3rd match of the day, and it's Panda. Obviously, man, when you saw the head-to-head, you probably see that hey, Kai is miles ahead, but in this game, Panda showed levels, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't get to domesticate the Panda, which was the key to victory, right?
Wild Panda right here.
Wild Panda just unleashing 8-0-4.
Team Hawk protected Panda like he was an endangered species.
Yes, I mean, exactly,
They're
right?
so dangerous, though.
They are. They're dangerous.
They are.
Take them,
especially when they're violent, Arashi.
Exactly.
Especially when they're
bears. Okay, all right. Well, pandas are still bears in the end, so they are a very dangerous animal, and we'll see a bit of that killer instinct coming in from Panda in the highlights soon enough, because in this game, he was taking a lot of risks, and it looks quite reckless, but I think at the end of the day, he knows exactly what the potential plays are. Here is that almost fatal mistake we saw coming in from S11. It's very, very unfortunate. And with that lead, you can say Panda, see, he just knows. He is aware of all the potential threats, and he, despite being so upfront with the short range of the carry, he is just waiting, preparing his dashes to just get out of danger.
See, I think, you know, Mirko made a good point here. You saw that early burst damage coming out from Man, the Eudora, and if there would have been, let's say, a Lunox on the other side, that burst damage early on is there for you as well, whereas Harith needs a little bit of time to build up here. And that just kind of, the early game wasn't there for S11 the way that they wanted it to. And my other question is, you know, like you said, Glue. Is he really that OP, or is, because I mean, I do agree that some teams honestly are just picking Glue because he's open in some situations, when you could actually just go with a different hero in the XP lane.
You're really seeing it here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Papa Dog, unfortunately, it's just he wasn't really able to do anything against the carry. He got melted down before he did anything, and he can't really act as that crazy frontliner when the only utility he has is on that slam, pass when he immobilizes the enemy.
It's a lot more one-dimensional, and I think in the right composition, I think the power, the main strength of a Glue is the fact that you're so tanky, right?
Yeah.
You can be so disruptive, and at the same time, whenever anyone sends members at you, right? Any team tries to send the squad at you, you can escape very easily because of the regen combined with, just how annoying it is when the small blobs are just blocking out all those skills. So Yuzong can almost operate the same way. So I think when you need pressure, when you need a huge distraction or maybe a huge split, right?
The split?
Pun fully intended. If you need to split up your opponents by being in the center with a Glue, it makes sense. But if you're trying to dive in, you're trying to just like take someone out, something like a Yuzong or a Lapu Lapu just has so much more impact. And you see it today. Lapu Lapu and Yuzong both showing again the danger of a damaged EXP lane, especially when you're relying on your gold lane to survive.
Yeah, and actually, wait. The first Glue that we saw at M4, I just remembered, was on Vengeance, not on Flicker. And that was the one that was really OP.
Yeah.
You're right.
Maybe it's a battle spell.
Maybe.
Right? But we are going to look at the next match ahead of us just here. There it is, right now. Echo and RSG Singapore. Ooh. Another crucial matchup here. And I mean, Echo, very dominating, right? This is going to be a tough game for RSG Singapore, but still crucial. I mean, they do have a very strong squad as well. We've seen them plenty of times. And if it's anybody that can give an Echo a game here, it could be RSG Singapore.
There is a possibility still, all right? So, Group D, I think it's over for the three-way tie, I believe. Yeah, it's over for the three-way tie for Group D. But for Group C, if RGSG wins this, then RQ wins later against... There is a scenario for this to happen, all right? Group C is still up for grabs, the tiebreaker for first place. If Echo lose against RSG, that's the only one that we have to go through first.
The math meme appeared. But that is going to be it for us three, the man trio here. We're going to throw it over to a break, and there will be more action after this for match number 4 for the last day of the group stages. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Mirko, and this is Arashi. We'll see you later.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our hearts to remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our hearts to remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of selling good. Don't just go. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the coast. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
hands up. All of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for
Will Echo remain undefeated? The question will be answered today, here, right now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship live here in Bali United Studio, Jakarta, Indonesia. I am here today on the caster desk with Connie as well as Gideon and myself. What's my name again? Oh yeah, Eterna.
Well, GAG back here in the caster desk. I don't want to spell it out. Thank you, Eterna. You spell it out, but I'm feeling good, Gideon. What about you?
Honestly, today's games are going to be very interesting. Personally, I don't want to be that guy who has a vendetta against anybody, but I will say Singapore has left a very big mark at knocking out Malaysian teams during M3. So I'm kind of on the Echo bandwagon this time.
All right, he's on the Echo bandwagon. But before we get into those tidbits, those details of what actually happened, we want to remind you that M4 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair and esports charts, our analytical partner, Genk, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Once again, thank you to our lovely sponsors, because M4 would not be possible without your support. Now, next up, it is going to be Echo going against RSG Singapore. And so far, Echo has been looking really good in form. They're almost at 3-0 if they're able to get this next match.
Looking solid 2-0, and they are in a good situation. Baby, again, 3-0. Gideon, what do you think about Echo? Will somehow RSG give up a fight?
Look, it's going to be really, really tough here. And I think at the end of the day, only the best teams are going to survive as they go into the upper or lower brackets. But if you look at today's schedule, there's even more jam-packed Mobile Legends for you guys here at home. But I'm very much hoping that Echo is going to be sitting on top as soon as we start to see how they play, and especially with JP. We're not even seeing Yaoi just yet. They're not even in their final form.
And on that note, we're going to take a look at today's schedule. Already 3 games have elapsed earlier on today, but we're starting to climb down to the final moments. Will it be another 3-way tiebreaker? It's all going to depend on this next upcoming match. And so I would like to remind, for those of you at home, the stakes of this match is quite high.
I mean, RSG, can they follow the pattern from the 3 previous matches, right? As 11 Echo THQ on the red side, and they won. RSG, can they follow the trend? Or perhaps Echo can break the pattern?
Look, I'm not a big fan of conspiracy theories here, but everyone is going to be a little doubtful of RSG's odds. And coming from, a country who has been knocked down by many Singaporean teams in the past, when we're looking at these group standings, this is going to predetermine whether a tiebreaker is going to occur or whether RSG is in the running to maintain and actually qualify for the upper brackets.
That's the thing. Will it occur or not? Because yesterday, it was a tiebreaker, and we might be seeing one today. There was a possibility that today we would have had a total of 60 matches based on several different scenarios, but because of how things already unfolded earlier on, this is the last possibility. And my, oh my, Echo. How is this gonna unfold, right? The thing is, RSG Singapore, they've been looking strong ever since Saint DeLucas joined them as coach, right? And sure, they suffered quite a loss during MPLI, but it feels like after that particular tournament elapsed, they have a lot to learn.
They have adapted, they have more added flexibility in their team lineup as well. But I feel like Echo, right, without even Yaoi, the main roamer, JP stepped a lot. He brings something new, he brings sauce, he brings something. I feel like other teams in that group, they were caught off guard.
I think they were expecting, the traditional Yaoi plays, traditionally how they want to move across the map, but with the addition of JP, I think they've really mixed things up, and it's great for Echo, but I don't want to count out RSG just yet, because again, they have some international experience, they played on the big stages before. They want to achieve greatness, and this is going to be their first step if they can take down a major region here in the groups.
And I can't wait to take a sneak peek into their gameplay later on, but before that, let's take a sneak peek at all the M4 events and about all the rewards that you guys can actually get. The M4 Pass is already available for purchase. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, the Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine, and more actually await you. We also have a support chest that is now available in the game for you to open for loads of M4 Pass EXP. But my question is, what is going to happen on January 15th, Connie?
You can't expect to get an avatar border for free. In the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Don't forget to use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great.
Look, guys, I mean, every single time we see an M series, we're expecting a figurine, but the M4 Pass card campaign is already available. So quickly jump on it right now and complete all the activity tasks, and you'll be able to reach level 75 at ease and for free. You don't have to spend any diamonds like I did because, well, you know, I got a lot of free time. But log in now, and exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and even the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Again, same hashtags, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and Dare to Be Great.
Hashtag Dare to Be Great. Don't forget that, because that's the slogan of this M4. Don't forget to use it, guys.
Don't forget
but
to
we
use
are
it.
moments away from figuring out whether or not there is going to be a tiebreaker. And I can't wait to see the official team lineup from both these teams. Echo from the Philippines as well as RSG from Singapore.
Very classic battle if you really think about it, right? BH taking on the Singaporeans. But let's take a look at the team lineup from Echo.
Here we are, Echo from the Philippines. So once again, wait a second. Guys, it's Yawi in the roamer position. So JP will not be playing today. And this is the main 5 in front of you right now.
It's going to be Sanji, Sam4, and the rest of the squad. But Yawi here to change it all up one more time to guarantee and secure the upper brackets.
Choo, the Echo Express is here. Welcome, Echo from the Philippines on stage in front of you as they are looking to go for an undefeated run.
Echo loud, Echo proud, and it seems like they are focused, they are confident again. Yawi now debuting, but they have a challenge in RSG. 505 Diablo, Baby Cake Spray, and Lozy, they are also going up against them.
They are young, but they are hungry. Hungrier than most people would imagine. The Singaporeans here didn't come around here just to mess around.
So now, on that note, let's welcome the back-to-back MPL Singaporean champions, RSGSG.
Man, oh man, they look ready. They look fresh. You're right. They're raw, they're young, but they're so promising, Gideon.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, Singapore is one of the few regions, and most people would count them out for being such a small country, but the truth is, they pack a lot of punch, and they've consistently gotten high rankings at the M Series, higher than Malaysia, which is why I have my vendetta, but still, it is going to be a great matchup here. Guys, don't leave. You have to stick around. Now, the talent predictions here is definitely going to be leaning towards Echo for sure.
Wow, I mean, what is that, 6 predictions all from the talents here, all going for Echo. And I gotta say, it seems like at this point, RSG looking like the dark horse. Definitely something that we need to remember is don't count them out. But on the flip side, here we go. 3 for RSG, 3 for Echo.
Hey, yo, is Pakulong casting right now? He apparently is with, I think he's with RSG this time. That's interesting. I really thought it was going to be overwhelming majority, and especially with Echo being loud and proud, it can be very devastating. Oh, there's even fans in the crowd. Shout outs to you guys.
Yeah,
but remember though, Papulong, he loves to go for the anti-mainstream. He likes to be different. He likes to be different. He likes to go for the underdogs. He always loves that underdog story, and that's been just his identity basically when it comes down to the predictions. But he definitely knows something that perhaps that we don't.
He likes to spice things up, but 10 seconds to the first round here. Any expectations? Perhaps I feel like let's see the keys to victory here. Versatility is the key for Call TZ.
I mean, do we really need to introduce the M2 world champion here himself? Absolute monster on these assassins, but with his new team around him built, dedicated to be the best. Echo is just one of those teams where you always have to, it feels like they're walking on eggshells when you're around them as you move around the map.
But now we're going to take a look as well at the keys to victory for RSGSG. How exactly are they going to take this point away from Echo?
Well, personally, I think one of the biggest weaknesses coming in from RSG is the fact that they don't close out games fast enough. And with the meta as it is right now, being very heavily snowball efficient, you've got to keep yourself in check all the time. One single mistake could be another 2-3 minutes wasted in the overall game.
Looking for the snowball effect indeed, but I do like to point here, raid Echo and catch them off guard. I personally feel like they need to be more proactive in the game. Remember, this is still a best of one, so technically anything can happen. Sure, on paper, Echo is a very strong team, but at this point, right, like we mentioned repeatedly, anything can happen.
No, I'm actually quite curious to see like the differences in data. Like I know we don't have like much of a an example because it's only been like a couple of games for them to play, but I really want to see who is more aggressive in that early game, who drafts for that early game, who's more who prefers the late game better.
I'll call it right now. Echo is the more flexible team when it comes down to being aggression, and when it comes to aggression. And even when we're looking at audience predictions, they're leaning towards Echo's side. Oh, there's actually a good amount of support for RSG. I thought it was going to be overwhelming.
A third.
But back to the question, RSG, most Singaporean teams are very slow, very tactical. They love the later stages of the game. They love the step-by-step process, which is one of those things where we must ask the question, is that the most effective strategy these days?
I feel like yes and no, because sometimes if you can't take the early game and 12 minutes in and you can't finish it off if you have a healthy amount of lead. But another point that I want to brought up is they need to pressure Benny QT's farming pattern, right? The gold lane, they need to really somehow pressure so that Benny QT does not have the space. But I think I smell the drafts coming up.
I think I do as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from seeing the drafts of both Echo Philippines and RSGSG. And honestly, I'd love to see the go in that jungle position, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's Bray's flavor. As here you go, ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight into the drafting phase where Echo Philippines are on the blue side and RSGSG on the red.
Personally, I'm really excited for this match because one of these up-and-coming, these rising stars, especially from Singapore, is going to be Baby Cakes. He's been talked about so long and so very often. His biggest test is going up against Benny QT, who is one of the bigger win conditions for the side of Echo. So if their draft is going to be orientated based on what we're seeing so far towards that bottom side of the map, the gold lane of the map, this could be very frustrating for Benny QT specifically, which opens up many options for people like Sanford, like we saw earlier today.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Baby Cakes, a very young talent. Indeed, Benny QT, though, he's new, but he is very, very talented as well. Can he withstand the pressure? Bans though, Diggy, Kaja, and Martis banned out from the side of Echo. RSG bans out the Prio more. Enjoy, and as well as that 1-1 taking their time in their last ban, so that's a good thing.
It's a respect ban, right? We see the Martis being taken away from RSG by Echo, realizing that Bray did use this in the past, so they are starting to limit the possible picks that Bray can bring here in the Land of Dawn. But you can see the last ban coming through. The Yve is going to be taken now, but that leaves the carry for Echo once again into the hands of Benny QT.
Yep, that's totally fine. Starting off, most people can either start off with the glue or with the carry. If you go with the carry, at least you have an answer for glue, who has been overwhelmingly popular here so far during the group stages. Now, the question is whether or not RSGSG is looking to counter draft or play for their own strategy. based on what we saw in previous games and the overall standings from Echo, it doesn't matter what the enemy does. We're going to play our strategy whether you like it or not. You have to play around us.
Exactly, and I think I love that confidence. I like that philosophy from the side of Echo, right? They have the first pick as well, a very good setup to play around for themselves, sticking with their identity. Now RSG will respond with a Fredrin pick, who is very, very popular here in M4. Regardless, right? Carry counters Fredrin, they still pick that up, but a very quick response here from Echo. Call TZ, no. Echo picked up Valentina.
Now that's the thing, right? Because I thought RSG would have picked up the Valentina with the Fredrin, but no, they opted for the Lolita first. And we're gonna see, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, am I seeing that Echo picked up the Cho?
Yup. Expect to see some staple plays coming out from Echo's side. However, based on what we're seeing so far, I'm looking at RSG. The fact that they picked up the leader so early on, especially when all you saw was carry, does beg the question, are they looking to deny? I'm expecting Beatrix maybe to be coming out here for the side of RSG. There is a chance they could be locking in EXP laners, but I feel like that gives off too much. So mid laner is most likely. And here we go. There we go. Pharsa already locked in the artillery mage to make sure that Valentina, you want to steal my ult? I'm going to punish you for it.
Not really popular here, Pharsa in M4, but sometimes picked up. And there you go. The ban towards Yuzong, a very critical ban. They're realizing that Pharsa is very vulnerable if the Yuzong is on the opposing side. But Echo responds with a rather quick ban as well. And that Harith. Now, what do you think about Harith, Gideon?
So far, I think Harith is actually not that bad. Again, if you want to play a little bit more passively in the lane, you absolutely can do so. His 1v1 potential is so very good, especially when he gets his first item. It really depends on the situation, because some matches are a lot harder than others, but with your range and the way that you time your spells, you can really manipulate the waves in your favor to maintain the advantage and slowly overcome the odds when your opponents hit their own 2-item power spike, for an example.
I agree, but the one thing that I noticed about Harith is that he's very susceptible to CC, so that was really utilized in the previous match that we saw. But coming back into the drafts here, we do see an Akai being banned out from the side of RSG, as well as the Claude ban from Echo. So far, Baby Cakes, he has used the Claude. They're starting to limit Baby Cakes' options right now. And with the current lineup that he has, right, Fredrin, Lolita, Pharsa, against the carry, the Valentina, and the Cho, what is the correct goal laner to use?
It's kind of tough to say, but Benedetta gets locked in for the side of RSGSG. Now it begs the question whether Benedetta is going to go into the jungle or into the EXP lane. Based on what we've seen so far, we should expect it to go into the EXP. And Echo, so very smart. They want to say, hey, even if we were expecting Glue, but if you want Benedetta, that's totally fine. Now, no matter what marksman you pick, you're always going to be under that threat, and Lolita can't do anything about it.
Adding more pressure as well to the Pharsa, right? You already have the Cho that can just target that Pharsa, perhaps forcing that Pharsa to even use Purify, but add also Grok, that Feather Airstrike can be easily cancelled. Fanny, though, comes in and picks up twice, still 0%, and they revive the win rate.
Oh, that last pick, Fanny, though, in the hands of Carl TZ himself. This is looking awfully dangerous, honestly, because RSG, they weren't equipped for this. They weren't able to draft against this. They don't have the CC to quite pin him down. Without the Franco, without that reliable source of CC, it's gonna be difficult to shut down this Fanny. And the only thing that they could do was choose the gold laner, and the gold laner is Beatrix.
Yeah, you could see it on the faces of RSG. They know that this draft is particularly difficult to pull off with what we're seeing coming in from Echo. It's all about timing, and it's all about finding the right opportunities, which is not exactly within the playstyle of RSG overall. They like that structure, and if you break out of that structure, man, it gets very chaotic very quickly.
So let's see here again. Composition-wise, it is going to be very balanced. It's going to be up to the early game. No. I mean hero power-wise, but early game, it is all towards Echo.
Yeah, he's got a Dragon Balls. I can literally see when camera's off, he pulls up his Dragon Ball Z Power Scouter. He's just like, Oh, there we go. 10,000.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, right now it seems like Echo have drafted themselves a victory, but it all depends on execution as we head into the land of dawn to see Echo Philippines go against RSG Singapore.
Spam your hashtags. It is Echo Loud, Echo Proud, or GGRSG. Ladies and gentlemen, let's witness. Will Echo remain undefeated, or can RSG make something happen?
Let's find out right here, right now, because we're seeing potential cheese up on the top side here. Yawi looking to punish this Beatrix, and that's the thing, right? Beatrix is supposed to be good in lane, but as soon as you add some external factors, it becomes a bit of a problem.
Let's see here already. Spell checks. Yeah, 505 on that Pharsa is somehow forced to use that Purify, but Echo, they're feeling confident, they're feeling aggressive. They are going to use 4 flickers. Let's see how it will work out.
I mean, let's take a look at the emblems before things go too heavy, right? Because when we see Echo, the choice of emblems, a lot of high and dries here. I think they're going to be playing for those pickoffs. So RSG Singapore, they need to be aware of that. They need to see that this is going to be the play that they want to go for in the early game especially. But they do have to wait for Yawi to get that level 4 in order for him to assist in that pickoff strat.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at the emblems, it just immediately tells us what Sanford is playing for, right? When you have high and dry, he understands that, unfortunately, Diablo isn't going to be as strong as him, especially with the unbending will. But top side now.
3v1 called TZ with the cables. Jumps in towards Baby Cakes. Baby Cakes, even without the flicker, is still quite safe.
I don't know. I feel like if Echo really wanted to, they could have dove that, but I guess they pulled back because they didn't see Lolzy until the very last second when he showed up mid. So, I don't know. I think it's the safer play for Echo. Don't really need to force any agendas now with Turtle coming up in 3 seconds.
I mean, right now, RSG, I don't see them being able to actually take this next objective away because we already see that Echo is starting to set up for it. Gray in the vicinity, trying to open up the map. But what's happening bot side?
Sanji forced the flicker, but first blood will fall to the hands of RSG. Can they steal this one? 4v3. Nomium Blast will not be able to connect as Call TZ will find the first turtle. Echo equalizing a kill for the turtle.
Now, but that was the thing that I was so concerned about. I think I've said it over and over that they don't have anyone, one, to pressure Carl TZ in the jungle. Because usually when we see an assassin being used, we see someone like the Masha or the Hilda to be able to deny those rotations. Second of all, they also don't have a source of CC other than the Numenon Blast coming in from RSG, which is so easy to cancel.
Look, I mean, this is just a testament to how Singaporeans, especially professional teams at the highest level, play. They're very, very structured. They know that they can play the later stages of the game much better than most teams, as their general understanding of macro is a lot deeper. And they don't want to rely on things like risk, reward. Who needs that when you have a very clear pathway to victory?
They don't like the gamble, it seems like, but minute number 3, Benny QT has secured the first item, Corrosion Scythe. And take a look at the emblem here, get in anything significant, perhaps?
Well, other than Sanford's high and dry, he could have picked up Weapon Master if he wants to, but at this stage of the game, I mean, he knows his matchup against Diablo is going to be heavily in his favor for the majority of it. It's a wet noodle fight, right?
Cutthroat on towards 505, and he goes down immediately. Echo, with the early game potential that they have, seems like now they are controlling the tempo.
Yeah, they already have that benefit. Oh my god, Yawi goes in!
Jet Kundo flicker connects, and we can see here an all-out brawl. Call TZ jumps in with the cable. Sanji picking up a kill. RSG retreating right now. Lolzy might be next here. No commitment just yet. Echo with the intelligent engage and disengage.
That must be so frustrating, right? Because RSG, they're betting on the Numenon Blast, whereas Echo, they have Yawi to work around to initiate, but they also have that beautiful follow-up coming in from Sanji, but Diablo, he's gonna be taken down. Goodbye, Diablo.
And that's why you
go.
take high and dry. No, we were literally on this. We were going to say the exact same thing. I was hoping you were going to commit to that, right? The high and dry makes all the difference here. If you had Weapon Master, it probably wouldn't have the same effect.
Second neutral objective will be secured comfortably by the hands of Echo. Again, RSG, they are behind on rotation, so they need to find something to equalize.
Okay, so pickoffs for Echo right now. The neutral objectives so far have also been dominated by Echo. RSG, when will it be the time for them to turn online and find that power spike that perhaps they haven't found yet here in the 5th minute?
Well, all of it is dependent on both 505 and Baby Cakes, who are supposed to be the ones who can actually pull them towards the later stages of the game. But let's see, because Lolzy has a lot of work to do. He can only be in so many places at once.
Yeah, you can see your top side already. 3v4, perhaps potentially 5v5. Callteezy jumps in. Cutthroat connects, but no, not enough damage just yet. RSG pulls back.
I see the fact that Baby Cakes has been pressured quite a lot, but he's not that far behind in terms of that level gap. So it's very interesting to see what the items say, but
Oh, he lands it!
Oh my god, the taunt, the stun, everything goes and goes down. Callteezy, RSG.
Top.
Find the equalizer, in particular the top side. Flicker pops. My goodness, Baby Cakes with the 1 HP retreat. And we can see here already the Bolt Roamer is just punching bags, but okay, let's see. Conceal on towards the purple buff. Ray trying to steal that orange buff. Wave Dragon connects, not enough damage. There's Callteezy with the retribution, but Callteezy takes down Lolzy. Finds the double. No, Benny QT will pick up the kill. So again, Echo with the control of their jungler.
That's really unfortunate for RSG. They had a really good idea. They knew that the purple buff was going to come up. They wanted to get a punish specifically onto Callteezy, but unfortunately, Echo had the foresight to understand that RSG wants to go for the punish, so instead they go for the counter engage, and the G Kundo specifically on Lolzy to deny it. Beautifully done.
Kundo Flicker connects on towards Baby Case here, top side. They are looking for the collapse, but it seems like RSG is on time to defend. Lolzy trying to open them up the map. Oh, Wave of Dragon, Benny QT with the shurikens jumps in, and Callteezy to clean it off. Turtle now open, 5v4 RSG. Is this the right move? Yeah, I feel like they should just let this go. Third turtle, Callteezy looks to secure this. Let's see.
But remember, it's Echo not having those really important utilities in their ultimates. But here we go. Another engage coming in from Yawi.
Well, what's Baby Cakes? Baby Cakes got the turtle. He stole it on the nose of Callteezy. What is going on as RSG finds the equalization? And the turtle, get in.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. I was shocked for a second. I couldn't believe that Baby Cakes actually got that, but that's great for RSG. Just look at this lead that Echo has, right? They want to be at least 5K by this point.
Oh, Wave of Dragon, 3v1 Diablo caught off guard there. And it seems like Echo will find the first tier turret bot side. And now RSG, they are looking for an equalization, but what can they do?
Well, you can expect that, Callteezy is going to look to make the aggressive play, but overall, RSG, if they have to sacrifice objectives, so be it. They still need to scale. That is their objective, right? Because Pharsa is going to make Benny QT's life so very difficult, and the second question is whether or not Lolzy can actually handle Sanford, and on paper, it should be a no as long as there's a wall.
My goodness, just the kill pressure that Callteezy brings to the table. Baby Cake still surviving that one. But take a look at the mid side. Ray, 505, looking for a setup. Wait, but River. No comment. Oh my god, River top side. Lolzy gets caught with the Wave of Dragon, and 4-member is technically on him. There you go. Down goes Lolzy.
I mean, you mentioned something about RSG and like the Singapore region in general of how that, oh my god, but wait a minute!
Bye-bye Callteezy, bye-bye Baby Cakes. Now Bray trying to look something, trying to go for the clear as Echo will not be able to seize that mid side as, Diablo finds compensation top side.
Now, right now, we can see that RSG, they're starting to figure out Echo, right? Echo, they like to go in for those pickups, but with a lot of members, they're using a lot of manpower, and therefore Diablo has started to be able to use that to their advantage by starting that split push. And if this goes on over and over, it could be RSG still staying relevant in the game, Gideon.
For sure. I mean, that's the idea. Both EXP laners are looking to gain pressure into the side lanes to kind of pull them apart for these neutral objectives. It's difficult, but now the kick comes through.
Oh my god, Bray gets deleted.
Whoa.
Human Blast connects onto his one here. No follow-up damage just yet. Sanji trying to find something. Benny QT in the backside finds the Pharsa. Benny QT will get the shutdown though. And now it is going to be a 3v3. Sanji Flicker as a defense. Baby Cakes in a tough situation. Oh, that Kundo is big. Baby Cakes though finds a double as Sanford will find a trade. At the end of the day, it's going to be 4v2. But my goodness, The Fanny, out of nowhere, finds the kill.
Oh my god, a 4-for-2 trade, and let's make it more? Okay, he didn't want to commit onto that. He didn't want to make that mistake, but even then, Echo still with a huge trade on the board.
It was so very close. Baby Cakes was trying to pull it by himself. He's like, all right, boys, get onto the backpack. We're going to try and take out as many of these boys as possible. Yawi played it well. He was delaying his G Kundo on purpose, knowing that the tactical roll coming in from Beatrix was going to come off of cooldown really soon, just to ensure the kill was going to get through. Cartesia, however, have to keep in mind, he's very dependent on this purple buff. So if RSG finds the opening to deny it from him, these neutral objectives will become a lot easier to contest.
And right now, they are going to start setting up for this next Lord. But look at this, RSG already on the way. Let's see who is going to be able to take it, as Echo seems to have the better setup for now.
They're trying to bait out information with the whereabouts of RSG members. 5 members clumped up here. Rosie trying to face check. Wave Dragon, Benny QT. Take a look at the damage. And Sanford will confirm the kill. Sanford will retreat as they are confirmed 5v4. So they should take Lord quite comfortably.
No issues whatsoever. I don't know. I think at this point, adjustments need to be made. Like RSG, yes, they were giving up the Lord, but they cannot let Lolzy just keep walking, and he clearly isn't tanky enough to face check these rushes. They need to check it with 505, who actually has the range to do so, or maybe Diablo, who has Eye for an Eye available.
But now we're going to take a look at the in-game items. What has been happening so far?
Based on what I can see, it's 3. Wow, actually a lot of gold. And Baby Cakes is actually trying to keeping up with Benny QT, despite him having 3 full kills on his side, and also an outrageous laning phase. 505 is in trouble.
Oh my god. Purify, nothing matters. Call TZ will find the kill. Diablo finds a 3-man Petrify here in the backside. Sanji goes down. Diablo taking a lot of damage here. Can he survive? But Sanford in the backside deals a lot of damage as well. Unstoppable for Sanford with that barrier. What the heck, Echo? They are just running everything full throttle.
They have so much kill pressure here. It's insane. Did you see how they did that team fight? They actually split. You could see that Sanford was pressuring that backside. 505 went down. Baby Cakes was being pressured. And at the end, the damage dealers, the main carries from RSG, they didn't have an answer to that.
They don't have it just yet, but it takes time to get their Echo. Now with a solid 5k lead, they're going to lose their inhibitor down on bot side. This is the position that Echo has been looking for a long time. The end is nigh. When we see that 95-second clock reach 0, this Lord is going to be so very important for Echo to try and close out this game. If not, RSG will delay it for another full 5 minutes.
5,000 gold lead here for Echo, and you can see the player's gold that you're right, Baby Cakes, he hasn't fallen too far, so they still do have potential coming in from him, but that depends on how RSG is going to be able to protect him, right? Because so far, Baby Cakes has been pressured so much, and you're right, Lolzy, he hasn't been able to protect too much because he isn't as tanky, he's not as sustainable as someone like, let's say, Sanford or even Yawi in this situation.
I think what's the most, like, if you were in SG's position, right? It's not like you're making bad decisions, and especially in that last fight, I think that was the best example. You were making all the right calls, you were looking and targeting all the right people, but Echo, oh yes, Yawi, he was able to get the Shunpo to dodge the stun. Oh, and even Sanford dropping the wall at 1 HP, holding it off to wait for his opponent to turn the corner so he doesn't expect it. They're just getting outplayed. It's not like SG is making bad choices.
I mean, we can see here Echo already somehow establishing a healthy amount of gold lead, but what I do really want to point out is their mechanics, their macro is also very on point. Sanford here being everywhere, disgusting. Take a look at this barrier delay.
Wave manipulation, the beauty of Grok. Not a lot of heroes can do that. But so far, I think RSG now taking position up on towards the Lord side.
See here already moving on towards the Valentina, but it seems like Sanji still too slick. RSG has given up position though. Echo, can they capitalize on this? Yawi on the conceal will not find anything just yet.
Oh, this is scary because Echo, they have Yawi, they have Sanford, and they have Sanji to work with. So when they group as 5v5, Echo will definitely have a better chance, but here we go. The fight for the Lord.
Numenum Blast from Valentina finds Bray. No fall damage just yet, but Lolzy here will not find the right connection as well. RSG They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing it into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Karteezy if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Karteezy, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Karteezy in the backside. Benny QT, the base Echo outplayed RSG.
Echo remains undefeated. Upper bracket secured with a beautiful, beautiful split push by Benny QT as well as Karteezy. Congratulations, the Philippines. Very unfortunate for RSG in that moment, but my god, Gideon, how did you see that?
Anger, nightmare. That's exactly what this is. You don't want to see that happen, and they were purposefully delaying this Lord for that to happen and roll out of control. Wow. It's so frustrating. Like, yes, I have a vendetta against RSG, but they don't deserve to lose like that.
Oh, man. I mean, like, while you were doing the play-by-play, like, I was watching you and the Lord, and I didn't see it. And then Gideon started screaming, and I was like, oh!
There's a chance. There's even Karteezy somehow hesitated, right? But when he jumps in, he just knows Benny QT was in the right position as well. And it's just GG.
Personally, I think they were talking about it. I think, they knew for a fact with the inhibitor already opened on the bottom side of the map for RSG and that wave pushing in, the question became, does Karteezy have enough damage to rush this down, or does he need support? And that's why they were delaying, and you start seeing Sanford, he got extra aggressive. He was willing to throw his body to slow down RSG. At that point in time, RSG needed to make a choice. It's either you take the Lord or you back off. You can't take everything, and I think Echo overall played it perfectly, as good as it could get.
That was unfortunate though, and that kind of brings up the point about how great RSG is at wave manipulation, right? Because if you want to go for something like the neutral objective like the Lord, that's like the first thing you do. You clear your waves. But I guess it was kind of difficult with the way and like how everyone was so mobile, so they could go and split through the lanes and just push that pressure on.
Well, I wouldn't say that it was wave manipulation. I definitely think it was taking advantage of the situation more than anything else, right? Because if it was wave manipulation, then it would just be Sanford all by himself, like piling up that wave with the wall for as long as possible. But man, definitely RSG has a couple of things to actually go back, VOD review, because they were making some good choices and keeping that gold lead as tight as possible until that very first Lord, and then all hell broke loose.
Very good display of communication, coordination, and chemistry. I mean, the decision-making in-game Echo was just so... I don't know, I think was it a perfect game, you think?
Predatory, that's what it was like. It
was quite brutal.
It was.
Very aggressive. They didn't give RSG room to breathe at all, but we're going to take a look at the post-game stats and items here between that game. 16-8, it was 15 minutes, so we can't say it was that one-sided.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't one-sided for sure. It's so very stressful in a situation, especially when a lot of the damage is reliant on both Babycakes and 505. Babycakes taking so much pressure and aggression from Echo, but still defending it with the rest of his team communicated properly, made his life a lot easier. But even though the score is 16-8, pull this back a couple of minutes. Look at the goal lead. It's only 5K despite that score line.
I mean, we can see here from the composition, like 2 high-end dries, only 1 technically built tank. So we already know that they are going in. They are going to go aggressive. And on the side of RSG, it seems like it is so hard for them to find the right effective team fight per se. Why? They lack in that CC department, I feel like. Crowd control, not too huge on the RSG side.
I'll take you one step further. It's because of the, well, I don't want to say anti, but immune to CC. Yawi, he does not miss those Shunpos. And let's not forget Sanford on that Grok, that power of nature, still really disgustingly good. So many times when we were seeing Lolzy trying his best to get a good Numenon blast, both Yawi and as well as Sanford just either do not care or deny RSG 505 specifically from using that Feather Airstrike effectively.
Again, it's just clean execution from both, all 5 members. Echo, they are in a very good position, and so they are confirmed upper brackets here, Gideon.
Yes,
Who will
they
they gonna meet? They're in Group C.
They're currently in Group C, so therefore they should be going up against the winner of Group D, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. I'm going to double check that for you guys back at home afterwards, but let's have a look at the post-game stats. And this is what I'm most interested on, because overall, damage dealt, 164,000 compared to 121,000. You would have expected it to be more favored into Echo, at least taking maybe 70% of the overall damage, but so far, in terms of damage taken as well, 90,000 difference overall.
Wow, that's huge, right? I mean, take a look at the categories as well. I mean, Benny QT was all over the map. Even though 56% KP, but he knows when to farm, where to farm. 56,000 damage, and Bray, the jungler from RSG, will take the sandbag. Meanwhile, Yawi, the Cho, 69% KP. Nice. 10 assists, Forgotten One.
Forgotten One. I mean, Yawi, he's coming back in. He's showing off on this show. Man, it feels like he doesn't get CC'd at all. A 15-minute game, very clean coming in from Echo, but it does show the Singaporean defense is very, very good for the earlier stages of the game. The question is, when push comes to shove, can they actually contest or have enough gold to make sure they can fight for Lords? Because that is still the end game mechanic.
I personally feel okay, no, I'm gonna ask you, Gideon. Who is gonna be MVP?
Honestly, I don't know. This one's tough because everybody on Echo played well.
Benny QT, it's gonna be Cho, it's gonna be Yawi.
Of course, gotta give him the trademark.
Exactly, he got MVP in his debut, 1-10 on his signature hero as well, 69% KP. And of course, take a look at the item builds here. Very standard, but his mechanics, even though he was on rest, I guess, yesterday on the first day, but
he was hidden.
He was hidden, but there you go, showing up with style.
Yeah, I'm showing up big time as well. Man, it's rough because we're going to look at the highlights and I can explain exactly why this felt so difficult. Like, number one, the draft was already not in RSGSG's favor, and they knew it for sure, and yet they were still putting on a good performance. Echo, if they wanted to, could have pressed the heat even more and slow-grilled RSG painfully, but move after move, when RSG finally has the opportunity to actually find that advantage, Echo has an instant counterattack.
Again, it's... the way I see it, Echo just read RSG like a book. Rotation-wise, execution-wise, everything is just so fast. And yeah, again, mechanically, they are just above Sanji. Oh, he got low so many times, but no deaths, technically.
Yeah, no deaths whatsoever. And I think, the adjustments from Echo in the beginning of the game, you could see them, pushing and pulling in many different areas of the map. But things like this, you're seeing just the outplays coming in from Echo, despite the fact that they were in a losing situation. Turn the corner, dead instantly.
Man, killer instincts is just there. But let's now, on that note, let's throw it to Eterna for the interview segment. Eterna, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for that wonderful analytical breakdown of the game. But right now, I am here with Carl Teasy, of all people. Can we please have a round of applause for him first? Congratulations, Carl Teasy. The crowd is going wild for you. And honestly, I'm shaking standing next to the MVP of M2. Who would have imagined? But everyone's got the same question, I feel. Like, that was the first game that we've seen where someone was able to win it from, I wouldn't say backdoor, but a split push meta. So the question is, Carl Teasy, whose call was that?
Ako po talaga unang nag-call nun. Kaso parang itutuloy nila yung Lord kasi kaya napaback din ako. Tapos nung sinabi nila na reset, nag-back na ako. Tapos sinabihan na lang nila ako na i-segue ko na lang.
Initially, it was really my call, but they were going for the Lord. So I went back a bit, and then when they just went for it, we all just went with the backdoor.
Wow, so it was your call to go for that, and it did wonders. And this is basically a 3-0 clean, undefeated journey for you in the group stage, and all you need to get to is the upper brackets. Now, when we're talking about the upper brackets, you have the potential to either go against Team Valley or Team Hack. Who would you rather meet up there in the upper brackets?
Team Hack kasi sila yung Malaysian champion.
He said the Team Hack because they're the Malaysian champions.
Huh? Oh, okay. So you want to go against the champions here. Okay. Okay, I have another question for you. So we know that Coach Ark, he's now with RRQ, but he used to be the coach for Echo. Now, how did it feel to go against your former coach?
Ano po, masaya po. Tapos nakaka-enjoy durugin si Coach Ark.
It's wonderful and
Nakaka-enjoy durugin si Coach Ark.
it's fun destroying Coach Ark.
It was fun destroying Coach Ark. Okay, so now I have a last question for you, right? So because you were the MVP of M2, you're coming back here as one of the veterans, one of the legends, I would say. You even have your own skin. So do you have any messages to anyone out there, perhaps maybe the teams watching you right now?
Sa mga teams na nanonood sa amin, di pa to lahat. Abangan nyo lang.
Ano, hindi pa?
Hindi pa ito yung
Okay.
power namin.
To everyone watching, this isn't even our full power.
It's not even their full power. Wow. Okay. If that wasn't their full power, things are going to get even spicier coming into the knockouts. Thank you so much, Carl Teasy. Once again, congratulations. We'll see you in the upper brackets. Thank you as well. And let's go back to our wonderful casters. Take it away.
Thank you, Eterna and Carl Teasy. What a spicy interview. Gideon.
This wasn't even their final form. I mean, do we call it or do we call it? Come on, I'm just saying.
I'm shaking right now, literally.
It's breathtaking to see, teams coming back stronger than ever, but the gap has closed up, whether it's from East or West, or even in Southeast Asia. Evolution continues to push these teams forward for that grand prize of being the champion of M4 this time. It'd be crazy if Kartisi 2 times does it again.
It was a crazy match, but we got more crazy matches, and up next, it is going to be confirmed the Valley will go up against Team Hack, the champion from Malaysia, and as well as NACT champion, NA Rep.
NA represent here, but I don't know. This is going to be a really tough one because whoever wins that upcoming matchup gets to go in towards the upper bracket. A lot is on the line.
So on that note, Gideon and Connie, on behalf of Eterna and the rest of the crew, will take a short break. Make sure to stay tuned for the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a break.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out hard to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out hard to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for
closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause greatness is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you think you ain't, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
accompanying RRQ Akira in the upper brackets of Group D. We are back to bring you more Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship action. I am Eterna, and together joining with me today is Goni as well as Gideon. Now, before we start our next match, let's thank our official sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by TikTok, the official content partner. Supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner, Genk. Our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Without your continuous support, the M4 World Championship will not be possible and would not be as great as it is today. Now, Goni, Gideon, starting with Goni, how are we feeling about this next upcoming match?
I personally feel, I can't wait.
Okay.
Right? Because that's my middle name. But again, the Valley, Team Hack, the champion from Malaysia, and as well as the Valley and a rep. It's going to be very interesting, Gideon, to see the clash of styles that these team will bring.
Look, I'm known as the person who likes to sit on the fence a lot, the one who likes to look at both sides. But today of all days is going to be really important because one of these teams are going to be going into the upper brackets. And we're not sure which one it is going to be. So hopefully you guys stick around. Let's have a look at today's schedule to keep you up to date in case you didn't catch up to what is happening here at M4.
Okay, we're moments away of checking out today's schedule. Remember, we still have 2 matches ahead of us today, starting with Team Valley as well as Team Hack.
So it's going to be a very interesting. Can Team Hack bring the momentum? Because earlier, they were up against S11 Gaming and they won that match in a very convincing fashion as well.
And even when we're thinking about Hawk right now, the Valley is still an imminent threat coming in from the West. I mean, with no doubt in my mind, this is going to be an exciting battle, but a lot of it is going to be handled in the draft. And I think today's games, especially the draft, has been predetermining a lot of these victories, whether it be for RRQ Akira or even S11.
We had a little interview with Carl Teasy earlier before, and he said that he'd rather meet Team Hack. So he's kind of, on your side here, but I can't say that there aren't a lot of supporters in the audience who want the Valley to go up and stay in that upper bracket position.
Well, it's just a classic West versus East, so it is going to be a very interesting match. But, well, Gideon, any perhaps last thoughts here before we jump into more analysis?
Well, I mean, my last thoughts is you definitely know what I'm going to be leaning more towards.
I don't.
I'm going to try. We'll bring that up later. We're going to follow the script here. We're going to bring that up later when the graphics are ready. But just to keep you guys up to date, the M4 Pass is already available, and you can complete all activity tasks, and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, and everybody wants the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance. I've seen a couple of people play it in my ranked games. Crazy, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are all awaiting you. So use the hashtag MLBBM4 and hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag Dare to Be Great, so that we know who's going to be, getting the figurine at the very least.
Okay, that's something that we can guess to see who is going to be able to get that figurine, because I myself want to do that. But Goni, have you been using your guest coins in game?
Well, I have been using it. I don't know if it's accurate or not because a lot of crazy matches occurred, but M4 Guest is now live. So join the guest from December 26th till the 15th of January to get up to 10,000 pass EXP, which would be enough to upgrade the pass by 10 levels. Don't miss it out, and don't forget the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBB M4, and Dare to Be Great.
Now, going back into the game, right? Team Valley and Team Hack. Both of these teams are the rising stars from their respective regions, and it's insane to see them collide once again on stage. And I think you mentioned a clash in a playstyle here, Goni. Would you care to elaborate on that?
Team Hack, right? They are quite straightforward, very disciplined, and crazy picks as well. But the Valley, what they like to do is just go at it, perhaps towards the mid game, towards the late game, then they will perform.
And on that note, we are going to see the official team lineup from the Valley. We have Hoon, Fried Chicken, Basic, Mobazane, and Big Brother Super Shark.
The Valley continues to perform as much as they can. They've suffered one loss so far, but that doesn't mean that they aren't going to hit back harder, faster, stronger than any other team here, and they just begging, making people anticipate their next move.
Looking to move mountains here in M4. Please welcome the Valley all the way from North America.
Oh, we're missing Zane. Where is Zane? But on that note,
Zane?
Yeah,
There he is.
Come on. He knew what he was doing. He wanted the crowd. He knew that he was going to come out at some point.
looking tall, looking fresh as well. The Valley looks to go into the Land of Dawn with the same gameplay, same page.
But on the flip side, their opponents are going to be none other than Team Hack from Malaysia, Gideon.
With Mon, Lola, Panda, Gary, and Min as the main five, they're looking to make their name here at M4. And they can take down the Valley. That's just one more step to getting a higher result here at the World Championship.
Our very own Cinderella story of M4 in the making. Introducing Team Hack all the way from Malaysia.
My goodness, Team Hack is ready with the flag as well. And I gotta say that Gary in M4, he has played splendidly.
Wait, did Team Hawk just bring in a drum? The last time when they played, they didn't have a drum, and this time they're not losing to RRQ fans, even though they're not even playing this time round.
You're right. I mean, the hype is definitely felt here in the audience. And I think you guys need to experience it for yourselves. Come on over to Bali United Studio. But on that note, we're going to take a look at the talents predictions before the keys to victory. And man, only Shamilo.
Your
Team
fellow
Hack.
brother. Look, to be fair, he's from Malaysia. It's understandable that Malaysians want to support Malaysians here, but this is a really important game, and I can definitely understand that a lot of people are going to be leaning towards the Valley. Hold up, Ranger Oma. Yo, what's up with the Indonesians today, man? Is this why he was like telling me, like, yeah, Team Hawk at the backstage?
I guess.
Perhaps, and we can see here on your screen the
Valley
NACT boys, Valley dude. Man, but now, take a look on the flip side.
Look, we play it humble, we keep it
Praying.
clean. We don't say Yipompe for no reason. We pray, we make sure we stay humble here. But this is an extremely stressful match, and I cannot imagine what both of these teams are feeling. But let's look at the keys to victory for the Valley.
Well, securing basic 0, pick and farm early. Why? They play around a lot for basic, and I feel like that is going to be the main points here from side of the Valley.
I had to say that they're gonna play around Mobazane as well, because usually when we see Super Shark, there's a reason why he's called Big Brother Shark, right? Because he's always there to protect his fellow teammates. And I'm wondering if that Matilda pick is gonna come out. And if so, Team Hack definitely has that opportunity to ban that away from him.
Yeah, but this is interesting, right? When we're looking at specifically roamers, right? It's Super Shark up against Min and Man here, because they have this natural connection to each other, and a lot of it comes down to whether or not Lolita is going to be obtained by Super Shark. The last time we saw Lolita denied from him, he ended up picking up Matilda, which in and of itself really depends on how the team can coordinate.
Well, I guess patience is a virtue, and I guess Team Hack should play patiently against a team like the Valley. And again, prioritizing wave clear to control the map, and as well as creating space. Now, Min and Man, what do you think about him? Those two, Gideon? You're from Malaysia.
They naturally work well with each other. However, there are times, and remember, keep in mind, this is a best of one. A lot of cheese strategies and a lot of, off-lane picks are going to start coming up more often during this time. And I think with Min and Man, they definitely like to spice things up. The last time we saw Eudora, which doesn't happen too often, but let's see the audience predictions, and that's what I want to see, Malaysian support. But the split overall for both of the regions, still very, very, very 50-50 here.
Very balanced indeed between the Malaysian team and as well as the NA rep here. but my goodness, what a... Well, I want to hear live comments. You guys at home, who are you rooting for?
Yeah, are you Team Valley or are you Team Hack here? As it is going to give us a clue to whoever wins this, who's gonna accompany RQ here in the upper brackets, right? This is the match to solidify who is gonna be up there. And remember, although nobody's going to get eliminated here in the group stage, it is still important, as well as it's also important to see who's 1, 2, 3, 4, but I can't even hear myself talk. The support is insane from both of the regions. You can see the Valley, the mass support, Assassin Dave, Mirko Arashi, they're even sitting over there. What do we think about this, Gani?
Remember, this is just the knockout. This is just the group stage. I can't wait for the knockout stage.
Hey, at this point, I'm just wishing that Mobile Legends was, a 5v5v5 so we can get our RQ fans, Valley fans, and Team Hawk to really make the stage shake. But it's time. Let's jump into the draft.
We can see Team Hack on the blue side as well as the Valley on the red. And so far, 2 bans have already been set in stone. Kaja, Martis being banned away by Team Hack, whereas from the Valley, we have the Fanny as well as that Diggy ban.
A lot of Primo bans, but that Diggy ban here, Gideon, it seems like respects the Valley. They are trying to set things up. Perhaps, potentially, we might see an Atlas split pick here.
No, you're absolutely right here, Gani. This is something that, Team Hawk is known for, especially for Min. He's turned games around with the Atlas before, but it's not something that I feel like the Valley doesn't know about, right? So they want to open up more options. The question is, do they want to deny options or open up the field even more? I think this is the decision, to open up that field, to make sure that Supershark feels as comfortable as possible. Even if he doesn't get the Lolita, at the very least, he's looking for those hard engages or maybe even disengages.
But on that note, you're right? There's so many heroes that are still opened up here. The Valley, now I'm lost. Now I'm lost in my train of thought. I was gonna say the Valley and the Hawk, but what I meant to say was the Glue is still opened up for grabs. The Carry, the Valentina, so many options here, and because of this Glue being banned, Team Hack, they're gonna have the first to choose, but the Wan is their priority.
All right.
Looking at this, I personally feel like the Valley will open up Lolita for Shark and possibly can Valentina work here? The Eve! We forgot about the Eve.
Look, I was going to say, would the Valentina work here? I was like, we don't really see too much of it just yet, and you don't really want to draft around it. It's something that Malaysians are very comfortable with, and especially with the Valley, I think they're going to stick to their own game plan regardless, right? But now, looking at 2 really powerful ults here, the Eve and as well as the Lolita. We saw previously in Echo's matchup, when you have something like Valentina, you don't necessarily have to take, the Yuzong ult to get access to multiple abilities. A Numenon Blast could really set the pace of the game.
There you go. Guess now with the Eve and Lolita, just like you said, it's a very heavy ult, but then again, they need level 4. So I guess they will wait it out perhaps after first hurdle. Before first hurdle, they need to manipulate the wave so they can get level 4. But Team Hack, after some time, they have responded with a Kadita pick and as well as Dairoth pick. Now, I personally like the Kadita. Why? It just adds more spice and crowd control.
I mean, it's a two-way sword, right? It's a double-edged sword. We've seen the Kadita do wonders, but on the other side, it has failed if you can't be able to get that early game snowball. But with now the Akai being picked up for the Valley, it still sets precedent that they may have an upper hand when it comes down to those neutral objective takes. Now we are entering the second phase of the ban and picks. The Cho is going to be eliminated. Now, Team Hack, what do you think they're going to be banning next?
Look, if I had to judge the trios that we are seeing on board right now, and we have to compare the jungler specifically, I would say the Valley definitely has a significant advantage because I'm expecting Dairoth to go into that jungle. Yes, it is flexible, it can go into the EXP lane, and that's something that Team Hawk really needs to think about because Mobazane has been performing relatively well. We haven't seen enough of him yet to boost up his stats, but expect his average KDA to change.
I personally agree with you. I mean, Akai itself is just a good hero, prominent hero to securing that neutral objective, and in the hands of Zane, it's just so efficient yet so effective. And now Hawk, they are looking to limit the option for the marksmen. I expect them to ban out the carry last, but the Valley, their game plan is also straightforward. They want to limit crowd control because remember that Kadita is already there, so they do not want to add more. With the Cho, with the Franco, they banned it out, and yeah, as expected, carry banned out.
You're right. I didn't realize that the carry was survived up until this second phase. I would have thought that someone would have taken it in that first phase, and I'm excited to see what that next pick was from the side of the Valley to see exactly how they're starting to round things up. But it is a Grok, and this Grok is also flex potential.
Yeah, I think Grok is really, really smart of the Valley to deny Team Hawk, because I was thinking, okay, there's only a couple of things that really work out specifically for Hawk to counter this particular composition, and Grok came up to mind, even Cho, but that's arguable, and I really love the simplicity of that Grok. So well done to the Valley. They're looking really good right now. Whoa, the change of pace!
Both teams, they're sticking to what they know best, right? With the Hilda being picked up, denying that as well away from the Valley. This is interesting, right? So who is going to be able to pressure that lane in that jungle, realizing that the Valley still has one more pick up, and it should be the gold lane. It sounds like the Irithel. So they're trying to counter the Wanwan in that lane, and they also have the Lolita to counter the Wanwan as well.
Very clear that the side of the Valley, they want to go front to back, right? I mean, that Grok, it doesn't have to build tank. Remember, we saw a lot of high-end Dry's Grok, so with Lolita and as well as Akai, who will definitely build tank, my guess is that Grok will build high damage.
I don't know. This game is stressing me out, man. I feel my voice just lock up in my throat. Both teams are phenomenal at what they do. They are champions for a reason, but only one of them gets to go to the upper bracket.
And we'll see who it is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, are you Team The Valley or are you Team Hack? Put your predictions in the comments section as we are moments away of getting into the land of Dawn. But Gani, predictions before we get in.
Personally, looking at the composition, I'm gonna go with the Valley.
Okay, we'll wait for Gideon later. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into the land of Dawn to see who will claim the next upper bracket seat.
Let's jump right on into it. As we saw, as we were jumping into the land of Dawn, Grok is already slowing down and actually helping Mobazane with a quick leash of his own. But slowing down that mid lane purposefully to make sure that Yve has a good time and can hit level 2 without getting too much harassment or threatened by specifically Kadita.
Oh, I'm actually quite surprised. Actually, Shark is going to be able to opt for that mid side, so he wants to pressure Man a little bit more. And I'm surprised because they're not... Wait, is there a lane swap?
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling like Malaysia's going to be known for lane swaps. Like, this is becoming our staple strategy at this point.
So lane swap is going to happen here, and when we see that going against one another, who do you think has a favorable trade? But this might have to wait here. Min is going to get attacked in this mid side.
Seems like Lito will be comfortably taken by the side of Gary. But I do want to point out that Neuron Blast can be cancelled out and in reach with Kadita, right?
Yep.
Later
and I think,
on.
well, that's only later on. For now, it's all about the laning phase, right? Min should survive here. Okay, he is alive. Now, the laning phase, I definitely thought that Lola was going to play a big part in trying to take out this Grok overall, but Fried Chicken can definitely play a little bit more passive and focus on clearing those waves. So I think Team Hawk switching up these lanes actually is very beneficial because Dairoth naturally has a way to get on top of the Irithel regardless if she is using Queen's Calling or trying to get on out of there.
You can kind of see that happening. I mean, look at the way that they're positioning there in that bottom side. Irithel forced to really stick with the turret, love the turret a little bit more because Dairoth is just a huge nuance in that early game because of that base damage that he has.
Yeah, that's not all. This upcoming turtle is going to be quite the battle. I'm not sure if Team Hawk is going to look to contest it or whether or not they look to punish bottom side.
Let's see though, Mobazane, Min, every member from the side of the Valley except for the goal winner is in the vicinity. Min trying to pressure Man, finds the Petrify and finds the first blood. Pride will go down. Gary will not be able to steal that one. Zane finds Min, pulls him back towards the backside, but not enough damage to take him down just yet.
Really?
Yeah.
It just really nicely played overall. I mean, Team Hawk understanding, and especially Gary understanding that he just has to try and contest it. Wait, Min, is he dead here?
Yeah, no sprints. I guess he will not be able to escape as Zane will collect the kill, but bot side.
Okay, so he dies on purpose to try and delay it. We already see that Basic is taking a bad trade, forced to push back, and therefore they're sending Hoon as well as Super Strike to actually compensate for the wave pushing down bot. Therefore, I'm guessing Team Hawk is most likely going to just focus on that farm, look to get the Little Wander, and then start pressing their advantages down on top side. But they notice there's no farm there. They can't do anything. The Valley is not one step ahead.
Well, taking a look at the emblems here, again, it's just standard. And the way I see things, even though that the turtle went towards the hands of the Valley, not much of a advantage that they got.
Look, it's a slow start, but it's going to snowball out of control. We've seen this many times with many different teams. It's going to go back and forth. It really comes down to a decisive fight. And I don't think the Valley is going to take it this early on until they get those first items.
So right now, Min is being a huge nuisance to Mobazane there. I don't know how effective he is right now because he's not far behind Gary, but in the bottom side.
The dire potential jumps in. 1, 2, 3. Bye-bye, Basic. Gary will pick up the kill, and on top of that, he will get extra goal. But now, the re-engage from the Valley. They should not commit to this. I'll take a look at this 3v1. Super Shark will go down next. The Valley, they really need to be careful on this one.
Yeah, they cannot disrespect the Dairoth, and especially with the armor shred, it makes it so easy for someone like Ling to quickly cut down someone as tanky as Super Shark, who naturally has the base health as well as armor to protect himself.
Top side, everything. White Chicken, 1 HP. He gets almost taken down, but now Turtle Fight Gary gets low. He will be forced out of that vicinity. We'll see, can he make the steal? Zane, Shark is already on that turtle. 2,000, but he will not make it, as Zane will find the second turtle.
They're doing well. So far, the Valley continuing to control the tempo for now. And yes, bottom side is on the loss. However, I did see Lola. He first item blade a Heptases. What a mad lad. He really wants to kill Basic here. So now the Valley is trying to unlock him from that bottom side. Maybe find some gold elsewhere on the map. No, still sticking to bottom side.
Seems like Panda is farming relatively well. Lola sends a danger Shark with the stun. Hoon as well. Here combination comes in. Real revelation, but take a look at the damage. Shark, low HP. He will not fall, and it will be Lola. 3-on-1 is a little just too much, and Lola suffers a death outside.
But remember here, Team Hack does have an advantage in those side lanes, so they are going to have a little bit more map pressure than the Valley for the moment. And you can already see the health in that tower in the top side, where Team Hack, they're looking to get another one. But look at the delay coming in from White Chicken. He's trying to do his best to delay it. Unfortunately, it isn't going to be enough.
Another objective falls into the side of Team Hawk. And honestly, the Valley, at this point, the laning phase is done and dusted. The question is, where do you find the goal effectively and safely? Oh no.
Take a look at the setup here. Min falls, and now Gary, Tempest of Blade just to escape. But take a look at the Hurricane Dance. Finds the Ling, and there you go. Bang, bang, bang. The Valley responds in minute number 6.
A 2-for-0 trade in favor of the Valley. And who in their right mind would be able to pin the Ling there? It was beautiful, but look at this. Super Shark.
Crossbow of Tang finds Super Shark, and now the Valley, they slow down the tempo. They need to be careful here. They won the trade. Team Hack is just finding compensation.
Yeah, with Turtle coming up in about 5 more seconds. Right now, the difference maker is going to be Lola. Min has been struggling to get his harassments down, especially with the Valley playing very defensively. Hoon even opting to go for a Brute Force Breastplate as his very first item after the boots, of course, but he needs to live and needs to start scaling.
Here's Zane. Oh, take a look at the damage from the Dairoth, man. Heavy spin as a defense. Gary will confirm the last turtle in the Land of Dawn. And Gideon, things are looking good for the Malaysians here.
I'm not counting out the Valley just yet. Even though the tier 2s are going to start to fall, the lead doesn't seem to be too far away. It's only 1.77 minutes into the game. It's not that much. The next turtle comes, and now the fight begins.
Almost. Noonum Blast not landing though. Ultimate resource, there's information. Hawk might go for the mid side, but Lola almost solo killing Zane there with the help of the conceal just to escape. Now mid side real manipulation just to fast clear. White Chicken misses the wild charge, and there you go, Team Hack with the disengage.
Yeah, it seems like Gary was able to get that blue buff away from Zayn though, so it is a little advantage for themselves. They were leading 1,000, now already with a 2,000 gold lead as they continue to press, continue to set their own tempo, denying anything away from Team Valley. And once again, Gary being the ever-aggressive jungler.
You can see here already 5 members from the Valley is in the mid side, failed to defend the tier 1, and Lola, he is very intelligent, taking down the tier 2, well almost TV is just in time to defend that one. Oh, top side. Link Gary finds the red buff, and Fried Chicken cannot be able to find the kill.
Oh boy, this is well, at least for Team Hawk, they understand their composition has a lot of mobility, so the split push is going well, but we see this problem time and time again. At the end of the day, if this match goes up to 20 minutes, the Valley will eventually start to scale so much harder in comparison to Team Hawk. So right now, Team Hawk is on a timer, and they have to conclude this game as fast as possible.
Right now, we can see that Fried Chicken trying to clear that upper side, but in that 1v1 against Gary, he nearly took him down, so that's how much damage you can expect from a Grok with that particular emblem as well. And it's interesting, right? Because when we see the Ling, we can either see the jungle emblem or this assassin emblem, the killing spree, and the way that Gary has been using it, it really exemplifies how he wants to play in this game. But oh my god, Min still able to escape though.
A lot of resources were put out, and he still survived. But take a look, Lola already jumps in towards Zayn just to zone it out. 10,000 in the HP Lord. Zayn with the conceal will not be able on time, but Nunum last catches too, and now the fight begins. One by one, bodies falling, basics down, and now Team Hawk, they want war. They want Hoon here, who is covered by Shark, but crossbow of tearing by Panda. One by one, bye-bye. Panda finds the double.
Oh my goodness, I was stressing out there. I don't know about you, Eternal, but when you see a situation like that, you got what you want. You had your objective. You didn't have to fight, and yet they did.
They did, and they got the way a better advantage as well. So props to Team Hack for that calculation. As you can see, the Lord is already marching down in that top side. We have 3 members, 4, 5 now up in the air, going to try and defend this. But I gotta say, the Valley, they have really good high ground aside from Panda, obviously from Team Hack.
Yeah, right now, Who needs to be very, very picky about when he uses that ult, right? His ult is the difference maker here, but here we go. Inhibitor in trouble.
Base turret with the defense. Real information popped. Heavy spin connecting on towards 2. No follow-up damage just yet. Basic. He wants to jump in. He needs to be careful as all of the minions is entering the base. But TV, well done. They managed to defend all 3 base turrets.
Beautiful defense. Beautiful defense. Mobazane looking to push as many people away as possible. Fried Chicken even dropping down the Guardian's Baron to ensure no engages are going to happen. And Hoon quickly dropping the real war manipulation to help clear that wave and pose as a threat.
Oh, come on. Quarter HP immediately gets out of there as TV still trying to find the right engage as Team Hack established a 5,000 gold lead. Equipment's what's going on there.
Looking at the items so far, Fried Chicken looks like he's going to be building a Blade of Despair really, really soon, but you can tell who has the advantage. And now, are they going to find it? Is the Valley actually going to get the catch? No, they back off. And that's a good choice because right now Ling is in prime position with 3 items already under his belt. Man, Basic is going to have a really rough time without some support.
Man.
And they spawn man here. Oh, the Flicker Wall Charge jumps in and the follow-up damage is just perfect. He falls as the Valley finds some slight compensation. Oh, take a look at Wanwan Panda. Trying to find the crossbow of Tang. Not yet, though. Playing this rather patiently as they realize that 30 seconds, the next Lord will spawn.
This is going to be really important for them. Team Hawk, 6.3k so far, but if TV is able to hold on, they have a chance to make the ultimate comeback here. But Team Hawk, this is on a knife's edge, man. I don't know. This could really go both ways. I think that Here's my theory, right? I think if the Valley, and especially for Super Shark, when he does have his flicker, he's looking to hit 1 or 2 people. He's looking specifically for Lola or maybe even Panda. Panda is a little harder because he can get immune to CC for a little bit, or at the very least cleanse it. But with the help of Hoon, and I'm pretty sure he's very close to getting his next item. As soon as he gets that Ice Queen's wand, things are going to start changing.
Thing is, the Valley need to be very careful. With the way that they're rotating as 5, and that gives opportunity for Gary to try and pull another Echo. But look at this, Min is gonna get caught out here.
They need to be careful here as the Lord will not be committed. But now Heavy Spin as a defense. Is this the right move? Zane gets taken down as the crossbow of Tang is just too huge. Finding the double. Can he get the triple? But oh my goodness, 4 bodies from the Valley is in the Land of Dawn.
Fried Chicken, the only one left to defend this base as Team Hack. They're looking to push that top and that mid side. Will it be enough here, Gani?
We'll see. We'll see. Base turret top side will fall here. Fried Chicken, the sole man, while charged as a Hail Mary. And there you go. Team Hack will find the dub against the NA Rep, the Valley.
The next upper bracket slot is going to fall to the Malaysian representatives. Congratulations, Team Hack. And wow, what a game by them. Beautifully executed. Very well done. Very aggressive from that early game. And it was so difficult for the Valley to get any opening on the board.
Upper bracket secured. Even the owner, he's like, nah, don't worry. This is only one step before we take our leaps of faith here at M4. But what a game. Very clean, very tactical, very much on the macro and split pushing of this map.
As an Akai, right, you really want to have that snowball early game to have a foundation. But unfortunately for the Valley, once that Akai in the behind position, it's just so hard to find and turn the game around because you're an Akai, you're a tank.
Well, there were a couple of things, right? I definitely think that so far, Team Hawk was able to condition the Valley to play a lot more defensively. You notice with a lot of their builds, right? Immediately we're seeing, Brute Force Breastplate, first item build, really depends on the player, but Hoon being more defensive oriented, allowing the rest of his team to try and catch up. I think he should have been really greedy there. I think he should have played for himself and be the secondary win condition for the Valley.
I love how things unfold like that, right? Because when I was looking at the drafts, I thought the Valley had an upper edge because Team Hack, they really wanted to rely on the Wanwan, and the Wanwan got so countered with the Irrital being in the same lane, with the Lolita as well being placed on Super Shark. But the fact of the matter is, the execution in the game, the way that they played around these deficits actually gave them the edge.
And speaking of that lane swap, the big question in everybody's mind,
exactly,
how much of an impact was it? And I bet if we talk to the Valley, Basic and Fried Chicken are probably going to be like, man, that was really annoying, huh?
You're right. And I mean, it worked for them, right? Team Hack with the lane swap, and they can convert it to objectives. They can convert it to also gold, which just makes the playstyle ever more aggressive, right? Kadita lane, you can't invade jungles. It's just so hard for the Valley to be more proactive, I feel.
Proactive is tough. Proactive is really, really tough for a team fight composition. It's not like you can individually make that difference. You have to have 1 or 2 people behind you to help you out. And I don't know, in this particular game, I'm not sure how many of those moments they had for the Valley, but hopefully when we do see the item builds, we might get a bit of a better idea.
Wow, that was just such a well done performance once again. I think a lot of upsets as well. I mean, a lot of people predicted that it was the Valley's game to win, but it wasn't. Team Hack actually came on top, and the way that they're going by this, it's looking like the Malaysian region is a very strong one, because if I'm not mistaken, Todak was one of the first teams to secure that upper bracket slot as well.
Back in Group A, I don't know. It's either we're, the securers of upper bracket or the king of lane swaps. One or the other. I'll take both of those brandings.
Well, yeah, confirmed. 2 teams from Malaysia will secure the upper brackets. How are you feeling with that, Gideon?
Hey, come on, don't put the spotlight on me. You know how I feel about it. You can visibly see it. I'm just trying not to, toot my own horn too much here. But yes, looking at the items so far, Basic, again, he hit that 3-item power spike, but unfortunately with Irithel, you feel her get strong at 3 items. She feels invincible at 4 items, and again, so very close, yet so very far. Even Hoon sacrificing a lot of his gold to rotate across the map to try and help Basic out of his lane, and he sacrificed so much gold. He's only able to achieve 3 items, and by the time he got that Ice Queen's wand, it was way too late. Gary already with 4 items complete with a Malefic Roar as well, making it that much easier for them to take out bigger targets. For an example, Fried Chicken as well.
I mean, yeah, item-wise, they are just a little bit too behind there. You're right, Basic already 3 items, but it was just a little too late. Moving on towards Panda, though, he is just having fun. No shoes needed on this 1-1. Of course, Corrosion, DHS, Malefic Roar, Windtalker even, and I believe he wants to go, what? Is he going for a Hasclaws, perhaps?
I think he was eventually going to build up into it, and I think that's when Basic was going to feel really good about himself at that point. But still, you would have to give credit to Panda. So far, playing a solid game, 6-0-2, almost max items at the same time of Wind and Natures to ensure that whatever aggressive play he has isn't going to be punished.
Again, Panda just knows when to pop off. Remember, it was quiet up in the gold lane for the early minutes. It's just 0-0-0 from both sides. But after collecting that Corrosion and DHS, he is just active, trying to look for pick-offs on that crossbow of Tang as well. And shout out to Gary, man. He is just crazily good on this lane.
Well, let's not forget about Lola. And I think he played a very interesting role that not a lot of EXP laners do in this meta as of right now, right? Yes, he did lane swap. Yes, he was able to kind of dominate the lane and get his lane advantage pressed against the Valley. But what happens afterwards? The lane swap, the way that he starts pushing in towards the river, the fact that his armor shred plays a huge important part for Gary without any items to feel relevant.
You're right. So let's just move on towards the stats here. Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, every category will fall to the hands of Team Hack.
Wow. Damage dealt is actually in the Valley's favor. They actually out-damaged Team Hawk throughout this game, and yet it was still that close, 12-8.
I think it's just Hoon effect, Eve effect. The damage is just huge. But yeah, you're right. I mean, just it happens to be the Valley who has more damage dealt.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really frustrated when I look at this draft from the Valley. It's so good, it's so smart, it's super standard, and everyone expects it to be effective in the later stages of the game. It's just that Hoon has to keep on losing farm to compensate everybody else across the map because of one lane swap. That's how frustrating it is. His total gold was only, what, 200 to 400 off of Super Sharks? And that's not something you want to see as a mid laner.
You're right, but I can't wait to see who will get the MVP. My vote is on towards Panda. Yeah. Team Hack, Panda on that 11602. How do you feel?
Honestly, I'm feeling really, really good. Panda got to show off a little bit this time round. He had a very simple lane up against Fried Chicken, who really can't close the distance until level 4. So a dominant laning phase. Mid-game comes around, his team is doing most of the work while he continues to dominate. And then when he has his items, you saw how aggressive he is. We saw the 5-man push up top side, we saw Lingo bot, and we saw Panda be like, yo, come on, who wants it? Who wants it? 1v1 me, bring it right now.
That is also why 1-1 is still a prio hero in the M4 stage. Not a lot of 1-1s we see, because it's always man out, but once you get to see it, it's like this.
It's just so good. It's so valuable. Panda played such a good game. I do feel that, with the complementary lane swap as well as Ling being, slingshotted way further in the future than I would have liked, it was a brutal, brutal game.
Well, I can't wait to also see the highlights here get in. What in particular did Panda did and the rest of Team Hack did to claim the dub against the NA rep. So yeah, my God,
you're in shock. It feels like you're in septic shock right now. It feels like you weren't expecting this, were you?
Well, because Brazil, I expected somebody from the West to enter the upper bracket low key. But then Team Hack showed a very, very strong performance.
Honestly, this just shows that the format of M4 during the group stages, you can never count a team out here. Even S11 being able to turn things around again against RRQ Akira. If this was a best of 3, it'd be a very different story. But these bests of 1, we're really getting like an appetizer for the upcoming knockout stage.
Woo! So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's see the highlights. Team Hack versus the Valley. What did we miss? What is going to be featured in this highlight?
I'm curious to see how many moments that we didn't catch on camera itself. Maybe in the highlights we get to see a little bit more of some of the micro mechanics that really made the difference here, because there were moments where I wasn't 100% sure whether Kadena actually landed the stun, or maybe it was, Fried Chicken going in for that wild charge and the knockup where, when your animation is just standing still, you're going to assume that he was CC. So let's jump into these highlights and really start breaking it down. Because number one, you have to give it to Mobizain. He's really good at those retributions, and Team Hawk had to adjust to make sure they could zone him out rather than letting him in.
Yeah, I mean, even so, right, Team Hack, they do not just stand idly by. Even though they lost on the neutral objective, they managed to find more compensation, effective team fights. Take a look at this. This was the moment where that heavy spin just lands perfectly, but this is where Panda started to pop off. Yeah, I mean, after that, after this lore, it's just all for Team Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, this Lord fight was interesting. If I was in Team Hawk's position, I would not have taken this fight, but with that instant pickoff and Lola saying, hey, Basic is already down, they're going to be lacking damage, Hoon is underfarmed, you can absolutely win this fight. That's why they're the pro players, and I'm just scared, man.
You're the caster here, but I mean, it's just clear after minute number 9, that Team Hack is just so confident, taking fights everywhere. And let's just jump into Eterna for the interview. Let's see. Eterna, take it away.
Thank you so much to our lovely casters for that amazing breakdown of the game that went down between the Valley as well as Team Hack. But right now, I am on stage with the most famous twins of the MLBB community. We have Min as well as Man. Congratulations on your victory today. Can we get a round of applause for Min and Man? Thank you, guys. So one of the things that we'd like to know, right? You are one of the only teams in the region that have a Cinderella story from MPL Malaysia. You started in the qualifiers, you made it as champions of MPL MY, and now you're here being able to secure that upper bracket slot. How did that happen? Tenacity and hard work. Can we know from you, Min, how was that possible?
Sebenarnya kita orang mula dari Open Qualifier. Sebenarnya kita orang main Open Qualifier untuk MPL, sebenarnya untuk fokus kepada M4 sebenarnya, bukan target untuk MPL. So dari situ kita dah start planning untuk M4.
So even from the Open Qualifiers, their main goal was not to win MPL, but to actually to qualify for M4 and to win M4 itself.
Wow, so they did not know that they were going to be champions of the region. All they wanted was a slot for M4, but here you are, and it's amazing. Previously, I had an interview with Carl TZ from Echo, and he said that he wanted to meet you guys in that upper bracket slot. And it turns out, later on, that's who you're going to be meeting. So do you have a message for Echo or even Carl TZ in particular, man?
Sebenarnya kami tak kisah kalau nak lawan siapa-siapa pun. So kami lawan je. Kepada Team Echo, Gulak and Elfan.
It doesn't matter who they meet in the next round. To them, it's they just want to play. So the message they have for Echo is good luck, have fun.
Oh, as humble as ever. That's why we love the twins. Now, the next question that I wanted to ask, and I think a lot of casters were wondering as well, as because you were situated in a group that were all full of the West, right? Did you feel weird about it? Was there something that was different to the regions in the East? Any new strategies or heroes or gameplay that you guys noticed?
Sebenarnya kita macam rasa happy lah sebab dapat lawan region luar pada Asia. So mungkin lebih pada excited lah sebenarnya.
Firstly, they were more excited than anything playing with those from the West, and also right now they didn't see any differences coming into the games as well.
All right, no differences. They were just excited. So such positive feedback coming in from these beautiful twins. Now, the last thing that we want to know is, do you have any messages to your fans or maybe your girlfriend who's right now in the audience looking at you?
Okey, kepada fan-fan Tihak dan juga Todak yang berada di Malaysia, teruskan support kami di M4 ini. Walaupun kami kalah, kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk the next game.
To the Todak and Team Hak fans who are in Indonesia and Malaysia as well, keep the support coming. They're going to do their best in the next round.
And I hope you guys do. Good luck. Thank you so much, the wonderful twins. Thank you so much as well, Chris. And we're going to throw it back to our wonderful and talented casters.
Thank you so much, Eterna and the twins, Min and Man. Gideon, how do you feel? I want to ask you now. I want to put you in the spotlight. Team Hak, how do you feel?
Look, it feels good. It feels good to have two Malaysian teams already in the upper brackets here. And I know it is a little disappointing that the Valley wasn't able to make it to that stage, but it doesn't mean that you can't count them out. Last time we saw BTK go really, really far during M3. Don't count them out just yet. They are strong contenders. So, Western fans, don't worry. You're going to be seeing more of them. But for now, I'll have to take a bit of a celebration knowing that we're in a good position.
Man, what, 6 matches or 5 matches already done today. The closing of the group stage will unfold as this is going to be the closing match for the group stage. RRQ, RSGSG. Who do you got? We'll see.
Oh, it's gonna be an exciting one here. Once again, only one of these teams is gonna be making up into the upper brackets, and I don't know so far. I mean, it's home soil. We're expecting RRQ to do well, but even RSG, you can't really count them out. I know I have too many experiences where they have succeeded through lower expectations.
I can't wait. You guys at home can't wait. But we have to take a short break, so grab your snacks. Meanwhile, of course, waiting for that last match to see. It's been Goni and as well as Gideon on behalf of Eterna. We're going to take a short break. See ya.
As a local craft, there is no shortcut to being authentic. This one can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature, while the other one breathes new life to a tradition. And this one has to blend flawlessly. For every question we asked, what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the
for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up. Turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
you cannot burn.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but
SG playing within the RRQ kingdom as we are now live in Bali United Studio, Jakarta, Indonesia. Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship in Jakarta. Once again, excited for the last match of the group stage. Welcome today. My name is Eterna. Together accompanying me is Gani as well as Gideon.
Man, today has been a great set of games today, but these battles between people wanting to get into the upper bracket or getting sent down to the lower bracket have been intense yet shocking.
Intense, and it's getting a little bit personal, Gideon and Eterna. But before anything else, let's thank the sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair and esports charge, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, and our media partner. And last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Really can't thank our sponsors enough. This amazing event wouldn't be possible without you guys.
And without further ado, we are going to head straight into the last game of today. But we want a little bit of a recap, perhaps, for those of you who missed out on what has been happening, right? Because every day we have 6 matches, and we're going to see what exactly has elapsed and who was able to get it out alive.
Let's see here today's schedule to just basically recap match 1 to 5. As 11 Echo Team Hack in the first game got the bag. Echo though finds the win against RSG as well. But Team Hack with that win against TV, they've secured themselves the upper brackets.
Yep. Man, today has been so interesting. Even S11 taking out RRQ, Akira, Echo still remaining on top, and Team Hawk making it to the upper brackets. Of course, I'm excited for that, but now it's RRQ. We need to see them really step up here. There have been some disappointing performances, and even for RSG, this is starting to get a bit desperate if their goal was to make it into the upper brackets.
And I have a little bit of a fun fact for everyone watching as well, that RRQ and RSG, they were both in the same group during the M3 group stage, where RRQ came out on top with a flawless 3-0 run. So now the question is, can RSG-SG overcome the RRQ hurdle this year, or will RRQ prove that the SG champions are just another crown for them to crush?
Ooh, I like that, Eterna. Well done. Can RSG find their revenge? Because based on your data, based on the facts, RSG took the L last year.
Yeah, I mean, the facts don't lie, but things have changed so much, so drastically over 1 year that even today, when we see this matchup, we're just hoping for the best for our favorite teams. But even in the live studio itself, RRQ fans continue to shout and show support. They're literally shaking up the stage here.
Yeah, they even had a grand entrance earlier on. It was so unfortunate that you guys had to miss it. Maybe it's in someone's vlog or something that you can check out. But we want to check out as well the standings from today. Remember, today we focus primarily on Group C and Group D, and these are it. Echo 3-0, standing strong for that upper bracket position. And now, will it be RRQ or RSG, as they are both with 1 point?
Anyone who wins it, and which team, any team, the one team that wins this match will secure the upper brackets, accompanying Echo in that upper bracket spot. Now, will it be the Singaporeans or will it be the Indonesians?
Honestly, with both of these teams, when push comes to shove, they start showing off the best. I'm very curious to see what RRQ's lineup is going to be this time round, and I really hope, we've heard a lot of times, quote-unquote, lower bracket meta. I don't believe in it here.
Okay, so he doesn't believe in the lower bracket meta this time around. But guys, we would like to remind you that the M4 Pass is available now. So complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Don't forget the hashtags, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and of course, hashtag Dare to be Great.
Now, before anything goes, before I want to touch on slightly RSGSG, why the gold laners, Baby Cakes, I want to see him see him evolve into Daddy Cakes in this match.
Daddy Cakes?
Baby Cakes to Daddy Cakes. But in a moment here, Gideon as well as Gani, we are going to see the official team lineup for RRQ Hoshi. Will it be Lemon or will it be Clay this time around? And the answer is the Clay is going to be playing. He is going to take Lemon's place, and Deden from Bogor is going to shine.
They're not messing around here. Deden, the main five, the roster that won they're runner-ups of MPL ID Season 10. Let's see them walking to the stage.
The Kings of Kings present at every M series. They're looking to crush their next crown. They're looking to crush what is the MPL SG champions. Welcome on stage, RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia.
These guys aren't messing around anymore. With the strongest roster that they have so far, they will continue to push for that upper bracket run. This time, hopefully, it's not just going to be a second because they're up against RSG SG.
Well, we can see here Roy Diablo, Baby Cakes, and Bray and Lozy. The momentum isn't on their side, but hopefully, RSG can turn the game around against the Kings of Kings.
So let's welcome back on stage the back-to-back MPL Singapore champions, RSG Singapore!
GGRSG, as they look confident, they look focused against a relaxed RRQ. Are they able to find the loophole, the sweet spot, and taking the win?
Well, it really depends on that overall playstyle coming up from RRQ. It's going to be a little bit more structured and towards the later stages of the game. That's something that RSG can take full advantage of because that is within their comfort zone. But knowing how these coaches think, it's all about the draft. It's all about the outplays to set the tone.
I really like that heart from Coach Achil there. We're going to take a look at the talent predictions for now. It seems like it is a unanimous vote from all the casters from all their regions.
RRQ still favorites here, and for a reason. On paper, they are a more experienced, a more structured, well-coordinated in the Land of Dawn, and I believe all of the talents here. Never mind. The Cuba, shout out to him from Brazil. He opted for the RSG.
Oh boy. Okay. So two people are actually leaning towards RSG side. They see something in RSG, or maybe it's just the overall performance that we've seen from RRQ in the group stages up until this point. The problem is, we didn't see Clay in any of those matches until right now.
I guess that's where they want to throw out all their big guns here. They want to secure that upper bracket slot, but let's not forget the caster curse, right? Because a lot of us figured that the Valley would have won that previous match, but no, it wasn't. So maybe this time around, it's going to go through the same pattern where RSG, they see that little glimpse that could be lacking for RRQ Hoshi.
Well, speaking of glimpse, let's look at the keys to victory specifically for RRQ, because give R7 something he can carry with. I mean, it's R7. Every single time he is in a losing lane, he somehow pulls it up. And even the baby alien of RRQ Hoshi needs to give a world-class display.
Every time, I feel like almost every time Albert can just pull something out of the hat and give him assassin, give him fighters, give him a tank on that jungler position, he will be able to deliver. I like this point as well, capitalizing on RSGSG's shaky late game. That is also, well, I feel like RRQ can definitely punish.
So that's something that, of course, they can capitalize over. But I'm curious, what can RSGSG do to take this win against RRQ Hoshi?
You know what? They could try to contain R7. That's number one, all right? First things first, R7 is an absolute menace. So Diablo has a lot of work up against him. But even for Baby Cakes, he needs to evolve into that Daddy Cakes, as we heard from Gani himself. But they need to prioritize, CC. Something about RRQ,
something about them, especially when they have Clay, their team fights become really nasty. So the only way to lock them down is to actually, go toe-to-toe. When they start to initiate, you know what? Be brave, be bold, stand your ground.
Very interesting that you point that out. When we're talking about Clay, he really likes to use that Eve. And what can you do to stop Eve? Crowd control, somebody to catch him before real world manipulation. And perhaps the fall damage is also needs to be on point. But yeah, Clay is a very good anchor in that mid lane for that RRQ.
But look at this audience prediction that you guys see on screen. This is quite brutal. 90% to 10%. The numbers are just so one-sided. And it's hard, right? Because RRQ Hoshi, their kingdom is huge, and apparently it's worldwide. But of course, this doesn't take away the promise that RSG SG has in this upcoming game, as both franchise giants will be facing off very, very soon. And before we get into the drafting phase, so the things that we need to look out for is one, according to the keys to victory, of course, is one, RSGSG, they need sources of CC, and they also need a late game scaling hero to try and balance the work play for RRQ Hoshi. But ladies and gentlemen, the drafting phase has begun between RRQ Hoshi and RSG, as RRQ, they're going to be on the blue side, and RSG, they're on the red.
Kanja and Martis banned out immediately from side of RRQ, saying we want to open more heroes here. Yeah, perhaps putting respect as well towards the side of RSG. Remember, they picked up Martis a couple of times and it worked out for them. So RRQ, they want to somehow learn from that, but to close out the banning phase, they banned out that Benedetta.
Yeah, that's a really good ban unit, especially. I mean, you can see DLC is like, they're looking at me. I got his attention. I deserve the ban. That's all me, baby. And I think it's definitely understandable because Diablo is able to kind of create the space and also scrape a lot of gold, which helps with the Singaporean almost foolproof defense. But like we saw in their matchup against Echo, there's a lot of ways to actually manipulate it and finding opportunities across the map. So if it's going to come down to cross-map plays, I'd be interested to see if RRQ lean away from a teamfight strategy to a full-on split push strategy.
And on that note, talking about split push, I'm thinking of the hero that can do the split. Are RRQ going to pick up the glue here?
Maybe it's wide open here, but it seems like they are taking their time here, so I'm quite surprised. Perhaps the scenario isn't there, but there you go, the carry first. Why? Because glue can be countered by the carry, so why not anticipate that and just pick up the carry themselves first?
Exactly, and that's the beauty of being first pick on that blue side, but it does kind of give you that, that bounce back, right? And I'm expecting for RCSG, they might lean away from that glue. The Valentina gets picked up as well as the glue. That's not too bad. But this Valentina pick here, glue is always going to be very, very relevant in this meta. I think that goes without saying. But at the very least, it forces RRQ to think about, hey, what ultimates are we giving over to RSG-SG? Or if they want to do the Echo style of play, you know what? We'll give you all the good ultimates. You got to pick which one you want.
Yeah, you're right. Again, perhaps that is the same. That will be the approach from inside of RRQ. Again, we mentioned that Clay likes the Eve and he will pick up the Eve. And to add to that, they add another solid hero and that Fredrin. The question is, who will play it, right? Will it be Albert or will it be R7?
I don't know. Have we seen Albert play the Fredrin?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
It's already in his arsenal.
Yeah, it's not out of the question for Albert. I think there was a lot of discussion before, maybe during the SEA Games era, where we observed that he wasn't too great at these fighter tanks in the jungler, that his prowess was more on the assassins, but definitely still on the table for Albert now coming into M4. RSG, what are they going to respond with? Remember, the Grok is still up if they do want to go for that.
Up, but I guess they might prio the Marksman. And yeah, I was about to say Marksman. Beatrix picked up, but take a look at the win rate, 11.1%. Not a good number to rely on.
Yeah, especially the fall from glory of Beatrix is usually the most
dominant, most nasty marksman until Melissa came out and then the hard nerfs came through, but still Beatrix remains to be part of this list. Now we go into the second phase and immediately once we see the 3 locked in heroes, they're basically somewhat mirroring each other. They already have a mid lane locked in and secured, but for RRQ they have the flexibility of the Fredrin pick. However, for RSGSG, that might not necessarily be the case unless they've been practicing Valentina in multiple positions.
True. I mean, that glue itself is also a flexible pick, right? Can't enter the room, can't enter the XP. But as the second phase commences, it's going to be the Atlas band. Comes through from side of RG saying, well, I expect perhaps another hero. Vin might be banned here, and that's Franco.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, to be honest, it's not out of character for RRQ to pick up something like the Franco here. So perhaps RSGSG, they want to take this off the board first.
I think that's a really good idea. The fact that they've already banned out the Kaja, they had a good idea that they weren't going to pick up the Franco within the first phase on the red side. So great preparation for the side of RRQ. But remember, RSG, on the second phase, they will have first pick. So I'm hoping RRQ ban out that Franco sooner rather than later for this very last pick.
We'll see. It seems like now RSGSG taking their time for their last ban of the drafts, and they have established that they will ban out that Kirita we saw a couple of times win on this Kirita. It's good, it's solid, but I guess RSG saying, yeah, you don't want more team fight hero from you guys, RRQ.
That's kind of interesting because they already have the Eve. Were they expecting Vin to go and pick it up as a support to try and one-shot either Valentina, which is already hard enough, with the Petrify, or maybe even the Beatrix to jump into the backline? Because for all we know, they could technically give Lapu Lapu over to R7 and does the same job, if not even better.
Okay, but it seems like the Hayabusa is going to be the ban here for RRQ Hoshi. And on that Lapu Lapu, I was thinking that Yuzong is still a possibility to be picked up, and so is the Cho up until this point. So RSG first pick here, they need to secure either, because I'm not really acquainted with the Singapore regions. Are they flexible? Do they put Valentina in these weird places, or is this Valentina definitely going mid?
It really depends on the results of their scrims and what they've been preparing here, and I'm not 100% sure what it's going to be. Kind of wish Jays was here because he probably would have given us more insight on it, but you'll see him much later down the road. Is it going to be the Franco lock-in early here? No, they're actually going to take the Cho to try and make it really difficult and put maybe, wait, let me double check the bans. Okay, Rock is still open to go into the off lane here.
It's a good option. I mean, we saw multiple times R7 playing that Rock, and the outcome is positive, but I do want to say that Cho pick is just very good for the Singaporean side. Why? They needed crowd control. They needed someone that can deny, someone can pick up, and that Cho is a perfect hero that can just set the tone for their team fight. Now, RRQ, what can they do?
They want to be able to get into that backline, right? Because right now, the only person that they can do that is the Fredrin. So I'm thinking someone crazy here, but okay, Kufra is going to be the choice to close out the drafts, as well as the Lapu Lapu that Gideon mentioned earlier. And it makes sense, right? This was something that I was concerned about. How will they go into the backline? They've solved it, but now RSG with the response, who are they going to be picking up next?
That's a tough question, but a very good hero here. Vin is saying, yeah, okay, you ban out my hero, Atlas Kadira. No problem, let me put some heat on this Kufra to harass the backlines, and to add to that, they have Lapu Lapu that can synergize well with this Kufra. But what are we looking at here? We get in. Last hero for Singapore?
I'm thinking it could be a pick. It could be a Franco, it could be a Yuzong here. One of the... All right, I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. This time around, Ray is gonna be like, you know what? I'm tired of these util. I'm not a tool. I want to carry this time around. We got some power picks and a Valentina in the house. Very excited to see how RSG is going to utilize this.
I'm surprised, right? Because the information that we got when we were doing briefings about RSGSG is that Ray doesn't use assassins. He's more of the tank fighter type, but he actually brought the Ling this time. And my question... That brings me to my question. My question was, is it the wisest decision to be picking up the Ling realizing that the Kufra was already picked up by RRQ Hoshi.
That's a bold pick. So I guess what they're saying, we don't care. You have a Kufra. Nah, let me let me just put it up there and just
raise the posterior, man.
Exactly.
That's what you're expecting to do. Raise your posterior, call me daddy. Let's jump right into this game. One of these teams are going to be making up into the upper bracket. The others will be dropped down to the lower. It's RRQ Hoshi up against RSG Singapore.
Already so much tension, even in the audience, anticipating this next matchup. It's going to be do or die right now. As you can see here, Bray is going to be starting on the red buff first.
A different pathing here, but they might clash both sides. So we'll see here. Again, spell check, item check, well, emblem check. Nothing too
out of the ordinary.
Out of the ordinary, yeah.
Yep. I think in this particular situation, even Diablo understands that he wants to get as many trades as possible. So taking the Avarice in the laning phase against the Lapu Lapu is great. And forcing R7 to flicker, even better.
Ooh, wow, that's huge right now. R7 already caught quite low here. Diablo seems to be very dominating that lane on the glue. But here we go. We saw that Bray on the lane. He decided with the Assassin emblem. So expect a lot of showdowns happening as he's going to go in very aggressive in that playstyle.
Yep, and here we go. I mean, when we looked at the keys to victories the last time, RRQ needed to look for those hard initiators, and I mean, that's what we see with Vin on this Kufra. Let's see if they can control the tempo as much as they want, because RSG, even though they don't necessarily need to fight, they can go for split pushes if they want to. They have a very mobile comp with Bray and Lolzy already on two of the most mobile heroes in the game.
Yeah, they need to somehow extract the split push potential from this lane, indeed. But I do want to note this. RSG, they can step up the gas. Remember, they have Cho, they have Ling. I expect more aggression from the side of RSG. Realize that RRQ, I mean, Yves needs to wait level 4, Kufra needs to level 4, but all I hear is silence from the right side.
I mean, to be fair, RSG, they still do need to wait for level 4 as well, right? Because Lolzy is not going to be able to have that pick-off potential yet, but on the bottom side.
Blade gets petrified, forced to flicker away. Bravest Fighter pops. R7 is a monster. Diablo, though, mounting on R7. Not enough damage. He realizes that, and he backs away as RRQ has the space to control and secure the first neutral objective by Secret Lab.
It was really interesting because RSG understood that they were looking for a potential pick here down on the bottom side. Yes, it did fail, and that's due to just Clay being an absolute beast with his flicker. Times it perfectly to get out in the right time, and R7 also being able to peel for him. But RSG never had any intention of actually touching the turtle, which begs the question, right? Where is RSG actually playing for? And I think they're going to be playing for Baby Cakes, hoping that he evolves to Daddy Cakes sometime soon.
Daddy Cakes.
Daddy Cakes.
I'm still not over that. Baby Cakes to Daddy Cakes, but here you go. Been already charging for Lolzy, still going to be able to get out for now, but you can see that both teams are trying to vie for that mid lane pressure, and honestly, Valentina is very good at clearing those waves, but the rotations seem to be lacking as compared to RRQ, who are already in this top side.
They want to punish, but notice that RSG on the bottom side making the same moves.
Oh, Lolzy gets caught here. Tyrant's Rage and Revenge connecting, but not enough damage. Lolzy taking that, even he holds the flicker, but both sides 2v1 now. Real Revelation pops Bravest Fighter. R7 flickers away, and no casualties for the first 3 minutes.
This is how RSG strives, right? They are reading the map really well. RRQ is trying to make some moves on their side, but the defense coming out for the Singaporeans, impeccable.
Oh, Lolzy trying to find the right Jekundo. Oh, flickers to the wrong side. Bray, times of play. Real Revelation in the backside, too far off. And now we can see here one man, and that is Diablo. Gets taken down in the hands of Carry.
I agree with you. Like, everything that's been happening right now up until this point, it's so low kill. Everyone is just trying to play that macro game, and it seems like both of them are trying to read out one another. It seems apparent that in this 4th minute, RRQ leading with 1 kill, but for the most part, it doesn't really matter, as now RSG, they're already looking and vying to get to that next neutral objective, which is this turtle, and this is when the clash comes to fruition.
And you can tell that RSG actually want to contest for this. They're posturing themselves ready to collapse on RRQ, looking for their rotations and cutting them halfway through.
5 men already in that vicinity. Lozy opening. Oh, flickers. Jakundo connecting onto his clay. And we can see here the damage trying to find in. Baby Cakes flickers as a defense as well. Real Revelation Vin, the one to fall first. But in the backside, it is actually going to be Lozy. Finds also gets taken down as Bray is in a bad situation. A 2 main damage dealer as Skylar finds the triple.
That's not good. That's not good. You don't want to be putting gold onto Skylar, who is on the hero like Carry, who can snowball into that later stage of the game. For the moment, RRQ Hoshi, they had the better trade. 3 members taken down, they got the objective as well, and now they're gonna go for a turret in this top side, and we gotta check out exactly what happened, because here is the instant replay by TikTok.
Yeah, like, keep your eyes on Albert right now. Yes, it was a very good move right at the very beginning, but then Albert caught and immediately taunted the lane, causing the double kill to occur. They are still peeling heavily for Skylar, and they are revolving around his playstyle. For now, Clay, he's just trying to scale up. He's trying to get as much gold as possible. He's not expected to get kills, but the utility of his ult that he brings to the table is just far more valuable. So let's quickly look at the items. And yeah, we don't see a defensive build coming out from Clay. Immediately, Ice Queen's wand.
Right now, we can see the disparity of gold in the gold laners as well. 4,900 with an example of 3,900. So right now, Carry is how many items above the Beatrix?
To be fair, Beatrix is trying to build a more expensive item. And yes, Corrosive Scythe is a little bit cheaper. Not to mention that he already has the Swift Boots. There we go. Bladed Despair. I would have wished that Baby Cakes was able to finish one item rather than try to greed out to get the second one's components ready, up and ready. But hey, that's just me.
Oh, Lozy, questionable target there. Still able to back off RRQ. Good setup though. As take a look at Skylar. You have 6 minutes in. 4 kills already.
But I haven't seen Vin really get his ultimate on the right person just yet. I feel like every time they go for an engage, he hasn't been able to maximize the potential that he actually has.
I think he understands that he doesn't have to, right? Because if he engages and fails, that puts his team at a bigger risk of giving free gold over to RSG, and that's not what they want. They want to slowly build up the lead. They have a 2.6, and now it's just small cuts upon small cuts.
Oh, where Dragon Vin gets taken down. Take a look, Lozy there, taking a lot of heat as Clay finds the kill. And now Roy's in trouble. Skylar finding the kill as well, but Bray finds compensation, takes 1 down. And now Diablo using the split against Skylar. He mounts him. Can he make something? Baby Cakes shut down. And there you go. Baby Cakes, though, will be traded back by R7. It's scrappy. It's everything. And this is RRQ.
Okay, honestly, I have to say, R7 should live this, but I have to say, Baby Cakes cannot be missing those shots on a stunned target, man. He was predicting the movement. He should have just shot as soon as the stun connected.
Seeing now the turtle here, RSG, trying to grab space. Oh, Vin gets caught. We'll see. That Bray patiently waiting for the execution as now Diablo in the backside. But take a look at the backside here. R7 gets caught. Skylar though finds Diablo, traded back, and now it's going to be an all-out war. Lozy down, and we can see Albert claiming the neutral objective, but Bray will find Skylar in the process. 3-4-2, but RSG lost the turtle.
Yeah, they lost the turtle. It's really unfortunate. Albert, as of right now, is still at the exact same level as Ray, so it should have been a very clean 50-50. Let's see how much more punishment they can actually put. They don't actually get the mid-tier 1. That's unfortunate. Wait, no, actually Baby Cakes is going to whittle it down. So regardless, even though there is going to be more gold and EXP on the side of RRQ4 now, RSG's punishment after the turtle is going to be a big swing. That 2K lead, now absolutely gone.
Yeah, ping pong match all across the board here between RRQ as well as RSG, as even though Bray is on that emblem, he is still going to be able to get a neutral objective take as well as a tower in that top side. So slowly but surely, they are advancing according to their keys to victory, where it's said that they were supposed to focus more on these objectives, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I like it. It's a balanced game here. RRQ, we're in the lead. We're 2,000 ahead. RSG, though, with the earlier trade, it managed to equalize now. Conceal play Will they find someone? Oh, Jekundo, and there you go. Albert is the target. We'll see though, reinforcements comes. This is the right question. Albert gets taken down though. Will there be any trades? And take a look at R7 in the backside. Wreaking Havoc. Clay goes down, and R7 with the Bravest Rider will not be able to find anyone else as RSG gets traded back 2 for 2.
It's funny because it seems like RSG is playing into what RRQ want, which is team fight, as they are losing members on the board. But look at Bray right now. He wasn't involved in that team fight. He was more focused on splitting the map. He was more focused on getting those towers to the top side. And he's getting way more value in the fact that they have way more map pressure than RRQ.
Yeah, and that's the thing. RSG is just, I mean, just the region of Singapore is really efficient at maximizing gold and opportunities. They do not miss a beat. But RRQ, it doesn't mean they're completely out of this. Look at the lead that R7 has over Diablo. A 2-level lead. He is the difference maker in jumping into that backline and threatening Baby Cakes.
Now we'll see though. Vin catching one. Lozi gets taken down. Wheel manipulation. 2 of them pops out. I'll take a look. That huge Baby Cakes down. Lord, who gets it is Albert. RRQ may step on towards the gas, but they stay disciplined. And RSG falls with 2 down, and as well as they didn't manage to get the Lord.
RRQ played that team fight so well. Did you see R7 there going straight into the back line, taking down Baby Cakes, and he's not having a great time. Look at his KDA, 3-4-1 right now, Gideon.
Look, this is the break even for RRQ, and now we see the accumulated lead from R7 making all the difference here. They want, again, the keys to victory. You want him to carry? Just give him a carry type hero, and eventually he's gonna do it. A 3-level lead against Diablo so far, and Baby Cakes doesn't have enough gold to purchase a Winds of Nature to keep himself alive.
Okay, and we're gonna see here right now, the Lord is going to be marching in that top side.
For now, when you have a Ling, you're already looking to kind of open up the map a little bit more, trying to slow down these waves, and that's Bray, all by himself taking care of one lane. He needs the rest of his team to focus up, hunker down, and clear this wave as quickly as possible.
I mean, this is the first Lord, so it's still manageable, and RRQ will definitely capitalize though. Tier 2s in the mid side and as well as top has been taken down, but Bray, again, extracting the Ling prowess, split pushing, and yeah, finding the tier 2 of outside.
He's also taking away all RQ's jungle, so he's farming up the storm at the moment, and look at the damage onto Clay!
Oh my god, Bray trying to play the sneaky Link, and there you go. He does not succeed as RRQ. They were ready for that.
Yeah, they were already waiting by the river brush, and that was really nicely done. And Clay, he didn't have his flicker at the time. He could have absolutely died there, and if and only if we saw Bray react with his Blade Tempest, I think he might have secured the kill and gotten out of there, but it's really tough to say because right now RSG, even for Lulzy, is having a tough time to open up the map for the rest of his team.
Looking at the players' gold, we see that Bray is second to Skylar at the moment, and Baby Capes kind of falling a little too far behind. Is there any other winning condition that RSG can rely on other than Baby Cakes up until this point?
It's a bit tough. I would say that Roy is in a really good position. I mean, he's dishing out a lot of damage. The main issue is that he has to get in pretty close to the fight to steal an ultimate. I mean, and still, if they're planning for a fight, he has to steal the ultimate way before the fight even begins, rather in the middle of it.
Okay, conceal. Oh my god, Jekundo connects, but no fallout damage. Oh, then catches 3, and Albert takes 1, and we can see now the collapse that RRQ. It was actually Lozy who set it up, but he gets punished right before the Lord.
Man, and all the while, Bray's just chilling in this bottom side. RRQ, are they aware of this, or are they gonna go straight for the Lord?
This could still be a little tough here. Bray is level 15 to Albert's level 15. They are moving around trying to open up the map to make sure they know exactly where Ling could possibly be. He didn't show up bottom side, so here we go. A possible steal? No. Is RSG going to attempt it?
Bray.
Nah, too late. Way too late. Bray unable to do anything, and he doesn't even have his purple buff, so it's just not worth it.
Yeah, a little bit too late to the party, and even Diablo stole the purple buff by accident.
It was the little slime he left on the ground that exploded. That's just so unfortunate at a time like now where especially when Bray needed it the most. That purple buff, hopefully that didn't cost them the game.
I mean, it makes all the difference, right? Especially for a Ling. But right now, RRQ with a 4,000 gold lead, and they have a Lord on the way. It's looking quite scary because RRQ Hoshi, they have the better high ground in my opinion.
Only advantage perhaps that RRQ, they are on cooldown spell-wise here, no flickers, so nothing too crazy, nothing too aggressive. Perhaps RSG, they might have the information.
Maybe. There's a good chance, but here we go. Inhibitors should start to fall. Let's see how RSG responds to this on all sides, getting shoved in.
Wow, base turret mid side and top side has been taken down. RRQ, they are taking this slowly here. They want the bot side base turret first as RSG is still on the defense here. They are looking, they are waiting for the right moment perhaps. Looking for the right opening. Bin charges, does not connect here. As you can see here, still, both teams just dancing around for offense and defense.
Still playing very disciplined though by RRQ standards, right? Usually they would want to go in for that invade straight on to the base, but no, they have actually opted to be more careful in that decision making. They tried to go in for that bottom side, but RSGSG, they defended that pretty well.
Yeah, and they still managed to hold on to at least one of their inhibitor turrets for now. But here's the problem, right? This was RRQ's big moment to try and crack in and force a fight onto RSGSG. Bray geniusly slowing down the bottom side of the waves and then putting it in a situation where the waves aren't stacked properly, only mid as well as top side collapsing, but not even at the same time.
Bin catches Diablo. Is this the right target? Split is there, but take a look at the damage that Skylar gives. It's too much. He gets taken down, and RRQ, a 5v4 situation, and Albert, he's just silent.
I mean, Skylar, 9-3 KDA up until this point. He also has the Athena shield, so just in case he has to go a little too close to someone like Roy, who's already dealing a lot of damage, he's respecting that. He's trying to increase his abilities to sustain in these team fights.
It's tough. It's tough. Again, RSG is really relying on Lolzy. And yes, Lolzy is trying to make these plays. He's dying for them. But right now, I'm looking at Roy, and I need him to make a heroic play somewhere. He needs to back Lolzy up. He needs to be an active threat on the map. He's 0-1 and 8 so far, and 8 of those assists was with his team. But right now, he needs to do more. He needs to go that extra mile.
Yeah, I get your point here as Bray. He's just chilling. He's just trying to do what he can do as a Ling behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves. But once again, the contest for the Lord.
Have to fight.
Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down. Double kill for Clay, and this is going to be the end for RSG. The Kings of Kings will be confirmed securing the upper brackets. RSG will not be able to do and fight, will have to fight from the lowers.
Another crown for them to crush as RRQ Hoshi win this with a very dominant performance. At some point, it could have been RSGSG, but the way that RRQ played, they left nothing up to chance. They made little to no mistakes for RSG to capitalize on. And congratulations, as RRQ Hoshi are going to battle throughout M4 in the upper brackets.
GG, well played to the Kingdom here, absolutely crushing it. Skylar doesn't feel like he missed position. Same goes to Clay. Their team moves as a unit and the Kingdom sticks together.
The franchise giants face off, and it is going to be RRQ who will take the throne for now. But yeah, congratulations again, RRQ. Wow, what a performance, a solid one. I feel like it was quite textbook up to a point that it was just after they got the lead early game, it was just an easy breeze. Well, not an easy breeze because you have Bray just constantly harassing this the other lane, but it was a I guess it was a textbook win.
Bray was trying so hard, right?
Yeah.
Like whenever his teammates are in the base and still trying to defend those last turrets, you can see that Bray trying to make something happen on the other side of the map. He was trying to put pressure on other sides of the lanes, like you mentioned in game. And it was just so tough. It was so hard to watch because they honestly had a chance, in my opinion.
Yeah, they definitely did have a chance, but with Clay and R7 working in tandem with each other, it became very difficult with the with the edge of the box almost guaranteeing a free stun from a very long distance away against Baby Cakes. It made it so easy for the bravest warrior, R7 himself, to jump on in and finish up the job.
It's just, again, yeah, it's just rinse and repeat from the side of RRQ. I mean, they know how to deal that Beatrix a lot of dive potential, and they just, again, constantly pressuring that marksman. We saw a couple of times where the fights, it's actually Baby Cakes that has gone down first. That's not a good sign if you're an RSG fan.
But everything of that was like just really created by RRQ, right? They pushed Baby Cakes in a position where it was nice for someone like R7 to go into the backside and take him out first. But I honestly thought it was quite a stalemate up until that point where the carry, Skylar, was able to get those 3 kills, and that really just changed the dynamic of the gold lane. Like at that point, Baby Cakes was so far behind that the output damage from Skylar was a little too much for them to handle.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think, Skylar put a really good performance considering that he had to face off a Ling and didn't even opt to go for the Winds of Nature super early on anyway, knowing that the rest of the map was going to actually keep up with his pace as long as he lives. So, very interesting observations all around. And RRQ, honestly, I think the way that they won, it feels like they quickly opened up ChatGPT and typed how to win MLBB quick, fast, and efficient, and they got the script down, nailed it to a T.
Wow. I love that. Yeah. I mean, just we yow it, and there you go.
I know you want to laugh even harder, so I got it from here.
We're trying to chill, right? We're trying to chill on the caster desk right now. But we are going to take a look at the item builds in just a few seconds to really see what exactly went down, who built what, when, why, and where, perhaps, is the question, as well as the post-game stats, because this is the last game of the group stage before we head into that knockout stage where everything is confirmed. No tiebreaker this time around, so let's see it now.
All right. Yumi and Yanni, let's break this down as we see the post-game stats. 20-19, yet the goal differential only started to exponentially increase towards the later stages after one Lord, and even the second Lord becoming a very hot contention point between both of those teams. Prior to that, if we pull back the time, the gold was a lot more even, only a 5k lead, despite how many kills RRQ was able to achieve throughout the game.
I mean, remember RSG, they managed to equalize at a certain point where, it was Skylar with 4-0 in the first 5 minutes of the game. But after what? I think the last turtle it was, I think RSG, they managed to equalize. And it was actually after that, RRQ, they are more patient. They are more, they just set up better team fights.
Absolutely here. I think the one of the few things that was a little disappointing to see was, again, number one, Diablo, he did actually decide to take the Petrify knowing that he wanted to get on top of Skylar ideally, and I think RRQ, they adjusted very, very well. The first time that it happened and Skylar actually ended up dying, they said, okay, you know what? He's got Petrify, he has ways to get in onto the back line, so therefore, let's cut that out. Let's wait until Diablo comes out first, then we can almost guarantee get a free fight. Because without Flicker, there's no way to make that instant impact.
Yeah, a very good adaptation coming in. Flexibility comes in from the side of RRQ. Again, realizing that problem and finding out the solution. But shout out to Clay. 13 assists, 5 kills. It's technically his debut in M4, right? And he is starting with a banger.
He is starting off really, really hot. Another interesting observation for me, number one, I was really hoping to see more from Roy here. He kept stealing the real-world manipulation, and yes, there were times where it looked so good because, yes, it does scale with the rest of his magic damage, and he pretty much had almost a full build. The last item could have been anything at that point in time. He could have gotten more utility. He could have gone for the Blood Wings if he was really rich and greedy, but wasn't able to get to that point. Looking at the post-match, I'm excited to see what kind of damage we were getting because R7, what a difference maker in that mid game.
I completely agree with you. Let's see the stats here. it is going to be still, RRQ leading in damage dealt, but it is still going to be Clay with the carry stat.
Absolutely. Clay was playing it so well. He worked really well with R7, making sure that Albert is there to protect both of them when Vin jumps in. It's just a secondary line of defense, making it so hard for RSG to find an easy way on top unless they use map advantages to get the waves in a right position to foresee RRQ's rotation.
Yeah, but what I love about is Albert, 16 assists, not... Yeah, usually he likes to play the flashy assassins, but utility he can do. MVP, who you got?
Well, I definitely think it's coming down to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Skylar, playing a almost perfect game. 2 deaths ruining that record.
10-5 on a carry. He was unstoppable from the get-go with a KP of 75%. This is the usual build now. Trojan, Golden Staff, and DHS.
It's so gross how good Carrie is, especially towards the hyper late game. Her only issue is her range. But other than that, just wait for the abilities to come out. Wait for the heroes who are looking to take out the carry early on to disappear, and things just fall into your hand. It feels like you're getting spoon-fed kills.
Exactly. That is just, Skylar. And we saw glimpses that he wasn't really spoon-fed per se. It was him actually being aggressive, popping flicker towards the front side, and that's just killer instinct.
Look, he's a big boy. He feeds himself, man. He's like, give me that spoon. Give me no more airplanes. I'll do it myself.
Oh my god. In a bit, we are going to witness the highlights in case you missed the match, in case you missed the game. So here it is, the highlights from RRQ and as well as RGSG.
A lot of these fights really did come down to whether or not the box was being used in an effective area, right? Like Roy, this was a really good use of the box. Except when they got caught, they didn't realize that Albert already had some combo points stored up to catch them off in that taunt. But that's when you start to see the adjustments from RRQ. The boxes become more tighter. The boxes are targeted towards Baby Keats to force him to either flicker out as soon as possible, and when it's down or when the combo is done perfectly, not even having the opportunity to pop it. Look, popped dead instantly.
Yeah, that's just, again, just execution to perfection. I feel like RRQ, sure, it wasn't a quote-unquote perfect game, but boy, oh boy, it was so hard for RSG to find a winnable team fight. Take a look at the fight. Albert is already in front, and again, Vin catching multiple members from time to time. It's just so hard to, again, build the momentum when you have a lot of deniers and stoppers.
Yeah, it's really tough overall. I would like to see more from it, but let's throw it over to Eterna for the interview. Eterna, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for that unforgettable game analysis breakdown. But now on stage, I am here with Captain R7 from RRQ Hoshi, Indonesia. Congratulations, R7. Can we get an applause for R7?
Thank you.
So you guys made it to the upper brackets along with RRQ Akira as well. Now my question is, do you think RRQ Akira will go far in M4?
I think no, because we know the Akira is strong too.
So no, they're not gonna go far, or yes, they're going to go far?
Yes, they're going too far. I think.
Okay, so he thinks that RRQ Akira will go far during the M4 series. Now, since you guys were able to get the upper bracket slot, you guys are going against Todak. And I feel like there's a little bit of rivalry coming through because Todak are always the ones to knock out Onyx on the world stage. Do you have any messages for Todak?
Actually, I don't know. Did we meet Todak? Okay, for Todak, I think pesannya good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun, Chiku.
Good luck, have fun to Chiku. So I think a lot of people in the audience, they're also awaiting the showdown between both of the teams. Now, I also want to ask, so this is your first time in the M series that you're captain, right? Previously, it was Vin. How does it feel to be captain of RRQ Hoshi with such a huge fan base?
Yeah, being captain just feel the same, I think. For me, captain is just like a title lah, but all the same.
All the same for Captain R7. He can do it all, and it's all good. By the way, your English is so good now. You don't need Gabby here to translate for you. Wow. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you, R7. Do you have any messages to your fans, RQ Kingdom, who are screaming and cheering for you all throughout that game?
Ya, thank you buat Kingdom yang udah datang. Ya, semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik sama jaga kesehatan aja.
Thank you so much, R7. Once again, congratulations. We'll see you in the upper bracket, and good luck.
Thank you.
Now we're going straight back to the casters. Thank you, and take it away.
Thank you, R7, and thank you, Eterna, as well, for that wonderful yet very straightforward interview. Gideon, your giggle throughout the entire interview. Tell us why.
Honestly, R7, he's a character, man.
He is.
He's really a character. If you ever see him on streams, he's so personable. As soon as you put a camera on him on the big stage, he's just like, oh yeah, he's just so chill. So chill, just a gentle giant throughout.
Gentle, slightly goofy as well, right? I mean, yeah, R7, very, very strong. But in the XP lane, he's a very, very lethal and deadly EXP laner. But yeah, all of the 6 matches today, done. Group stages, done. So technically, we are going to witness the knockout stage very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far, the group stages have been an absolute blast here. People have been predetermined who's going up into the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. So guys, soon we're going to be showing you the complete breakdown of the bracket itself. And this is going to be huge because once again, we are seeing a lot of faded teams battling out against each other once more.
It's going to be very interesting. I can't wait to witness the brackets to see a better overview, right? Who's going to go who with who? And this is it, the knockout brackets.
Up in the upper brackets, it's going to be Falcon up against Onyx, Echo versus Team Hawk, Todak versus RRQ, and RRQ Akira versus Blacklist International.
Remember, this is a best of 5 series here in the upper brackets. Meanwhile, lower brackets will have a best of 3 RSG. SG will take on S11, and Sendio Supremacy will go up against MDH. The Valley will go and meet Burn Axe Splash. Meanwhile, Malvinas Gaming will go up against Occupy Thrones. Remember, the losers in the lower bracket will go home.
Yeah, this is some tough stuff here. It feels like there's a lot of games to be played down by that lower brackets, and all you need are just 2 solid wins to make it to that grand finals if you are in that upper brackets. So much work is going to be put ahead of us.
We'll see. I can't wait. We are going to enter towards the end. We are already in the early first phase. We're entering the second phase. How are you feeling, Gideon?
Honestly, I'm feeling so very good. After getting the appetizers of this fine dining dish here so far, it's great. We got a bit of a taste of every single team, but we also saw some evolution and some progress for a lot of them at the same time in such a short period. I thought the month that they had for some of these teams here in Indonesia scrimming against some of the best would have changed them enough, but no, even the small adjustments make all the difference in the highest level of competition and the highest level of play.
Oh, so much. Yeah, well, for you guys out there who are watching, just screenshot this if you perhaps want to be sure. And yeah, this is it. The group stage is officially done, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your support, and well, we'll see you in knockout brackets. Not yet, though. Not the closing yet.
Whoa. Let's calm down there for a second because, guys, let's not forget that the knockouts is going to be an entire series. It's going to go on for multiple days. It is going to be brutal. For all I know, based on the last that I heard of, the grand finals has already been sold out so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be on 15th January, and it is going to be a best of 7. So that day is just secured for the grand final. So again, which top 2 teams? Can you predict? Can you give us
it's like, look, my biased opinion, I'm hoping it's Todak and Team Hawk. I'm not even gonna lie to you about that. The possibility of that happening, very slim, but it'll be great if it does happen. But let's not forget, lots of people who are buying the grand finals ticket, they're like, oh, I just want to see the end of the story. What about the progression, the build-up, the drama that gets us to that final moments? How about you guys buy the tickets for the M4 World Championship knockout stage happening at the Tennis Indoor Stadium Senaya before they sell out. More intense in MLBB action will happen, especially nearing the grand finals between the January 9th to the 13th. We will be starting our amazing event on January the 7th, starting with Falcon Esports versus our very own Onyx Esports. I definitely think that was meant for somebody else, but don't worry about that. Then we also have Echo going up against Team Hawk.
Well, the next day, though, on January 8th, we have Todak going up against our Hotam heroes of RRQ Hoshi, followed by their brothers RRQ Brazil or RRQ Akira going up against the defending champions in Blacklist International.
You can also join the watch party at the Tennis Outdoor Stadium Senaya for free. And I know how you guys are. It's gonna be jam-packed, so you might want to come a little bit earlier. So hurry and get your tickets now by visiting the Billy, if I'm correct? B-L-I-B?
Blib.lib.
There we go. Blib.lib/M4.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, has been the start of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championships Group Stage Day 4. We would like once again to thank our sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair and the esports charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
Woo. Guys, do you like cheering? Because TikTok Live's Carnival cheer up for M4, so you can watch the M4 matches on TikTok itself, and you can participate in those cheer ups for M4 activities just by watching the M4 matches on TikTok and using the exclusive M4 customized gifts to cheer for their teams. There'll be a chance to be on TV and win an abundance of gifts.
Well, again, special shout out to Secret Lab as well. Gideon, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that can be adjusted to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow as well, and a brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair that is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a very long time.
Don't forget that never go out with style when you wear and game with Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer and is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. So grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today.
That concludes the group stage of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship 2022. Until then, this is Gone In Together with Gideon signing off. See you in the knockouts, ladies and gentlemen.
fucking told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it down. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky,